The security guard looked at the name on the nameplate. Raymond. The guard thought, isn't that the surname of the founding family? It was Russell Raymond, an aristocrat. But what about this young man's clothes? Why does he look like that? The security guard said that the check had been completed and entry was permitted. The guard asked his colleague, does he know this guy? His colleague replied that it was Raymond, a descendant of the founders. But then why did he look like that? One of the guards said that the White Tower was currently looking for mercenaries. That must be why Raymond was here. But he's not a peasant. Why would an aristocrat become a mercenary? The young man thought that these guards were asking too many questions. Russell Raymond found himself in the capital, the city of Camelot. It was a place where many hunters gathered. In the center of the city, the young man looked up and saw a magical tower, the place where all the kingdom's guards were stationed. Russell thought that he too had once worked hard, wanting to get there to prevent the fall of his family. After his father's death in battle against the Empire, they had to flee the castle. The young man needed to get to the magic tower to reclaim his lands. However, it all turned out to be an impossible dream. Russell was expelled from the academy before he could apply to the magic tower. The headmaster said that Russell Raymond had received 3 unsatisfactory grades. This was the first time this had ever happened in the history of the academy. The young man may excel in theory, but he will not make it to the second round. It will be difficult for the young man to endure the narrowing of his mana veins. Why doesn't he consider another profession? The narrowing of the mana veins. Because these veins were thin and weak from birth, our hero was unable to absorb an unlimited amount of mana. He also couldn't release as much as he wanted. This was the cruelest punishment a mage could imagine. However, Russell was incredibly lucky. While working as a mercenary, he was able to enter the second circle. Still, he was only a third-rate wizard. The attendant said that today's registration for temporary work was over. Those who had not yet completed the procedure could return tomorrow. The dissatisfied people said they had waited half a day. What should they do now? Russell thought that the poor had no choice. One of the hunters heard that the museum was hiring magicians for a limited time. Maybe it was worth a try. Another hunter said that they were only looking for cleaners from the first circle. It wasn't worth embarrassing himself. Russell took a bag of coins out of his pocket and decided to go. Raymond approached the Great Louvre Museum. The representative said that their museum was the largest in the entire kingdom. Aristocrats were scheduled to visit that week. The person in charge said that because of this, everything in the museum lobby had to be sparkling clean. The person in charge told the young people to control their strength and use wind magic while cleaning. Nothing should be broken because of them. If anything breaks, these guys should be ready to take responsibility. Russell looked around and saw exhibits that must have been fakes. The person in charge was just being dramatic. There was nothing of value here. Russell looked at the doors of the room and thought that the place looked familiar. It was the Hall of Fantastic Creatures. Raymond felt something vibrate in his pocket. The young man took his mother's ring out of his pocket and wondered what was happening to him. After that, our hero's legs carried him away, as if fate itself was pulling him somewhere. Russell Raymond found himself in a huge room containing the skeleton of a dragon. The vibration of the ring grew stronger. The young man thought that the ring was trying to tell him something. He silently asked his mother for help. As a child, the young man had been here with his mother. Our hero's attention was drawn to a strange exhibit under glass. It was the heart of an ancient dragon. Raymond thought that what he was looking at was a dragon's heart and a ring that looked like its eye. Russell put the ring on his finger, and the vibrations stopped. Why had his mother brought him here? The young man decided he needed to calm down. He was probably just getting himself worked up. The heart and eye were reunited. This allowed the second eye to open. Now, instead of a skeleton, the young man saw a real dragon. He would become the first brick in the foundation of a new mythology. The dragon said he would give the young man another chance for the sake of magic. At that moment, our hero understood everything. The mechanism that turned the world suddenly broke, and the long-awaited destiny finally arrived. The divine eye of the Demon King checks information about the world. Raymond heard someone calling his name. What was that voice? It was angry, but the young man recognized it. The teacher hit the young man on the head with a book. Raymond woke up. Russell jumped up from his desk and looked at the teacher in surprise. The teacher said that he knew about this student's good grades, but sleeping in his class? Wasn't this young man afraid of anything? In front of Russell was Professor Hubert. The young man was surprised. This professor was dead. What was going on? Raymond felt the eyes of all the students in the auditorium on him. The boy couldn't understand what was happening. Had he traveled back in time? Professor Hubert said that this wasn't like the young man, but he would still come up with a punishment. The professor told Russell to leave the office. Hunter Russell Raymond saw a student in front of him. It was him in his youth. What kind of magic was this? Could it even be called that? The protagonist remembered his visit to the museum once again, the moment when his second eye was opened. The dragon said that he would be the first brick in the foundation of a new mythology. The dragon said it was his second chance. There were no rings on the young man's fingers. Professor Hubert came out of his office and said that Russell had never fallen asleep in class. The young man apologized. The teacher suggested that they needed to talk in private. He told the young man to come to his office during lunch. Russell wondered how long he had been getting into trouble. And yet he liked it. The young man was called out and someone hit him from behind. Raymond looked back and saw some upperclassmen. One of the older students swung his arm and was about to hit our hero. Another guy grabbed him by the arm and said not to do it. The professor might see. The senior student reminded Russell that he was waiting for his notes. Had the young man overslept and done nothing? It was Coma Frederick. Frederick said that if Russell didn't want to die quickly, he should go to the bathroom immediately. Raymond remembered that something like this had actually happened to him when he was young. The system displayed information about a new mission. Don't let the bullying happen. It was necessary to teach a lesson to the seniors who were bullying the hero. Raymond was surprised. Was this an illusion? However, it was all real. Comatose Frederick looked back and asked, "Why isn't Russell coming?" He knows it's useless to run. Frederick said that if he was really scared, he could try to escape. Raymond thought that the mission wasn't that important right now. After all, he was going to teach those bullies a lesson. After several years as a mercenary, the young man could say that these amusements were nothing compared to the desire for blood and death he felt from the monsters. The protagonist thought that these three wanted to play. He would give them what they wanted. Frederick said that the boy had finally decided to approach them. Raymond replied that he had guessed right. Our hero strode decisively toward his tormentors. One of the bullies said that this guy had lost his mind. The bully swung his arm and tried to hit Raymond. However, Raymond dodged and counterattacked the villain. The attacker fell on his back at the feet of his companions. Frederick said that if this guy didn't know how to use magic, he must have decided to learn some cheap wrestling tricks. Frederick put brass knuckles on his hand and said that using magic to its full extent was forbidden within the academy walls. However, the use of small artifacts was not punishable. Frederick swung his fist and decided to punch his opponent in the jaw. Raymond effortlessly grabbed his opponent's fist and squeezed his hand tightly. Frederick screamed in pain and fell to his knees. Frederick said that Russell had been demoted by his own brothers. Even his family had no hope for such a loser. If his opponent was strong, he was cautious. If his opponent was weak, he bullied him. Raymond was outraged. How dare this trash mention his family? Raymond swung his fist, but Frederick begged him to stop and not do it. Russell left the bullies alone and told them to be good boys from now on. Raymond said that if they continued to behave as they had been, they would bring trouble upon themselves and might even die. The young man left the room, worried that he had done something wrong. And with them appeared a new message. Low-level magic stone. A red crystal appeared in our hero's palm. It was edible. Raymond was surprised. Was he really supposed to eat this crystal? The young man thought that the system was mocking him. How could he swallow a stone? Even primitive people did not eat stones. Raymond finally made up his mind and swallowed the crystal. The system issued a notification that the hero had consumed a low-level magic stone. The young man thought that this was probably possible, just like traveling back in time. Suddenly, our hero felt strange changes in his body. A huge amount of energy began to burst out. The system reported that the hero had gained mana with the help of the magic stone. Russell felt the power overflowing within him. The system reported that the mana circle was expanding and dissolving. His heart was beating with crazy force. After a while, our hero's condition began to stabilize. Russell decided that with such success, he would be able to strengthen and expand his mana veins. The protagonist decided that now he could change his destiny. There would be no fall of his family, no expulsion from the academy, no becoming a third-rate mercenary mage. Russell Raymond entered Professor Hubert's office. The professor told the young man to sit down. The teacher noticed that the young man looked strange today. What had happened to him? Hubert said that he had learned that Raymond's classmates were bullying him. This teacher was one of those who never lost faith in Russell until the very end. The young man said that the professor had nothing to worry about. Hubert replied that, as a professor, he should care about his students above all else. The professor added that in any case, the young man should be punished for falling asleep in class. The teacher handed him a book and told him to write a report on the material covered in the chapter on advanced magic. The professor added that this was a chapter that even senior students struggled with. A new mission appeared in the system. Complete the professor's assignment. Russell was surprised. Even an assignment is considered a mission. The professor asked in surprise, was this really too difficult a task for a young man? The student took the book and said confidently that he would manage. Raymond thanked the professor and decided to get started right away. The young man thought that this task would not be difficult for him. In his previous life, he had worked tirelessly on theory to compensate for his lack of magical abilities. Even while working as a mercenary, he never stopped learning. Raymond thought that there was something really important in this life. Training the endurance of mana veins. The vessels through which mana flows are part of the system of organs responsible for its circulation throughout the body. Mana, absorbed through breathing, spreads throughout the body and collects in the heart. It is only after this that it is released. The young man activated one mana circle. Fire. In other words, the stronger the mana in the veins, the more of it reaches the heart, and therefore the faster it is released into the outside world. It so happened that our hero always had rather weak energy. Did the heavens hear his prayers this time? Or was it just luck? The protagonist found himself in a historical place of unknown origin. 2 grimoires were hidden here. The young man reached out his hand. They were Through the Veins and The Body of a Wizard. Through the Veins explains how to train physical condition and expand mana veins. The Body of the Wizard helps replace mana veins with muscle tissue. So, the stronger the body, the stronger the vessels through which mana circulates. There aren't as many changes in an adult's body as in a growing teenager's. Everything feels more intense for them. The protagonist decided that this time he would be able to overcome the narrowing of his mana veins. The physical exertion was extremely intense, and Raymond thought he couldn't go on. That was enough for today. The system announced a new mission. You must practice the ancient magic through the veins by running 5 kilometers. Raymond had been given a great opportunity, so he wasn't going to sit around doing nothing. Progress was quite difficult. Russell tried his best, but there was still a little left to go. The system reported that the mission had been completed. Our hero received his reward and fell exhausted onto the grass. He was now too tired to even take a step. Frederick watched our hero from around the corner. He said that Russell Raymond was wasting his time. The professor read the report and couldn't believe that this student had come to such a profound conclusion. This requires the use of academic-level materials. The teacher asked if the student had really done the report himself. Russell nodded affirmatively and added that he could swear on his honor if the professor didn't believe him. Hubert thought that this young man seemed very confident. Not everyone says such things so freely. The professor said that in any case, he liked the work. The system reported that the mission had been completed, and the hero would receive a reward. Raymond thought that the higher the level of understanding, the stronger he was. The professor said that the young man had done a good job and could now leave. Professor Hubert was surprised why the young man wanted to use the department library. After all, the student library should meet his needs. Russell said that he had already read everything there. The professor was surprised again. The teacher admitted that he was shocked. Even if the young man was telling the truth, using the department library was a problematic issue. The professor decided to check whether the young man was competent enough for this. Raymond said he was ready for anything. The teacher gave our hero a lot of assignments. Raymond, of course, was surprised by the amount. As expected, the professor turned out to be very picky. However, it is important to remember that the higher the understanding of theory, the stronger the magic. Raymond decided that he needed to achieve an advanced level of knowledge at any cost. The young man understood that this could be a difficult test. But if he received monastones for completing missions, then he would destroy the spirit of hares with one shot. Raymond swallowed the stones and washed them down with water. Frederick appeared with his companions. He asked if Russell had really been punished with mana overload. It turned out that the guy was just obsessed with training. Anton, Frederick's friend, added that he had suffered because of Raymond. Raymond wondered, what was wrong with Frederick? Had he come to take revenge? Anton said he wasn't going to take revenge, that the young man shouldn't flatter himself. Who would take revenge on such a useless loser? It would be enough to simply trample him into the dirt. Frederick said that they would see each other again in class. A colleague asked if Anton wasn't going to deal with this guy. The young man replied that there was no audience here. The next lesson was magical combat training. This was a class where students were paired with opponents of a similar level. It was a lesson in which our hero always ended up humiliated. How could he have forgotten that? Raymond decided he needed to be prepared for this. The system sent out numerous notifications that the player had completed the mission and was awarded a prize. The protagonist tried very hard. Mana stones lay before our hero, and in this case, there were enough of them. Russell began to doubt whether he could endure it. All he could do was hope for the result of his long training. Russell bit into the mana stones and swallowed them. Corresponding transformations began in his body. It seemed to light up. The young man realized that he urgently needed to find a way out. He had to give shape to the excess mana, turn it around, and draw a new circle. Raymond thought that if he made a mistake now, his heart would not survive. However, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, this power would be his. Russell succeeded. It was the second circle. As before, the young man was exhausted and lay motionless on his back. The system reported that the mission had been completed, and the hero had been awarded a prize. Professor Hubert said it was incredible. He couldn't believe that his student had succeeded. In that case, he had one last question. The most difficult one he had ever asked. A question that brought him closer to the truth. Of all 4 stages of magic, which is the most important? The professor thought he had recently discussed this with his student and was about to ask a different question. However, the young man said he knew the answer. Hubert was surprised. Did the student really know the correct answer? Raymond said, presentation. The professor asked why he thought so. Raymond stated that it was all about magic. Magic manifests itself in the real world through mana. People distinguish between 4 stages of its application. Understanding is the study of the principles of natural phenomena. Representation is the mental visualization of what has been studied. Construction is the creation of a formula to bring the visualization to life. Manifestation is the stage when magic is born in the physical world through a formula. Understanding, construction, and manifestation are achievable with effort and learning. However, at the stage of representation, effort alone is not enough, no matter how hard you try. Going beyond the limits of the mind and achieving true freedom of imagination through courage is what is important. If he imagines fire as an arrow, it will become a fiery arrow of the second circle of magic. If he imagines something else, the spell immediately changes form. If you don't limit the boundaries of mental visualization, you can recreate even things that don't exist in this world. Something unthinkable. The professor said that was the correct answer. Like a shadow in sunlight or hot ice, it all starts with understanding the laws of the world, and ends with controlling them. That is what magic is. Professor Hubert said that the student library was too small for this student. The system issued a notification. The mission was complete, and the hero was granted access to the first floor of the professor's library. With confident steps, our hero moved through the library in search of the necessary literature. The first floor alone was quite spacious. Everything here was different from the student library. Magical ballistics, intensive course in magical botany, all of it was useful and did not contradict the basic laws of magic. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him say that he was holding a very interesting book. Raymond turned around sharply but saw no one. His eyes were filled with surprise. A female voice said that she was there. The young man looked in the other direction. Where had this person come from? It was Daria Snow White. The young man stood up and greeted the woman. He said he was pleased to meet her, the master of the Tower of Fire, and introduced himself. This woman had reached the 8th circle, a level unattainable for most. She was 80 years old and used enormous amounts of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. Her magic tower was the best in the Red Tower's faction. The woman was surprised, so this student knew her? But why was he here? Daria Snow White asked the young man not to be nervous. She handed him a lollipop on a stick and said she was just a passerby who happened to be there. The master of the fire tower asked how the student had gained access to the professor's library. Russell admitted that Professor Hubert had given him permission. Daria Snow White was surprised. Had that gloomy teacher really allowed it? The woman said that now everything was clear. Perhaps the student was studying something very interesting. This young man has remarkably pure mana. The distribution of energy throughout his body is stable and even a rare thing. The hero had good reason to believe that the master of the Tower of Fire had noticed something. The woman told him not to worry. She wasn't there to teach him. Russell bowed and thanked the lady, the master of the Tower of Fire. Daria Snow White told him to continue improving his abilities. The young man looked at her with a mesmerized gaze and promised that he would do so. He couldn't have imagined that he would meet her here. It was unexpected, but important advice. Someone asked in surprise, "Is that Russell? Why is he coming out of the professor's library? Who does he think he is?" Frederick suggested that Raymond had probably made arrangements with one of the teachers. However, this guy would not achieve anything. Frederick told the young man to keep trying, but he didn't guarantee that it would lead to anything good. Practical training in magical combat. There are many spectators in the stands. The teacher announced that the first person called would have to go out onto the field and choose an opponent. Teachers usually choose the weakest students so that they can find an opponent of equal strength. In our hero's previous life, he was always called first. One of the students said that Russell would be called again. Obviously, he was weak. One of the students suggested that Russell choose him. He needed a good grade for the semester. The teacher announced that Anton Frederick would be the first to be called. This caused general surprise. But why him? Frederick thanked the professor for the opportunity. The professor replied that it was nothing compared to the help the Frederick Family's Merchants Association had given him. Frederick looked at one of the students and told him to come down. Of course, that student was Russell Raymond. Professor Hubert said that it was better to give advance notice of meetings. Lady Snow White said again that it was no big deal. Visiting a student was not such a big deal. The woman added that Hubert had allowed the child to use the professor's library. The professor was surprised. Had Russell done something wrong? Lady Snow White said that she hadn't seen anyone so rare and valuable in a long time. Hubert admitted that he was a law professor. The weakness of the life force observed in Russell was an extremely rare disease. The woman said that the child had overcome his problem. The professor was surprised. Snow White reported that he had reached the second circle. He built the second circle. The rivals stood in the arena facing each other, Anton Frederick and Russell Raymond. Our hero received a new mission: to win a training magic contest. The reward would be a low-level magic stone. The young man thought that only the richest magicians could use such a stone. It would be very useful to have it with him when he received magic stones. Frederick asked why his opponent had frozen. If he wanted to live, he should beg for mercy. Anton looked at Russell and was surprised. This was magic. Was such a thing possible? The teacher told the opponents to take their positions. Let the battle begin. Frederick decided to use his magical abilities. However, Frederick thought with surprise, does his opponent have a second circle? He's a magician with weak veins. Frederick activated Mana Circle 2, Fire Throw. Raymond managed to put up his defense, and the firewall did not reach its target. The teacher couldn't believe it. This guy had created thin armor and used its slanted side to protect himself from the heat wave. Another teacher thought that Russell Raymond had been hiding his abilities all along. Frederick continued his attack and asked how his opponent could withstand this. Fire magic was used. Raymond used Mana Circle 2, Fire Arrow. Frederick defended himself against the fire arrow and thought in surprise that this guy had really reached the second circle. Everyone present was astonished. Russell had managed to create a second fire arrow. It was simply unimaginable. One of the teachers said it was a double cast. A colleague doubted it. Most likely, the speed at which he creates the arrows is so high that it seems as if he is throwing two at once. Frederick asked, are fire arrows all his opponent is capable of? Frederick activated his fire armor. 2 mana circles, fire protection. Our hero declared that this was exactly what he had expected. If he strikes when his mana runs out, victory will be his. The protagonist used a 2 mana spell, Wind Arrow. No one expected that. Frederick shouted that his opponent had recognized his armor and changed his weapon. The teacher was surprised. Was this really their Russell? Raymond approached his opponent at arm's length and prepared to strike. The punch to the chest was so powerful that Frederick was knocked far back. The teacher shouted that this was not magic, and that the contest must be stopped immediately. Professor Hubert was surprised. Why couldn't it be called that? We need to see what Russell's body is covered with. Russell was using mana as knight's armor. The teacher didn't know where the young man had gotten it from, but nevertheless, he managed to handle everything on his own. Frederick continued to receive crushing blows from his opponent. Russell stopped only when his opponent was lying on his back. The teacher announcing the competition couldn't understand. How was this possible? Professor Hubert said that the winner of the match must be announced. Russell Raymond was declared the winner. The teacher approached the opponents and said that Raymond had done well and could leave. The young man replied that he was not finished yet. According to the rules of the competition, if the winner does not give up, he is allowed to choose his next opponent. Our hero pointed to another opponent and said that he was next and should enter the arena. After a while, the system announced that the mission had been completed. Professor Hubert noted that the young man had won 14 victories in a row. Hubert remembered Lady Snow White and said that she had proven to be very perceptive. The woman had only seen this guy once and had already noticed Russell's mana potential. As a reward, the magic compartment was activated, and from that moment on, all rewards would appear inside it. The young man received a map from the professor. After that, a new mission was activated. He must go to the location marked on the map and complete the task. He should start it after reaching the third circle. Our hero had tried to reach the third circle many times before his rebirth, but had never achieved the desired result. Will he succeed this time? The young man decided to use the information from the professor's library. Our hero found a book about the outer territories of the kingdom of Endymion. The book described the coast of the empire. Russell thought he might find the information he needed in the book, Notes on the Outer Sea. However, none of the places matched, and he checked many books. Raymond thought he had wasted too much precious time on all this. Our hero decided to focus on achieving the third circle. Last time, Russell was able to stop his bullies, but he was still an outcast. Professor Hubert asked Raymond's student to stop by his office. Hubert said that summer vacation was just around the corner. Did the young man have any plans? Russell replied that he had no plans. The teacher suggested that he join him and work on a research project. If the young man did well, he could have his name added to the list of authors. Russell saw a notebook on the desk and picked it up. The young man said he had remembered his plans. The professor was surprised because he had just been free. The young man handed the notebook to the teacher and said he would visit the place. They were talking about the Maldives. The coachman drove the carriage along the forest road. The young man in the carriage said that it was a long road ahead and that it would be nice to have something to eat. Raymond swallowed a crystal of mana and decided that it would satisfy his hunger a little. The coachman wiped the sweat from his forehead. The heat was unbearable. As in previous instances, our hero became covered in heat and began to emit excess energy, all thanks to the mana. Raymond decided that before he arrived in the Maldives, he would sketch the third circle. The professor had a strange feeling. This young man had left for the Maldives. That was actually a good thing. The professor thought that she was probably already there. Lady Snow White was indeed in the Maldives. The woman looked at her hometown of Endymion and noted that it was shining as always. Daria couldn't even remember when she last took a break. The woman thought that protecting the empire and presenting her magical research was truly exhausting. Even teaching her students was exhausting. 9, 6, 3. These numbers have special meaning for magicians. The first number is the final number for a person who enters the 9th magic circle. The second symbolizes the end of the 6th circle's trials, which must be passed to become a great mage. The third circle is the beginning of a person's journey as an independent magician. Daria Snow White thought of Raymond. Was everything all right with that young man? The coachman stopped the carriage and announced that they had arrived. The man looked inside the carriage and cried out in surprise. Upon arrival, our hero was very hungry. He had spent too much energy calming his raging mana. The coachman then discovered the young man lying unconscious in the carriage. However, our hero did what he had planned. The third circle was what he had been striving for at that moment. Raymond managed to achieve what he had dreamed of his entire life in just a few months. The protagonist decided that this was not enough for him and that he would go further. After all, he had to become stronger. In the first mission, the young man must go to the location marked on the map. When making his decision, our hero understood that he needed to be in that place. Moreover, this was to be his first big trip. A tour of the volcanoes of Pompeii with the best guide awaited him. The guide said that Pompeii used to be an ordinary mountain, which later turned into a volcano. This happened because of the appearance of a special mythical creature. The volcano was formed because of its presence. Only one creature in the world is capable of such a thing. A red dragon. Our hero thought he would like to walk around this place alone. Raymond decided to change his route and headed in a different direction. The reason the young man returned was because of his rapid development thanks to completing missions and receiving rewards. Raymond looked at the map and the waterfall, assuming that all this might be somehow connected with the dragon. A small flame appeared from the water and moved along the riverbed. The young man thought, could this be the very flame that is leading him in the right direction? Our hero came to the place where he had to go around the waterfall. Raymond looked back and saw a wind arrow flying toward him. There was no time to think, and the young man ran through the waterfall. In front of him was a cave. He thought that there might be a lava cave here. No wonder people didn't know about this place. Raymond remembered being warned to come to this location after reaching the third circle, but he didn't see any monsters or beasts. Inside the cave was a mysterious room with a very strange column. How old was this room? Our hero heard a voice that said, I was curious where this guy would go, and he came here. The protagonist seems to have completely forgotten about the days when he was a mercenary. After all, a situation where there are no monsters, no beasts, and no suspicious sounds means that the player has entered the territory of a powerful predator. At that moment, our hero saw a Komodo dragon in front of him. It was the only monster that could be defeated by two large groups of mercenaries. All our hero could do at that moment was run away. Raymond activated Mana Circle 2, Lightning Arrow. A bolt of lightning struck the monster between the eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man turned around and started running toward the nearest door in the cave. The guards blocked his way and told him to prove he was worthy of entering with his mana. Raymond thought, could he really not get inside? If he couldn't avoid battle, he would have to deal with the monster. The young man decided to use his unique abilities. He activated Mana Circle 2, Pillar of Fire. The monster approached the man and stopped. Why did this happen? Raymond stood near the gate and the guards, and in front of him was a huge monster, a Komodo dragon. A voice said that the young man had proven himself worthy. The protagonist realized that he was standing on ice, with icy guards in front of him. Where had he ended up? Was this teleportation magic? He had been in a simple cave just a moment ago. In the next mission, our hero must defeat all the ice golems and pass a test using ice. Raymond looked at the giants. Did he really have to defeat these guys? Russell said that this was clearly too much. The ring on the hero's finger activated and vibrated, emitting energy. Raymond understood that to destroy the golem, he had to destroy the core inside it. However, after attacking, the young man noticed that he had only left a small crack on the golem. How cold was this ice if fire had no effect on it? Russell decided to use the wind since fire wasn't working. However, he was unable to cast the spell. The golem attacked the young man, and he was forced to jump back to dodge it. He remembered the system's warning. He had to pass the test using fire. That meant he couldn't use any other magic. The young man activated Mana Circle 2, Pillar of Fire. The fire spread across the ice golems, turning them black, but they remained standing. The young man decided that he had to succeed. Some of the golems were destroyed, but 2 were still standing. Russell thought that at this rate, his mana would run out before he could destroy them all. He had to come up with a more effective method. To break through the thick armor of each golem on the first try, he needed to focus all his power in one spot. The right decision was concentration. First, he had to step back to cast the spell. Next, he would use the fire arrow along with the enhancement formula and the fire pillar doubling spell. After that, combine everything, and you'll end up with a compression formula. The protagonist succeeded, and a very powerful weapon appeared in his hands. Raymond prepared to attack, but he only had one chance. The protagonist took aim, attacked the ice golem, and pierced its body through and through. During the attack, Russell's fiery spear was created, a unique weapon of the 4th order. Raymond felt that this power was close to the 5th circle of magic. Just holding the spear in his hands consumed an unimaginable amount of mana. Raymond decided he had to attack first and rushed forward. Our hero was as fast as lightning. With a single blow, he pierced all the remaining golems and emerged victorious from the battle. Raymond looked around and counted 4 more golems. Repeating his attack, the protagonist destroyed 2 more ice monsters. Raymond decided that he needed to deal with the remaining ones as quickly as possible. After another attack, only 1 ice golem remained. The golem attacked our hero, but the young man managed to block the attack with his fiery spear, saving his life. Raymond thought that there was very little mana left. Our hero swung his fiery spear, knowing that this was his last throw. The blow was fatal, and the monster had no chance of surviving the battle. The young man, exhausted, fell on his back and declared victory. Around him lay the destroyed golems. The system displayed a notification that the mission had been completed. The player received a low-level magic stone. The Forgotten Horn of the King also hung in chains before the young man. The system announced that he was being immersed in the thoughts of the Forgotten King to receive his reward. Raymond opened his eyes and wondered where he was. The hero was hanging in chains in midair. Raymond wondered if this was the horn of the fire dragon. Could this be considered a reward? The young man felt as if he were being tortured. A voice said that this man had passed the trial by fire and attained the thoughts of a sacred being. Raymond wondered why he could hear this. The voice said that it was granting the man a fragment of the king. The young man's body flashed with excess energy, and he let out a loud cry. The voice told him to use this power. Our hero found himself on the shore of the Maldives Sea. The young man opened his eyes and wondered where he was. Was this really the Maldives? What had happened here? The system reported that the player had used the item Horn of the Forgotten Kings and reached the limit. The excess mana turned into potential. The young man saw how close he was to building the 4th circle. Our hero was greeted. Daria Snow White said she was glad to see Russell. The Tower Master added that she felt a sudden burst of mana and decided to check what was happening. That's where she found the young man. Russell said he hadn't expected to meet the Tower Master here. The woman thought that this guy had almost reached the 4th circle in such a short time. His mana had become even purer. He was simply a genius. Raymond asked what had brought Lady White to the Maldives. The woman replied that it was her homeland, though few people knew that. The Tower Master said that was why she came here every summer. But what was Russell doing in this place? Raymond thought it was too early to tell the truth. The young man said he was here to see the beauty of the world. The woman said she understood. Should she test the young man's abilities? Daria Snow White asked the young man not to refuse her help. The woman snapped her fingers, and a small fiery tornado appeared around our hero. It was a sign of the fire tower. The woman told the boy not to worry. He would definitely succeed. The young man received a notification about a new mission. Test from Daria Snow White. He had to defeat a pirate ship trading humans in the port of Maldives. The woman expressed confidence that the young man had already heard about this. But slavery is strictly prohibited in Endymion. Therefore, ships with such traders did not dock at this port. Unfortunately, there are those who insist on stopping at Maldives. The woman said she could handle it on her own. However, the point of all this was to free the captives and seize the ship. A detailed plan was needed. The young man said that they should pretend to attack. The woman said that the guy was quick on the uptake. Our hero thought that if the master of the fire tower was asking for help, hundreds of magicians would rush to her call even barefoot. However, this woman insists on his help, which means this is a real test. The tower master told the young man that everything that was about to happen might seem excessive to him. However, the path of a defender is not always gentle and tender. The woman stated that this was one of their magical duties. The tower master said that she would now attract the pirates' attention, and the young man must rescue the kidnapped women during that time. The woman flew into the sky and hovered above the pirate ship. She said that from this distance, everything should work. A flash appeared in the sky and a bright glow surrounded the tower master. The pirates shouted that they were under attack. The pirates loaded their crossbows and prepared to fire. However, the arrows didn't even reach the center of the glow. This discouraged the pirates. A pirate archer said that the projectiles weren't even reaching the woman. What should they do? Daria Snow White said that these pirates were real idiots. They thought that hiding in her home turf was a good idea. The woman unleashed tongues of flame on the ship and smiled. I wonder if they have enough strength to match their courage. The pirates panicked and tried to stomp out the flames with their feet, not understanding why this woman was attacking their ship. Daria Snow White used her signature move, the Burning Tree Dwarf. The flames spread rapidly across the deck. At that moment, our hero sneaked onto the pirate ship. He remained unnoticed. However, Daria's magic continued to rage. Once, with its help, an entire castle was burned to the ground. Our hero was lucky enough to witness this firsthand. The young man saw everything burst into flames in a matter of seconds. The pirates were seized by panic. However, he decided that now was not the time for admiration. He had to fulfill his part of the mission. The young man opened the door and entered the ship's hold. He had work to do and people to save. An armed pirate was sitting guard in the hold. He asked in surprise what was going on. The prisoners whispered that they had probably been attacked by the government fleet and would soon be rescued. The pirate shouted that no matter what was happening outside, these prisoners would never escape. Raymond activated a local lightning spell and instantly knocked the pirate out. He realized that no one had come up from above. That meant there was no reliable information about what was happening. One of the prisoners asked hopefully if this young man had come to rescue them. Raymond confirmed this, but added that it would be safer to stay inside until the pirates returned. The captive bowed his head and whispered that God had heard their prayers. Our hero wondered how many people had been crammed into this cramped cell. The young man was outraged. Did the pirates even sell children as slaves? They were the scum of society. Suddenly, more pirates appeared in the passageway. They shouted, "Who's there?" One of them saw the stranger standing near his fallen comrade. He drew his sword and ordered his men to seize the scoundrel. But our hero didn't wait. He attacked first. "I'll destroy all the pirates here," he said. The protagonist activated Mana Circle 2. Chain Lightning. The discharge swept through the pirates and neutralized them. One of the defeated villains realized that they were facing a mage. Raymond approached the bars and wondered, what kind of cell is this? A voice rang out from the darkness. "Has the mage from the Tower of Fire come for us?" The hero illuminated the room with a glowing ball and saw prisoners behind the bars. They were elves. He realized that they had mistaken him for a mage from the tower because of his emblem. The protagonist dispelled this misconception. He was not yet a member of the tower, though that was not so important. One of the elves said irritably that the man should open the door. Raymond wanted to free them, but the irritation in his companion's voice was beginning to get on his nerves. It was clear from the haughty look that there was an elf behind the bars. The protagonist thought, maybe he should just leave? Someone from deep inside the cell sternly told the elf to shut up and mind his manners. It was an elf named Elo. The other elves also called her that. Elo said that this guy was no ordinary human. His mana was as pure as sunlight. She added that she could smell souls coming from him. The girl explained that this scent literally emanated from him. The protagonist was surprised. What did she mean? One of the elves exclaimed that it was impossible. How could a human smell like souls? Raymond was puzzled and began sniffing himself. Elo called him a mage of the Tower of Fire. One of the elves begged the young man to take them away from there as soon as possible. Raymond thought, the elves, usually prone to doubt, had suddenly changed after her words. Perhaps Elo was their leader? Or was her status much higher than the others? She asked, did the defender defeat all the pirates and bosses? Raymond was surprised. What bosses was she talking about? The bosses were even more powerful than her warriors, who possessed magic. At that moment, a bald pirate with a sword appeared on the deck. He said that the Battle of Lights was certainly nice. The pirate captain smirked. Did his men really wet their pants from such weak attacks? Daria Snow White smiled. The captain himself has come out on deck? This is getting interesting. The woman stepped onto the deck of the pirate ship and headed toward the captain. He asked, decided to close the distance between us yourself? I just want to know who's in charge here, replied the Tower Master. The villain confirmed that he was the captain of the ship. His name was Don Cook. The Tower Master noticed that he was using an armor aura. Were you really a knight? Then what are you doing here? The captain smiled. Does knightly honor feed a family and pay taxes? He added that the Cook brothers earned more from the slave trade than she could ever imagine. Don Cook swung his sword and advanced. At that moment, Raymond told the captives that it had become dangerous, and they needed to be on their guard. There was a loud explosion, and part of the ship's side was blown to pieces. Raymond instantly activated his protective dome and remained unharmed. But he was curious. What was that? At his feet lay the broken pieces of pirate spears. One of the pirates grinned. Managed to protect the prisoners? Not bad. He grabbed his sword and headed toward Raymond. A mage, huh? Interesting ... The hero sensed a strange aura around him. Could he be a knight? Ilo warned, be careful. That man is the ship's vice captain. She added that he was much more dangerous than ordinary pirates. The villain declared that even though Raymond was a mage, he was still a child. He had only knocked out the pirates without killing them. That means they didn't lose, he said. Raymond thought that using fire magic in a wooden hold was too risky. Then he activated Mana Circle 3. Lightning Strike. An attack against the swordsman. The first mate took the hit, but remained standing. At least this guy has a brain, he snorted. However, it became clear that ordinary lightning had no effect on him. Raymond was surprised. It seemed that this man was capable of isolating electricity. A true insulator. Extending his shield, the hero tried to block the next attack, but a crack formed in his defense. Meanwhile, Daria Snow White continued her fight with the pirates, using the spell Wandering Lights. Don Cook remarked, I have to admit, you're good at jumping. Lady Snow White said she had a question. Is your brother a knight too? The captain nodded but added, he's not as impressive. That's good, the woman replied. The Tower Master admitted that she had been worried for nothing. Now she could relax. She activated a new spell. Another fire gnome appeared on the deck. This one has a twist. Now there are 2 of them, she remarked. The more the captain killed them, the more would appear. Daria summoned the Hellfire Gnomes. The entire deck burst into flames. The captain finally realized who he was dealing with. The witch from the Tower of Fire? The first mate looked at Raymond. He blocked my attack. It can't be. According to his calculations, the young man should have been cut in half. Apparently, he had strengthened his body with magic. The vice captain sneered. What does it matter? You're a rat in a trap now. Raymond remembered that he had already met a knight like this in his past life. That knight had destroyed a squad of mercenaries just because one of them had accidentally grazed his shoulder. These memories sent a chill down Raymond's spine. At that time, only a mage who had cast a powerful seal was able to stop him. Now Raymond also cast a seal and activated a protective barrier, shielding the hostages. The captain couldn't break through the armor. His blows were futile. Blocked again, he roared. Raymond activated Mana Circle 2, Wind Arrow. The pirate clutched his stomach. The wound was serious. The hero broke the lock on the grate. Come out, he commanded. Elo thanked the defender. Raymond told the elves that if they were able, they should follow him. The vice captain struggled to his feet and charged at Raymond again. I should have cut your head off right away, he growled. The hero realized that the bullet had hit its target. The pirate was wounded. He turned to the elves. Take all the prisoners and go upstairs. I'll deal with him myself. One of the elves protested. Are you giving us orders? Who are you? We'll do as the defender says, Elo said firmly. The vice captain laughed. Do you really have time to save the slaves? He said that the young man should think about himself first and attacked furiously. Russell activated the protective barrier again. The villain did not stop his attacks, giving no opportunity to counterattack. The elves took advantage of the moment and opened all the cells, freeing the prisoners. Ilo shouted to the defender that everyone was safe. Raymond replied that he would no longer hold back. He would destroy the pirate. Russell activated the flaming spear. The aura around him changed dramatically. He was truly ready to destroy. Meanwhile, on the deck, Don Cook continued his battle with the master of the fire tower. He grumbled, the more of these gnomes I cut down, the more of them appear. What should I do now? The captain wondered what his brother was doing down below. He would only be able to deal with this witch once his brother came back up. Daria Snow White remained out of his reach. He noticed that the deck beneath his feet had cracked. Flames were breaking through from somewhere below. In the next moment, a powerful pillar of fire burst out of the hold. Even Daria Snow White was surprised. The doors flew open and the elves came out. I think I got carried away, she thought. The woman looked down through the hole and saw Raymond there. He had done his part. The system reported. Mission accomplished. The city fleet approached the pirate ship. Confirmation arrived. The captain had been defeated. Patrol boats surrounded the ship. Daria thought to herself, that was a good test. Raymond sat up, holding his stomach. What happened? He muttered. Elo asked him not to move. His mana hadn't recovered yet. It would take time. The Tower Master praised him. Well done. You took on 2 knights all by yourself. I only fought 1, the hero objected. No, 2, she smiled. 2 bald pirates sat on the deck, bound. Elo bowed her head. I owe you my life. She was the chief of the White Ash tribe, and swore that one day she would repay the young man according to the honor of her ancestors. Raymond said he had only done what he had to do as a protector. The elves informed the master that they had checked on the criminals. Daria thanked them. She praised Il for having such kind and worthy subordinates. Raymond noted that the elves were behaving very differently now than they had in the hold. He asked what exactly Elo had meant by those mysterious words behind the bars. Are you talking about the smell of souls? She clarified. Daria listened attentively to the conversation. Elo asked, could it be that you have dragon blood running through your veins? She admitted that the blood of the green dragon flowed through her veins. A drop in the ocean, but even that was enough to attract spirits. Even a small amount of such blood could be sensed. She sensed a similar scent from Raymond, and asked if his blood was mixed in the same way as hers. The Tower Master thought, half dragon? That's why he's getting stronger so fast. Perhaps he would become someone who could shake the very foundations of the kingdom of Endemine, or even the entire world. The ship docked at the shore and the passengers disembarked. Daria suggested that Elo remain in hiding until his mana was restored. The elf nodded. You can stay at my mansion, said the Tower Master. And maybe help with Raymond's training? I agree, Elu replied. If that way I can repay my debt. The master asked the young man, would you like to train? I'd love to, he replied. Excellent, smiled the woman. The carriage is already on its way. The passengers took their seats, and the carriage drove along the coast of the Maldives Sea. After a while, it was announced, we have arrived. Raymond got out and was amazed at how huge the estate was. Daria Snow White told the guests to make themselves at home. The hostess led them inside and showed them the way. It's very nice and beautiful here, said Illy, thanking her for the welcome. Raymond found the place familiar. He had been here before, with his parents. This mansion didn't belong to you, did it? He asked. You're right, the woman replied. It used to belong to a merchant guild. I bought it a few years ago. The young man was right. His family had lived here before. After Raymond's family fell on hard times, the estate was sold for a pittance. He never thought he would return here. A week passed. The mistress invited Elo for a chat. The woman said that the elf had almost completely restored her mana. This was a relief for her. Elo replied that it was all thanks to the lady, the master of the tower. Lady Snow White asked if Ilo could help Russell with his training. Elo clarified whether she meant involving spirits. Snow White confirmed that the girl was right. Ilo asked where Russell was now. The mistress said that she had asked the young man to do something. Raymond fell off a cliff and began to fall rapidly into the water. The young man emerged from the water and thought he had failed again. The Tower Master asked our hero what he had understood when he was fighting the knight. More precisely, what did he need to do? The young man replied, Distance. The two stood on the edge of the cliff with a deep river flowing below. The woman admitted that distance is very important for magicians in battle. The Tower Master told the young man to watch carefully and took a step off the cliff. She said that the young man should think about changing space. The woman's leg was tense, but she did not fall. Lady White. Snow crossed the chasm through the air and landed on the other side of the cliff. She said that it was the magic of bending space. The Tower Master told the young man to now try using Flash to move to the cliff. This would be a very useful skill in the future. The player received a notification about a new mission. He had to learn how to move by studying the space-bending magic, Flash. Raymond once again climbed out of the river onto the top of the cliff and thought that Flash did not depend on which circle he was in. The guy thought that this was magic that could be learned by understanding the logic behind it. There was no other way. Our hero trained again and again. Was it practice of Flash or endurance training? Russell forced himself to concentrate and think about the shrinking space. The young man fell into the river again, and the Tower Master told Russell not to lose hope. "Fall down!" Our hero shouted. "I'm not going to give up." Daria Snow White said that from today, the young man would learn how to make contracts with souls. Elo would help him with this. Elo was glad to be of service. The elf told the young man to slowly close his eyes. This part of the task was not difficult. At that moment, our hero was standing in front of a bonfire. Elo told the boy to imagine something related to fire. The morning or midday sun or burning branches. Anything would do. The protagonist imagined himself blazing in front of the bonfire. Elo said she was impressed. It was the first time she had seen so much pure mana in a human body. Elo added that she would enter his mind and lead the young man with her. Our hero felt himself following the elf. The girl was holding his hand. Most people don't realize it, but the door leading to the spirits is open to everyone. Whether human or elf, this door is accessible to everyone. They were all created by nature. When all goals are united, the door to the spirit world opens. The girl felt strange sensations in the young man's heart. What does all this mean? Could it be hatred? Elo thought she was mistaken. It couldn't be. A bright flash illuminated the bodies of the young people. It was quite unexpected. Raymond opened his eyes and saw the Tower Master standing before him. The woman said that the young man had finally awakened. The boy didn't understand what had happened. It felt as if his mother had suddenly exploded. Raymond was surprised to find himself in a bedroom. Ilo entered the room. The young man asked the elf what had happened to her hand. The girl replied that she was fine. Raymond thought that he should have told her he was sorry. The Tower Master calmed him down. Russell went out to take a walk in the courtyard by the fountain. He needed to organize his thoughts after what had happened. Daria Snow White asked the elf what had happened. The girl replied that it had been frightening. While in Russell's consciousness, they had reached the door to the spirit world. The elf added that they couldn't go any further. A sudden surge of feelings and emotions had prevented them. The girl added that it felt like anger. Elo, after thinking about it, said that it was more like sadness. A deep sadness that even made her wonder what he was hiding. Daria Snow White told the young man that new training would begin today. The woman added that Raymond would be helping the mansion staff throughout the week. He would be doing cleaning, including general cleaning. The Tower Master clarified that she and Lady Alu intended to visit the capital. Elo said goodbye to the young man and told him they would see each other in a week. Raymond was discouraged by this task. Daria Snow White assured him that it was not a punishment. The young man thought that he would quickly clean the house and then practice his flash. The mistress of the house forbade the young man from using magic for the entire week. The protagonist, with a mop in his hand, assessed the scale of the work ahead with a glance. The young man decided that even cleaning could be a form of training, and energetically set to work. After taking a few steps, he slipped and fell to the floor. As he fell, he knocked over a vase of flowers. Raymond sat on the floor near the broken vase. A woman approached him. The housekeeper asked who was cleaning at such a pace. It was Mrs. Daria's favorite vase. The Tower Master told Russell that the cleaning had to go smoothly, and that he should follow the housekeeper's instructions. The woman looked sternly at the scale of the additional work. The housekeeper stated that she had been informed that the young man was forbidden to use magic for the entire week. The woman added that from now on, the young man would tidy up wherever she told him to. The vase, by the way, needed to be held from below. The floor outside the door also needed to be washed. The housekeeper asked if the young man couldn't see the stains on the floor. Raymond believed that this was not just cleaning, but a test of his strength. Comments and instructions rained down continuously. The woman told Mr. Russell that it was time for lunch and that he should follow her. The exhausted young man replied that he would eat later. The housekeeper turned and sternly ordered Russell to follow her. All the servants were having lunch in the kitchen. Raymond thought that there were a lot of people working here. Someone asked the young man his name. The boy looked at the man sitting next to him and said that he was Russell Raymond. The man was surprised. The boy thought that this man knew something about him. The girl sitting opposite said that was incredible. One of the employees approached the young man and said that he looked fit and asked if he could touch his muscles. Raymond was startled. The man laughed and said it was a joke. Everyone present laughed. Raymond mentally reassured himself. It would only last a week. It must be another test. The young man could have finished this test much faster if he had used magic. At the end of the workday, the housekeeper said that everyone had done well. All the men were poured a glass of foamy alcoholic beverage. Raymond decided to try the refreshing drink, but immediately received a slap on the back of the head. The young man couldn't help himself and spat out everything he had just swallowed. Raymond asked the man next to him why he had been hit. The worker explained that Raymond was still too young for such drinks. You could break your teeth if you drank it. The protagonist completely forgot that he was still an apprentice here. He confused it with his days as a mercenary. The housekeeper said it was bad to drink without a snack. Everyone raised their glasses to the health of the new member of the family. The next day, everything happened again. The protagonist was already more confident with the mop. In the garden, the young man tended to the flowers and other plants. Time flew by quickly. Sitting by the fountain, Russell thought that the week was about to end. However, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The housekeeper appeared nearby and asked the young man if he liked the place very much. Raymond did not expect to see her and greeted her. The housekeeper asked how many times a day Russell greeted her. The young man smiled. Did he really do it that often? He hadn't thought about it. The woman asked if there was a reason why Russell always came here. The young man said that this place reminded him of certain people. The housekeeper had heard that magicians could teleport. Couldn't the young man just go to them? Russell replied that teleportation was difficult, and those people were now in a place he couldn't reach. The housekeeper said that tomorrow was his last day of cleaning and that he should give it his all until the very end. The woman admitted that she didn't know much about magic, but Russell seemed like a good person to her. The housekeeper added that even if he didn't become a talented magician, she would still like to keep him on as a cleaner. The young man promised to think about her offer. Exactly 1 week later, a carriage pulled up to the gates of the estate. Lady Master of the Tower had returned. The woman asked how things were going. Illy asked if Russell had been able to relax. The boy replied that everything was fine. Daria Snow White suggested that the hero step aside. The woman said that he had been through a lot that week. The mistress of the estate explained that the search for a cure that could fully restore Lady Ilo's mana had taken a long time. Mana is special for elves. Lady Snow White said that she had checked something in the archives. This mansion had previously belonged to the Raymond family. Lady Ilo said she had detected a surge in the young man's heart. It was because of this that he had been unable to enter the spiritual world. The woman asked if he felt resentment or anger, perhaps sadness. Raymond replied that he felt all of those things. The woman said that it reminded her of their first meeting. At that time, the young man was working on developing his magic on his own. Now she thinks that he was a loner trying to revive his family. Mrs. White said, "Let this mansion belong to Russell Raymond." The young man was surprised. What did the Tower Master mean? The woman clarified that she was not giving it away for free. Russell must become a military mage of the Tower of Fire and bear the title of Defender of the Country. After that, he would be able to earn a lot of money and buy back the property. Daria Snow White told the young man not to suffer alone. Ilo stated that last time, when she reached the door of the shower, she did not wake him up, but only guided him with her unconscious mana. This time, they would go together. Raymond was frightened. What if he hurt her again? The elf replied that they had bought a lot of medicine, so everything would be fine. Raymond pointed out that that wasn't what he meant. Ilo told the boy to close his eyes and think of her, just like last time. Then she would wake up in his consciousness. Ilo asked the young man if he could see her after he passed out. The boy understood what his pure mana looked like. Ilo said that, just like last time, everything had gone smoothly until a certain point. The storm had not yet subsided. Moving forward was still problematic, especially with the surge right in front of them. Russell took a few steps toward the stream. Ilo was frightened, grabbed his arm, and said that he couldn't do that. The young man returned. It was dangerous for him to even think about it. Disturbing thoughts filled the hero's mind. Graduation from the academy, choosing the tower, restoring his family, avenging his father. Raymond apologized. He couldn't just get rid of these thoughts. The young man remembered the housekeeper who had said that he was an obedient boy. The woman told the lady of the house that she hadn't left the boy alone for a minute. The young man couldn't get rid of these memories. However, he said he could jump over it. The protagonist decided to think about the distortion of space and approached the very edge. A torrent raged ahead. Il warned him. It was dangerous. He shouldn't go near it. Since he said that everything would be fine, even if he fell, it meant that he wasn't alone. There was a flash, and the young man was on the other side of the stream. Ilo couldn't believe her eyes. The savior had really done it. A bright light awaited him ahead. Raymond received a notification. Mission accomplished. The boy asked what to do now that he had jumped. Ilo told him to go to the glowing door in front of him. She could still talk to him because their mana was connected. Raymond received a notification about a new mission, to sign a contract with a spirit. Ilo told Russell to put his hand on the door. He asked what would happen. The girl replied that it all depended on the spirit. No one knows which soul would respond. He might not be chosen at all. The savior must keep his hand there and wait. Daria Snow White thought that was all they could do now. A huge red dragon appeared before the young man. They looked at each other with interest. The protagonist was grateful for the trials that had led him to this moment. The young man opened his eyes and saw a small red creature in front of him. Could this be the spirit? Ilo congratulated the defender. Daria Snow said that this wasn't the only thing they had to celebrate. Raymond thought, could this really be the fourth circle? The young man's soul floated in a stream of fire. The Tower Master said that the young man had overcome a huge barrier in his mind. A small creature climbed onto Russell's head. Ilo suggested that it was not an ordinary spirit. Ilo asked how the boy would name it. Once he gave it a name, the contract would be complete. Russell suggested calling it Pepper. It was short for pepperoni. Daria White said that in honor of this, they would begin special training tomorrow. She would teach a lesson about spirits. Raymond said he would look forward to it. The hero looked at the red creature and said he was very happy to meet him. A month passed. It was time for the towers to accept students. The teachers lined up in 2 rows. One of the professors asked how many graduates would be selected this year. His colleague replied that everything had already been decided. The judge of the White Royal Tower stepped out of the carriage. Each tower had already chosen a student to teach for the entire semester. The judge of the Yellow Royal Tower arrived. If they weren't chosen, who else would be? The judge of the Royal Tower of Spearmen arrived. The teacher told his colleague that he was right, so they should help these kids. After all, it was for the good of the academy. Professor Hubert was indignant. What kind of professors only help their favorites? The judge of the Royal Tower of Fire is also here. Vermilion Olsen. Professor Hubert was surprised. What was this man doing here? Had he forgotten him? If he came here as a judge, it means he doesn't want to choose Russell. But where is Russell? The young man hurried as fast as he could and was about to arrive at the scene. The boy stopped on the roof of a neighboring building. He was almost late. Vermilion Olsen grinned and thought that the day promised to be fun. He wanted to enjoy breaking this Raymond. Russell, leaving the estate, thanked the women for their invaluable help. The young man expressed his hope that the elf's journey home would be pleasant. The girl thanked her protector. Russell promised the housekeeper that he would definitely return. The young man said he would return when the mansion belonged to him. Until then, he asked the housekeeper to take care of the place. Russell said that he hadn't spent much time here, but now he owed a lot to many of these women. Daria Snow asked if the young man really didn't need a carriage. The young man replied that he had to run so he wouldn't be late. The lady of the house handed him an envelope and asked him to give the letter to Professor Hubert. In his office, the professor said that the young man had arrived just in time. That was good. The teacher warned that he would not be able to help Russell in the qualifying competitions because he had an urgent matter to attend to. The young man said not to worry about it. He hoped he would manage. Professor Hubert warned the young man not to settle scores with Olsen. Russell Raymond had to be the best in the qualifying tournament. The boy was sure he would succeed. The first round of the qualifying competition was announced, a written exam. Raymond thought that a written exam would be easy for him. He had taken several in his previous life. If there was anything to worry about, it was the teacher's letter. After that, Professor Hubert's business trips became so frequent that he sometimes didn't have time to teach his own classes. Shortly thereafter, when he went on vacation, Professor Hubert passed away. Russell Raymond never fully understood what had happened. Perhaps it was a difficult task even for a high-ranking magician of the Tower of Fire. The professor announced that Russell Raymond had achieved the best result in the written exam. He received the highest grade. Our hero wondered if he could have prevented the professor's death. It was announced that the second stage of the selection interviews would begin soon. The professor invited Russell Raymond. The young man decided that he would succeed because the evidence was right before his eyes. In his previous life, he did not remember Olsen coming to the qualifying tournament as a judge. The protagonist decided that he had changed the future, so he had to enroll in the fire tower and prevent the professor's death. Raymond decided that he needed to win the recognition of all the judges. One of the judges said that when they ask a question, the young man must answer clearly and concisely. The first question was asked. It concerned a formula created 300 years ago by the magician Orugan Gon. The young man replied that in order to change the formula, it was necessary to apply the concept of the cyclical nature of materials. Our hero noted that the questions in the interview were even easier than those in the written exam. However, there was another task in the second stage. A bright light flashed before our hero's eyes. It came from the judge's table. The guy had to withstand the judge's mana. In his previous life, our hero always failed the test at this stage. However, this time everything turned out differently. The young man said that by changing the proportions of the ingredients in the medicine, its effectiveness could be tripled. The judges were amazed by this answer. The young man's expression did not change even under the intense flow of mana. Vermilion Olsen smiled and increased the flow of mana emanating from him. His colleague, a judge from the Yellow Royal Tower, thought that Olsen had truly lost his mind. How could he emit mana at such a rate? The candidate could die. However, our hero was unshakable. The judges noted that he was doing well. Even the novice professors could barely withstand the flow of mana. Olsen didn't expect the young man to survive. The judge of the Royal Tower of Spearmen thought that this guy was a genius. He approached Olsen and said that they still had many candidates ahead of them. It was time to stop for now. Vermilion sighed and said that he had only just begun to enjoy himself. What a pity. The protagonist thought that he had survived and passed the test. The judge praised the young man and said he did well. Russell was free to go. Raymond sat in the waiting room and breathed a sigh of relief. Our hero did not expect to do so well. However, he understood that things would not be easy with Olsen. After the test, the judges discussed the fact that Mrs. Firetower had her eye on Russell Raymond. Everyone wanted him for themselves. The judge asked Olsen if he wanted to take the young man as his apprentice. Olsen asked if anyone really thought this guy would become his successor. Vermilion said that he would not allow weak students into his ranks. If even one weakling falls, everyone will suffer because of him. The third round of the qualifying test began. This time, the test was called Treasure Hunt. In the wild forest on the mountain, the contestants had to find green mana crystals. The number of points earned depended on the number of crystals found and the contestants' place in the race. Raymond thought that now everyone would frantically try to steal crystals from each other. Russell wondered whether the senior judge, Olsen, would recognize him if he made it through the third round of the qualifying competitions. The starting signal was given, and all the participants ran into the forest. Our hero entered the forest and thought that there was only one thing he could do. But was it worth summoning the spirit now? The young man apologized to Pepper. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. However, magic was forbidden at school. Raymond asked Pepper if he could help him. The boy said that they needed to find crystals scattered throughout the forest. Our hero had heard that spirits from the world of mana were good at tracking even the slightest traces of magic. Raymond told Pepper that he was ready to follow him in search of the crystals. Pepper finally found what he was looking for. A sign on a tree indicated that they were moving in the right direction. The hooded man grabbed the other man by the collar and asked where the mage was with whom he had made a deal. The man said he didn't know. He had just sold him the raw materials for the ritual. The masked man asked if he knew that these materials were intended for a pagan spell. The man was very frightened. Of course, he knew nothing about it. The masked stranger said that helping the cult was tantamount to betraying the kingdom. He added that he was asking for the last time. Where had the magician gone? The man replied again that he did not know. The frightened man added that he had heard only one thing. The creature that burned people alive had taken a disciple, and now it was going to test the apprentice's strength. The stranger thought, if the cult members had something against that woman, then they must be talking about the teacher. Russell was in danger. The stranger took off his mask. It was Professor Hubert. Professor Hubert decided that the entire selection test was in danger. They had to hurry. One of the test participants was moving through the forest in search of these stones, but he couldn't find any crystals. He couldn't even conjure up light because he might become a target. The young man saw a strange creature sitting under a tree not far ahead. What could it be? He admitted that the creature scared him. Could it be another candidate? The young man assumed that something had happened to this candidate. Although there was nothing strange about that, after all, it was a competition. The young man stopped, assuming that the creature sitting there might have mana stones. He had to check. The guy looked back and saw that the creature had disappeared. What was going on? A skeleton with glowing eyes appeared behind the young man. A loud scream echoed through the forest. Raymond followed Pepper and came out into a clearing in the forest. In the middle of the clearing lay a bag of crystals. Our hero approached and wondered why all the mana stones were in one place. Raymond sensed that something was wrong. Among the crystals, the young man found the golem's core. However, it was broken. Russell had a feeling that the core had been broken before the golem was summoned. Who could have done this? Pepper saw the broken golem core and, enraged, growled menacingly. Raymond used his skills obtained from earth magic. Raymond directed energy charges toward the light magic. Pepper, enraged, released a huge burst of flame. The young man thought that more than one person was involved with these crystals. Russell thanked Pepper for his excellent work. Our hero looked around and saw that some people had appeared around him. He wondered who they were and why the honorary students chosen by the tower were using such low tactics. One of the students told the young man to shut up immediately. How could he have found the mana stones first? The student was sure that they were the only ones who knew the location of these stones. One of the female students saw Pepper and thought he was a ghost. Now it was clear how this guy had found the stones so quickly. Russell Raymond had been hiding such abilities from everyone. Our hero wondered what was so special about finding them so quickly. Does anyone really think he couldn't find these stones in the forest? Raymond suggested that one of the students might have secretly bribed the professors. One of the students decided that Russell wasn't stupid, since he had figured it out. Our hero stated that he had no desire to interfere in their affairs. And they should not interfere with him either. He added that if these people didn't leave, they might regret it. One of the students saw Pepper and realized that this guy was not to be trifled with. Raymond asked the students if their professors who had helped them had said they would get rid of the golem. A female student came closer and said that they too had decided it was strange. Everyone present felt someone approaching. The students were surprised. How did the dead get into the competition area? That's impossible. One of the students got scared and said he had to run away. However, there was nowhere to run. The clearing was surrounded by monsters. A wall of fire formed around the students to keep the dead from approaching. Raymond said that this was fourth circle magic. Everyone had to stand on either side and defend their part of the barrier if a dead person broke through. The frightened students said they would do as he said. Their will was completely broken. One of the students thought that if they fought Russell, something bad would happen. However, something bad had already happened. The dead began to break through the fiery barrier. Our hero declared that the wall of fire was only a temporary protection. It was necessary to find the sorcerer. The people outside said that it was the young man from the Tower of Fire. I wonder how long he will last. The dead, passing through the wall of fire, began to burn but continued to move. Raymond struck and broke the skull of one of the dead. Our hero thought that all this was being orchestrated by heretics, using forbidden magic and the creatures of treason they summoned. In the past, the master had subjugated heretics. Were these the same ones? What did they want to do? Why did they come here? Our hero assumed that they had come for him and prepared to fight back. Raymond decided that now was the time to focus on the fight. The magic they were using was a type of curse. It was magic that consumed little mana. But the longer it lasted, the worse the victim's condition became. Russell told the students to conserve their mana. They should try to reduce the number of long-range attacks and aim for their weak spots. One of the students said that the judges should arrive soon anyway, so they should just hold out. A female student objected that the judges would not come. It was impossible that the chosen judges from the main magic tower would not notice such weak energy. Perhaps the attackers had used a seal to erase all traces of mana. A frightened student said that in that case, they would have to fight the undead alone. One of the young men asked if there was any point in fighting if they had to conserve mana anyway. The student didn't understand why his comrades were following Russell's instructions. The man outside thought that these students were not stupid. They had started conserving their mana. One of the spellcasters said that this boy was indeed a student of that cursed woman. I wonder what they'll do if they find themselves in a situation where they can't save mana. A monster of a completely different level emerged from the fire. It didn't look like ordinary undead. The young people were frightened. A troll appeared from the flames in front of them. Raymond immediately activated his ice field. The next moment, the troll was attacked by a crystal beam. Raymond activated Russell's attack, Flaming Spear. This required maximum effort. The spellcasters were astonished. How could this guy take down a troll with one blow? One of the students thought that Raymond's magic rivaled the destructive power of the fifth circle. Could this guy really be an ordinary academy student? Pepper circled above the forest, searching for a target. The spellcasters saw the spirit, but it was too late. They had been spotted. Our hero realized where the spellcasters were hiding and prepared to fire a fire arrow. The mage's body was activated. The student didn't understand what Russell was about to do. Our hero declared that now it was his turn to attack. The frightened spellcasters thought they needed to dodge. How had they been discovered? One of the spellcasters ordered the undead to shield them from the attack. The weapon flew straight to its target, and a powerful explosion rang out. Everything was engulfed in flames. The surviving spellcaster thought that this woman had raised a monster. He said that it had been prepared for the judges, but it would have to be used against the students instead. Russell saw that the undead had taken the students hostage and were threatening to kill them. The ring was closing in, and the armed undead with their captives were approaching the rest of the students in the center. One of the teachers told Professor Hubert that only the judges could enter. Professor Hubert turned to his older brother, Ulson. Ulson declared that the mission was complete. Hubert objected that the occultists were right there on the competition grounds. The professor added that the occultists had come for Russell Raymond, and that the candidates for the qualifying competitions were also in danger. Ulson was outraged. How dare they cause trouble right behind his back? One of the occultists ordered that no one touch the students if they didn't want consequences. The spellcaster threatened that in that case, all the prisoners would be destroyed and turned into undead soldiers. Russell realized that the occultists had tied up the students to prevent them from casting spells. He thought, if he couldn't stop the occultist even with a spear, they would all die. The main villain told the young man not to resist and to come closer. Raymond was once again convinced that he was the occultist's target. The ring on his finger vibrated and began to emit intense energy. The spellcaster acknowledged that it was impressive. He hadn't thought the young man was willing to sacrifice himself for others. Raymond thought that these were not friends. They called him weak if he was weak, and they called him strong when he was strong. These people were just jealous of each other. Raymond said that the spellcaster might not understand. The mission of a guardian is to protect people. One of the occultists declared that in a world where the strong rule over the weak, there is no place for justice. Those are just the loud words of a weakling. Raymond replied that this was the talk of someone who had attacked from behind. He didn't have the courage to commit a crime with his own hands. The villain admitted that the young man was right and said that he would destroy him personally. At that moment, the undead attacked from behind. The occultist stepped closer and said that he was standing before a child of the Tower of Fire. What a pity that he would not hear his screams. But there was no choice. Raymond knew that there was magic that did not need to be spoken aloud. It was enough to say it in your mind. The young man completed his mission and received a ring as a reward. It was the magic of the artifact. The heavenly ring transforms into a thundercloud when necessary. Its power will be revealed as its owner grows. A storm was indeed gathering in the sky, and lightning flashed. The spellcaster stood before Raymond with his magical spear. He said that the young man's death would be the beginning of their revenge. Raymond thought that the rolling thunder would destroy their enemies. The lightning call was activated. The students saw lightning strike the undead. Our hero himself became the source of the lightning. The enemies around him were neutralized and lay on the ground. A female student said she couldn't believe Russell had thought to use the artifact's magic in such a situation. She added that they needed to call the judges as soon as possible. Raymond thought that everyone needed help now. He said that the judges would arrive soon because his friend would lead them there. Pepper left markers in the forest so they could find their way. From a bird's eye view, the route through the forest to the clearing was visible. The protagonist guessed that the ring in the sky was using way more mana than he thought. One of the occultists, lying on the ground, began to utter something. It was a call to a large skeleton. An undead creature of incredible size appeared and roared loudly. Our hero thought that this creature was significantly stronger than Fifth Circle magic. Everyone needed to flee into the forest immediately. One of the students decided that he needed to run as fast as he could. Raymond noticed a bag of crystals. The girl asked Russell why he wasn't running away. What was he going to do? Russell replied that the monster had decided to take them with him, and he was the only one who could stop it until the judges arrived. The student thought that Russell might run out of mana by the time they arrived. What was he planning? Our hero realized that this monster's attack couldn't be blocked with a shield. Even one missed blow was a big threat. The monster was attacked by the young man, but it remained standing and prepared a counterattack. Raymond thought he had definitely hit the undead, but it wasn't enough. Fighting this monster was too difficult. The monster's tail was also dangerous. It resembled a guillotine blade. The student attacked the monster and helped our hero avoid being hit by its tail. She said that Russell had saved her, and now she was repaying the debt. She added that she couldn't just abandon Russell and leave him to be torn apart by the monster. As Russell had said, this was the mission of a protector. The young man with the crystals wondered why all the students were going back to the monster. He wondered if they had lost their minds. If anything happened to them, he would not be responsible. The young man was attacked, lost his balance, and fell. He realized that it was a sacrifice spell. The huge monster tried to attack his colleagues. Where did this skeleton come from? The student thought that Raymond had become a good ally. He had done a lot to save them. He noticed that Russell and the other students had gathered together. The young man approached Russell and apologized for taking so long to gather. However, that wasn't part of our hero's plan. He reactivated the flaming spear and said that if the students wanted to fight alongside him, he wouldn't stop them. But if they wanted to survive and win, they had to listen to him carefully. The protagonist said he would create a crack in the skeleton, and everyone else should strike at the same time. As hard as they could. He struck, but damaged his hand in the process. He had to activate the flaming spear again and repeat the attack. The judges rushed to help. They could clearly see the path Pepper had indicated. Raymond decided that for the sake of his mission as a defender, and to fight this skeleton, he had to become stronger. He understood that all hope rested on him, and that he had to protect the others with the flame spear. The students attacked the monster in unison to increase the damage. Ulson arrived at the clearing and saw the huge monster. But what were these students trying to do? Vermilion Ulson had always believed that fragile people were weak. If one fell, the others would fall because of his weakness. He saw the flame spear activate. Who was the one who initiated it? Ulson reconsidered his worldview. If a fragile person fights, others may follow. The huge skeleton was partially destroyed, but the battle was not over yet. Ulson decided to do his part and finish off the monster. However, Raymond did not give him the chance and dealt with the monster himself. He said that if Ulson was going to come, he should have done so sooner. Professor Hubert patted the young man on the shoulder and said he had done well. The protagonist woke up in a hospital ward. Professor Hubert was sitting next to his bed. He said that the other candidates were all fine, thanks to the young man. The teacher added that if Russell hadn't been there, all the candidates could have died. The young man replied that they had also helped him. It was a joint effort. The professor was surprised. Wasn't the young man interested in the test results? Why wasn't he asking any questions? There was a lot of information to consider. The judges deliberated for a long time. Since the attack by the heretics, the test had lost its meaning. In this situation, teamwork became more important than the competition itself. Taking this into account, the selection committee reached a unanimous decision. In this qualifying test, Russell Raymond should receive the highest score. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised. The highest score meant a lot. The young man realized that he could finally graduate from the academy. Daria Snow White said that after the attack by the heretics, an investigation had begun to find out who was behind it. Soon they would find out where the legs were growing. And to be honest, there was more than one heretic. Professor Hubert, upon hearing the young man's story, was surprised. Was he really not alone? The surviving spellcaster swore that he would definitely get even with the young man for this humiliation. He would never forgive the newcomer to the Tower of Fire. Olsen entered the room and reported that they had lost the occultist. Vermilion asked the professor to leave him alone with the young man, just for a moment. Olsen said that Russell must have been exhausted from fighting the heretics, since he had to fight such weaklings. He added that he believed that being fragile meant being weak, and his opinion had not changed. Raymond replied that he agreed, but that the weak existed so that the strong could protect them, and become stronger themselves. And the weak, being protected by the strong, strive to become stronger. Therefore, no one is left behind. Everyone moves forward. Olsen said that was a good answer and asked the young man to open the scroll. It was the robe of the Tower of Fire. Vermilion warned Russell not to get too excited just yet. To join the Tower of Fire, he had to pass one more test, even though the cloud tests were already complete. Olsen explained that this was an ancient tradition. The judge of the Flame Royal Tower told Russell to try to push him outside the circle he had drawn. Any magic could be used. Vermilion added that if the guy forced him out of the circle, he would be considered the winner. But if he lost, Russell would pay the price. The protagonist clarified. Could he really use any magic? He already had a plan in mind. Raymond activated his unique abilities, summoning lightning, and Olsen was forced to engage him in battle for the circle. Olsen was surprised. He had defense higher than the 5th circle, but this boy was able to push him back. Professor Hubert approached and asked what was going on between the two of them. Why was the judge of the Flame Royal Tower tormenting Russell, whose body had not yet recovered? Olsen calmly replied that it was their ancient tradition. Hubert remarked that only old people say such things. Olsen became angry and admitted that he said that to discipline the young man in advance. The professor remarked that if the boy was disciplined even more, the entire academy would fall apart. Hubert apologized to Russell for the judge, but the young man said it was all right. Olsen declared that in any case, only Raymond had passed the test. Vermilion Olsen had no idea that the young man was using a magical artifact to summon a spirit. Russell admitted that he had summoned a spirit named Pepper. Wearing a university robe, the young man finished his speech, expressing his hope that everyone would receive mana enlightenment. Professor Hubert said that it was a fitting speech for the best student. Hubert asked if the young man had a place to stay in the capital. The young man replied that he wanted to rent a small room on the outskirts. The professor said that there was no need to do that. The young man could stay with him, because as long as he had a contract with the academy, he would not be returning. Russell asked if he would be a bother to the professor. Hubert replied that he had never used the house he had bought from his teacher. Raymond remembered the Tower Master's words about the high cost of the estate. Russell received a notification about a new mission. He had to find a point on the map and complete the task. He looked at the map and thought he knew exactly where it was. The Forbidden Island where no one dares to set foot. Kulil Island. This island was filled with magical beasts, and only mages of the 6th circle or higher could enter. It was a very dangerous place. Russell thought it sounded interesting, but what did they want from him this time? The protagonist heard a voice that said, the king's horns were with the young man. The guy thought that the voice wanted him to become stronger. Or to become stronger and do something? In his dream, Raymond was again bound by chains on his hands and feet, radiating a huge amount of energy. When he woke up, he saw Pepper next to him. The protagonist said that he needed to become stronger to protect the weak, and Pepper agreed. Ulsen asked if it was Russell's first time in the capital. The young man replied that he had already been there. Russell wanted to ask his elder, was Professor Hubert's mission related to the heretics? If not, why did the professor return immediately during the heretics' attack? Olsen said that the boy was quite clever. The professor really had to find the Heretic Society. Although it was difficult to call it a society, it was more of a secret organization. Russell said he wanted to help the professor. Olsen laughed. Did Russell really want to find the heretics? He didn't even understand what he was talking about, but Olsen thought the young man wasn't bluffing. He really did have a very confident look in his eyes. The judge of the Tower of Fire said that men should have big dreams, and that was a good thing. He promised to talk to the master. Olsen added that this would only happen if the young man learned one spell before arriving in the capital. The spell was called Overheat. The judge added that this magic destroys with a single blow. Olsen told Russell to imagine pulling back his mana and shooting it like a slingshot. Raymond replied that he would try, but that it would require concentration. The protagonist moved to the roof of the carriage and tried to complete the task even while it was moving. Our hero was focused and practiced, constantly sending mana away from himself at tremendous speed. Finally, the task was completed. A huge depression appeared in the rock, which was the result of the mana's impact on the rock. Olsen thought that this young man had exceeded his expectations. He didn't think the guy would add his elemental magic to the overheating. Had anyone ever seen such a talented young man before? He said that his hand was shaking after the exercise. Olsen assumed that he already understood that overheating consumed a lot of mana, and that caution was needed after use, otherwise he could be attacked. Raz suggested that it should not be used against strong opponents. Vermilion replied that this was not always the case. The best defense is a good offense. A strong opponent could appear at any moment. However, strong opponents tend to underestimate those who are weaker than them. When they lower their guard, that's when the trump card up your sleeve will determine the outcome of the battle. Raymond thanked the Tower Master and said that he was here thanks to her. Daria Snow White congratulated the young man on joining the Tower of Fire. The woman said that the young man's arrival coincided with that of the Master of the Spear Tower. It was Melville Hemingway, Master of the Spear Tower. Next to him was Alan Page, a mage of the Spear Tower. The old man said he understood why Daria had chosen this particular day. The Tower Master wanted to show off her new apprentice. The woman agreed with this statement because this guy had already become a hero who had defeated heretics. Daria White said that the Master of the Tower of Spears should not reproach her for boasting. Our hero thought that Alan Page would become the youngest Sixth Circle in a few years. He was an incredible genius. In his previous life, he had helped our hero a lot. Russell didn't think they would meet again in this way. Melville Hemingway said that he simply couldn't help but boast. Hemingway said that Alan was stronger. Snow White said that her student was younger. Alan said that their master doesn't usually behave like that. However, when he is around Ms. Daria, the child in him awakens. Alan Page added that the master simply misses his youth. The old man said that wasn't true. Alan Page added that the teacher needed to return to the palace. The students shook hands, said goodbye, and wished each other luck. Russell said he was a little disappointed. He thought he would be able to show off his magic. The master laughed and said that the young man was brave. But where did he get such confidence? The protagonist felt the influence of the Spear Tower Master's mana. Where did such power come from? The boy felt as if he were in the ocean. He didn't think anything could surprise him anymore in this life. Melville Hemingway proposed a wager to the Master of the Tower of Fire. The old man said that if her student could catch up with his student in 5 years, she would win. In that case, he would give her a mythical relic. Mythical relics are artifacts that have existed since the forgotten times of myths. Even the weakest rivers contain mana around the 7th circle. Daria Snow said that 3 years would be enough for her. If her student did not catch up in 3 years, she would give him the mythical relic. The old man laughed and said that there was no turning back. The woman remarked that Melville could say goodbye to the relic in advance. Hemingway told Page that they were leaving, and that was enough of a greeting. Page bowed to the Master of the Tower of Fire and said it was time for them to leave. Page asked the old man if he could put the mythical relic up for sale. The master replied that he certainly could not do that. That's why Alan should try. The young man said he would try, especially since he was older. Olsen remarked that the young man had found himself an adventure on his first day. Was Alan his friend? Daria Snow asked if, according to Olsen, the young man wanted to help find the cult members. The young man confirmed this. The Tower Master said that this was timely. She had almost received a report from the spies. The spies had found traces of the cult members who had attacked the academy. Sudra is a neutral city. This city is a haven for criminals. The cultist is trying to escape alone. The protagonist thought that the villain had chosen a good place to escape. Daria Snow said that since the young man had personally encountered the criminal, it would be easier for him to track him down. However, he will most likely be ready to defend himself again. Is Russell willing to take the risk? Raymond declared that he would fulfill his duty as guardian of the kingdom. The woman said that the young man could leave tomorrow morning. She would prepare the gate for him. He must not forget to take supplies with him. Russell thought it was good that she had allowed him to do so. It seemed like the first step toward saving Professor Hubert from certain death. The protagonist, already in the carriage, couldn't believe he had been given 2 potions of the highest rank. They were too expensive for him, even in his previous life. Although the Tower Master had given permission for this mission, she must have been worried, as he was the youngest. Raymond decided to visit the Louvre Museum again. The dragon's heart was in front of the young man. He thought that this was where his journey through time had begun. All this time, our hero wondered why such a miracle had happened to him. He came to his own conclusion. It was for his growth and so that he could protect more people. A notification about a new mission appeared. It was necessary to protect the Heart of the Dragon people, which was kept in the museum. A great effort was needed to justify the transfer of items belonging to the royal family. It was difficult, but not impossible. Our hero felt something he had felt before. A sense of his magic growing stronger in critical moments. Why did his eyes turn dragon-like? It's probably because his power showed up during the fire trial. Russell thought that if only he could control it at will. The young man thought he could increase his power by adding overheating to his dragonification. This could be a dangerous blow close to the 6th circle. However, the problem was that the young man didn't know how to make it happen. After all, the power only manifested when he was in danger. Russell understood that he didn't have time to train because of his mission, but even with regular training, he couldn't achieve this. No matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't just pick it up and feel it. Raymond thought that Pepper wanted to say he was ready to help him. Pepper climbed onto Russell's head. The young man assumed the lotus position. The protagonist felt like he was somewhere else. It was the spirit world where he first met Pepper. Time didn't flow the same way here as it did outside. It was the perfect place to train. However, he needed a sparring partner. Our hero raised his head and saw a huge dragon above him. Could it be Pepper? He said he was very grateful to Pepper for his help. However, fighting him was a little awkward. However, the young man's worries were in vain. Pepper transformed and became human-like. Raymond asked Pepper to do him a favor. The captain was informed that the heretics had escaped from the city. Should they go after them? The captain ordered everyone to gather on the deck immediately. Jackson needed to report to the tower that the situation had changed. The captain said that Daria's apprentice would arrive soon. He would not let him take away his chance to play. The captain told his assistants to follow him. 3 days have passed. The apprentice of the Tower of Fire must arrive soon. An urgent report came from Sudra. The Fire Tower scouts were missing. Passers-by wondered what this young man was doing there. Raymond thought that without the teleportation gate, it would take him quite a long time to get to Sudra, about a week. However, thanks to his training in the spirit world, where time stands still, it felt like a month had passed for our hero. Raymond, of course, had mastered dragonification. Our hero thought that he still had some problems to solve. At that moment, he was holding a fiery spear in his hands. First, he was concerned about its short duration, only 15 seconds. Second, our hero was concerned about recharging. After using it, he was defenseless, as if he had overheated. The guy was stopped by a man with a wooden bat in his hand. The stranger asked if the kid was lost. The man said he could help the young man. Raymond said that it was a big coincidence. After a while, the man took our hero to the address he had given him. The stranger, no longer holding the bat, but with abrasions on his face, said that this was Yellow Wyvern. Our hero entered the tavern and said hello. The bartender asked what the young man wanted. Russell ordered a cocktail made with 37-year-old Selene and 12-year-old Briggs. The man next to him thought this guy was crazy. How could he drink a cocktail with 70% alcohol? Our hero knew that such a cocktail could actually kill you. However, it was the secret code of the Tower of Fire. The bartender couldn't believe that the contact was so young. Raymond received his order and exchanged glances with the bartender. The young man activated a protective barrier. It was sound magic. Now the other patrons couldn't hear them. The bartender said he was Jackson, a mage of the Tower of Fire. He was working under the cover of the Yellow Wyvern. Our hero also introduced himself and suggested they step aside for a moment. Raymond asked if it was true that a scouting party had disappeared 3 days ago. Jackson confirmed it. The last they heard, the scouts had headed for the desert ruins. Russell asked if they had fallen into a trap. Jackson replied that they were not the type to act recklessly. The protagonist asked the bartender if he had a map to the desert ruins. He had to save the scouts. Jackson said that this was not a place to go alone. The ruins where they disappeared were close to the Empire and very dangerous. Raymond suggested that Jackson didn't believe him. The bartender said they should wait for reinforcements. Russell said he could go there himself. The bartender had heard that this guy had recently reached the 4th circle. However, that was at least 5th level magic, and this guy wielded it with ease. Jackson said that perhaps he had been too hasty and would show the young man the way to the ruins. The cultist reported to his boss that he had left traces as ordered. The boss said that was excellent. He could already smell their blood. Our hero was exhausted from the heat. If he had known it would be like this, he would have practiced ice magic here. Russell arrived at the designated location and thought it was larger than he had imagined. There were many passages around the building, all leading inside. If he had just needed to find the heretics, he would have blown up the ruins completely. However, they might have hostages now. The young man surveyed the area outside and decided that he would have to go inside. However, the place was probably littered with traps. The protagonist decided to find a special way to get inside. Raymond thought he would take the most unexpected route. The young man climbed down through an opening in the tower. Once inside and looking around, our hero realized that, fortunately, there were no traps here. On the wall was a huge fresco depicting a dragon and a black-haired warrior. Who were they fighting? Suddenly, a bunch of people showed up in the room. One of them said that this was pretty unexpected. He couldn't believe that the young guy from the academy had followed him. However, if the boy came here on his own, he wouldn't have to waste his strength searching for him. As a reward, this young man would be granted death. Raymond said that this occultist was talking too much, considering how far he had run. The villain said that he was a very confident boy. Skeletons armed with swords attacked our hero. These were the bodies of elite warriors who had died on the battlefield. They were much stronger than the skeletons from the previous battle. The occultist said that this place would become the young man's grave. Our hero activated a wall of fire around himself, and once again became untouchable to his enemies. The occultist said that it was the same magic again. The young man assured him that it was something new. Our hero had not only trained in dragonification, he expanded the firewall spell and added a vector to its formula. The tension grew, and the undead did not dare to approach, realizing that they had no chance of getting inside. The fire began to spread, increasing in size. The occultist realized that his army had been destroyed. All the skeletons burned to ashes. Raymond emerged from behind the wall of fire and said that now he would deal with the occultist. The villain was surprised at how this guy had managed to pass through the fire and locate him. Had he used detection magic at the same time? Raymond told his opponent that it was too late to run now. The occultist was wounded and therefore unable to move quickly. Russell said that this guy could surrender and save his life. His opponent said he couldn't do that. His soul didn't belong to him. He had sold everything, even the souls of his family. The occultist shouted that he had given everything he had. The warriors entered the room through a hole in the tower. They used the demonic claw and nightmare tail. The woman said that this pursuer looked pretty good. The masked man said that they had a decoy in front of them, but his opponent turned out to be just a child. It was a pitiful sight. The woman said that the occultist was well suited to the role of a dying rat. The wounded spellcaster said that this young man was their target. He was the disciple of the head of the Tower of Fire. The woman became angry. Was she talking about that burning woman named Daria? Raymond, standing in a protective dome, said that pathetic people like these did not dare to utter her name. The young man received notification of a new mission. He must fight the heretics, capture one of the 3 heretics alive, or destroy all 3. The masked villain said, "It would be better if this guy just died." The woman said that Daria's apprentice would definitely not meet a quick death. The woman promised to destroy our hero, turn him into a puppet, and then make him dance in front of the Tower of Fire. The man ordered Xavier to block all the passages. The woman, exuding her demonic energy, said that the fun was about to begin. The protagonist thought that his rivals were not summoning the undead secretly, but instead attacking directly. He had never encountered such opponents before. The woman said that if the guy didn't attack them, they would do it first. Raymond asked what they had done to the scouts who had come here before him. His opponents were surprised to hear this question. Our hero, dodging the attack, thought in surprise, "Don't these two know about the scouts?" The opponent activated the nightmare tail and attacked our hero. Raymond effectively dodged the attack. Russell began to wonder, maybe these two are just pretending. However, there is always a way to find out the truth. The woman said that this guy couldn't escape from here. She had the magical powers to keep him there. Raymond said he wasn't going to run away and activated his flaming spear. The wounded occultist warned that the spear was a weapon from an ancient giant skeleton. The woman said she was starting to like this. The rival activated her demonic claw. 2 hands. Merge. She then attacked the young man with the demonic claw spear. Raymond asked if she really wanted to find out which of these spears was sharper. The man told Bet to be careful and not to play around. The woman replied that she was not afraid of some child and continued to approach him. Raymond bravely looked at his opponent, clutching the flaming spear tightly in his hands. Bet was wounded by the flaming spear and screamed that her arm was hurt. Her partner swung his whip. The whip's blow sent Bet's head flying to the side. Our hero looked at the girl's body in disbelief. How could this have happened? The masked man, picking up his whip, said that he had told her not to act alone. The villain told the Fire Tower disciple that he was the enemy, but he recognized the young man. The man said that from that moment on, he would tear the young man to pieces using all his strength. The rival activated Nightmare Tail Hurricane. The whip was everywhere. No matter how incredible this young man was, could he deflect attacks from all sides? The protagonist activated Flash and was protected by flames. The young man used Overheat and Mage's Body. His opponent was unable to do anything and was already kneeling before our hero. The occultist bowed his head to the ground and thought that they were losing again. This guy wasn't just going to destroy him. Xavier looked at the deactivated Bet and saw a red object near her body. It was the artifact. The masked man was without his whip and bleeding profusely knelt before our hero. The villain said it was time to stop playing games, that he had to destroy him. Raymond told him to shut up and answer his questions. Our hero asked, "Where are the scouts?" The man asked again. What scouts was he talking about? Why was this guy always talking about them? Raymond thought that this heretic really didn't know. He thought that his opponent had relaxed and was distracted. The villain grabbed his dagger and thought this was his chance. However, at that very moment, long tentacles attacked the heretic kneeling on the ground. The occultist with the red artifact in his hands began to recite spells. Raymond realized that it was a sacrifice spell. The heretic tried to free himself from the tentacles and thought that it was the heart of a hellish giant. The occultist continued to recite the spell, summoning evil spirits. Our hero thought that he could not be a part of this. The occultist continued to grow bones and flesh from the previously destroyed undead. Our hero defended himself and did not understand where so much mana came from. The system reported that the mission had changed. All heretics were dead. The abomination must be destroyed. After the occultist's spells, a huge monster appeared. This was the abomination that had to be destroyed according to the mission conditions. The abomination was outraged. How dare the occultist turn him into this? The abomination screamed that it would tear Russell Raymond to pieces and used the demonic fang spell. Raymond thought it was the magic of that very girl, Bet. Our hero used the wall of fire again, and combining it with a flaming spear, attacked the abomination. The protagonist said that this evil creature couldn't withstand such power and dug its own grave. The abomination reappeared from under the ground and, swinging its fists, began to threaten our hero with violence. The monster said that this man's attacks had no effect on it. Our hero had to admit that this monster had incredible defense. The protagonist decided that he needed to come up with a plan to retreat. For now, he needed to buy some time. The monster said that the man had nowhere to run. He was in complete despair in the face of such overwhelming power. Raymond said that this was only the beginning and called Pepper for help. The young man asked the spirit if it would help him deal with this monster. It agreed. A fire wave was activated. However, the monster declared that such an attack would also not harm him. Pepper flew high into the air, turned around and began to accelerate, approaching the huge monster. While the flame-engulfed abomination was dealing with Pepper, the flame-engulfed protagonist pounced on the monster from above. Raymond thought he had attracted the monster's attention. All that remained was to hit it with a piercing attack. The protagonist used the skills Overheat and Flaming Spear. Abomination told Russell Raymond to stop running and come out for a fair fight. The young man said that if the monster asked him to, he would organize a powerful attack. The young man sprinted forward and began to approach the monster at tremendous speed. Summon Lightning was activated, and a bolt of lightning struck the monster on the head. Thunder Giant's hammer was activated. After these combined attacks, the monster was destroyed. The young man said, "Finally, it's over." All that remained of the monster was a half-destroyed skeleton. The young man received a notification that the mission had been completed. Pepper sat down on his shoulder, and the young man thanked him for his good work. The skull fell from the skeleton's shoulders and rolled to Russell's feet. The young man looked at the skull in surprise. The skull told Raymond that at the end of her life, Daria had found an amazing boy. Who would have thought that he would turn out to be Raymond? Our hero was surprised. Was the skeleton really talking? The skull said it was curious to see if the son would be more interesting than his father. The young man grabbed the skull and asked who he was. The skull said that sooner or later Raymond would find out everything. If only he knew what his father looked like in his last years. He had a rather fierce look in his eyes. Raymond knelt down and demanded that he reveal his identity. The stranger with the mask on his face, watching the young man through a spyglass, said that they were finished. The stranger added that a report had to be sent. 2nd Battalion of the Imperial Army, 12th Desert. The battalion commander is Vicomte Montmar. The officer said that as a result of the battle between the Mage Endymion and the heretic, the mage had won. According to the report, his power was above the 5th circle. Montmart asked the intelligence officer why they had not noticed a mage of such a high level approaching their lands. The intelligence officer said that there was no information about the movements of Endymion's mages. The intelligence officer suggested that this mage might be one of the newcomers. Rumor has it that a talented young man was recently accepted into the Tower of Fire. This guy just graduated from the academy, so there's no need to worry until they start acting. Montmartre said that this boy was already in his 5th circle. That means he could become their main force in the future. The officer said he had no choice but to call that madman. Our hero couldn't get the words spoken by the skull out of his head. Could the heretic really have killed his father? However, the young man understood that he needed to focus on the mission now. He had to find the scouts. The protagonist thought he didn't have time because he was being pursued. Most likely his pursuers were Imperial scouts. If they hadn't attacked yet, it meant they had been ordered to simply observe. Raymond saw a man directly ahead. Who was he? Our hero received a notification about a new mission. He had encountered an incredibly strong enemy and had to escape without getting hurt. Our hero tried to run away but slipped and fell. The aura of this man seemed familiar. It was Spandam. The man said he was aiming for the neck, so there really was a mage above the 5th rank here. Russell thought that he was facing a superhuman of the Empire, a disciple of the great swordsman. However, the most accurate description would be Sandam, the maniac killer. Sandam said that this guy would be fun to destroy. Sandam was surprised. Did this man know him? For him, it was a relief. This way, the guy would be able to take all the pain that awaited him. Raymond remembered Spandam's crimson aura. They had simply bumped shoulders once, and Spandam had destroyed an entire group of mercenaries. Our hero himself had nearly died that time. Then, unexpectedly, Page appeared between the opponents. Even Elian Page, the strongest mage at the time, barely managed to stop Spandam. The protagonist realized that he was now facing a formidable opponent. Spandam said he was ready to begin and used the skill Volar Sane to a flying blood. Our hero managed to activate shield number 5. The attack was neutralized. However, Spandam continued his attack and directed a powerful charge toward our hero. Russell was surprised. Where did his opponent get so much strength after 5 shields? How could Alan Page stand up to him? Spandam said that stacking shields was a good tactic, but the mana density was low. To his surprise, the opponent saw a flaming spear in Russell's hands. What did this mean? Spandam said that this guy was hiding some serious power. He declared that he was ready to show what he was capable of. Spandam. The flaming spear retains its shape even after being thrown. Spandam used his skill again and said that battles against mages were always the most interesting. Raymond rushed toward his opponent, thrusting his flaming spear forward. Spandam said that this guy even knew how to use a flash. Spandam declared that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Russell was wounded in the leg and dropped to his knees. Our hero strengthened his body using his aura. This greatly surpasses the mage's body. Spandam said that his opponent had cauterized the wound to stop the bleeding. Are all the people in the flame tower this stubborn? Raymond was surprised. What was Spandam talking about? Spandam said that a few days ago he had fought one of their men. The man did not give up until the very end. Russell thought he was talking about the missing scouts. Our hero asked, so Spandam did that? The villain just spread his arms and smiled. Russell wanted to escape after a short fight to find the scouts. However, now was not the time to think about that. Spandam said that this guy had hidden his strength during their fight. I wonder if he can do the same when his whole body is torn to pieces. Our hero's ring hasn't recharged yet. He needs more time. There was only one option left. Dragonification. Spandam was surprised. Had his opponent really blocked his attack? Our hero began the countdown. Russell's spell, Flaming Spear, was cast. Spandam thought that his opponent was acting very dangerously. The villain said he didn't know what the young man had done, but he had definitely become stronger. Spandam raised his sword and approached his opponent. The ring was not yet ready. Spandam said that the boy's strength was useless, and that it was time to end this. The Cyclone Typhoon skill was activated. The opponents were getting closer to each other, and a collision was inevitable. Raymond was exhausted and dropped to one knee. Spandam stood before the protagonist with his sword in his hand. Russell thought there was only 1 second left and prepared to attack. In the next moment, the 6th circle magic, Melting, was activated. Our hero understood the principle behind this spell, melting. However, due to the 6th circle, he had previously been unable to use such magic. Starting with small embers, this spell turns everything in its path into magma. Raymond thanked Pepper for his invaluable help. Spandam, bleeding profusely, knelt on the ground, leaning on his sword. Russell asked if his opponent had any last words. The wounded Spandam said it had been fun. First, they drag him into war under the pretext of defending the country, but they don't tell him how to return. He has to destroy again and again. The path of a guard is a bloody path. Spandam greeted his opponent on this path. The bartender heard rumors that Spandam was once a knight of the Empire. He'd been operating secretly in the deserts. The disappearance of the scouts might be connected to Spandam. Jason thought that in that case, the newcomer to the Tower of Fire might be in danger. No matter how strong he would be no match for Spandam. The man who entered approached the bartender and placed a blade in front of him. The bartender saw that it was Spandam's broken blade. The man took off his hood and said that there had been a duck cocktail here earlier. It was our hero. Raymond added that he would even settle for a glass of water. Jason said he would fulfill any order. Undercover agent Jason prepared a report from Sudra for the Tower of Fire. Russell Raymond destroyed the heretics and spanned them. Rumors spread quickly and even reached Camelot, the capital of Endymion. Russell Raymond, the last heir of the fallen house of Raymond, had defeated the heretic's magical creature, and even Spandam, the Empire's knight. But Raymond was just a novice in the magical tower. It was hard to believe, and everyone had mixed feelings. Teacher, Professor Hubert, and Olson met Raymond. Daria Snow thanked the young man for returning alive. The tower master said that winning this dispute would not be easy. Paige was still standing near the old man. Paige said that this Russell was more amazing than previously thought. His competitive spirit was ignited. The Empire's swordmaster, Macrae Hughes, was full of anger. Everyone had different reactions. Hughes said, "An eye for an eye, a student for a student." However, there was one thing that united them: the strong impression Russell Raymond had made on them. Macrae Hughes declared that he would take revenge on Daria Snow White at any cost. The Tower Master asked his student if he really thought the heretics were responsible for his father's death. Russell said that was exactly what he believed. Most of the records from that time have disappeared, making it difficult to discover the truth and find out who exactly destroyed him. Madame Snow White said that if they keep track of the heretics, they will surely get to the truth. The woman added that she and the entire fire tower would help the young man. The coachman stopped the carriage and said they had arrived. Madame Snow White expressed her hope that the young man would forget his troubles for today and broaden his horizons. The Council of Magic Towers is a community comprising more than 20 magic towers in Endymion. 2 months ago, thanks to his victory over Spandam, the young man received an invitation to this event as an assistant to the master, and this despite the fact that he was still a novice. The man saw the newcomer and said it was an honor for him. Snow White greeted the master of the Yellow Tower and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The woman introduced the master to her student and said that this was Niccolo Machiavelli, the organizer of today's council meeting. Raymond greeted the party organizer. Machiavelli said there was no need for such formalities. The young man had defeated the disciple of that scoundrel. Daria Snow White said that this was Macrae Hughes, the Empire's master swordsman. Spandam had been his student. Machiavelli said he was very glad to hear that. Raymond was surprised when he saw the scar near the eye of the master of the Yellow Tower. Old Hemingway said that it was enough to dwell on the past. It was better to prepare for the performance, because today's topic was very important. He asked how the masters of the Fire and Yellow Towers were doing. Daria Snow said that the master of the Spear Tower was jealous because her student was being praised today. Hemingway replied that he was not as petty as that woman. The old man reminded his companion of the bet they had made. Daria replied that she remembered everything. The master wanted to boast about his student, but Alan pulled him back. The young man said it was time to take their seats. The chairman announced the start of the Council of Magic Towers meeting. Today's agenda was to study the ruins on Mount Calvain. The ruins had remained since mythical times, and no traces of study had yet been found. In other words, there is a high chance that there may be relics there. They might find an artifact that will change everything. Machiavelli said that he needs the help of those present. That is why everyone is here. Sir Alan Page of the Spear Tower, and Sir Russell Raymond of the Fire Tower. Niccolo Machiavelli would like to ask for their assistance. Unexpectedly, one of those present said he was against it. It was Blaine Trilogy, Master of the Red Tower, accompanied by Jaren, a mage of the Red Tower. Machiavelli asked if he could find out the reason. Blaine Trilogy said it was all because of Alex Raymond, because of his defeat. Those present were surprised. How could one blame a son for his father's defeat? The war with the Empire had been long ago. Trilogy asked, even if this defeat cost the kingdom its best warriors, who gave their lives because of a fugitive. Daria White said that this was speculation, that there were no records of that time. Trilogy said that the woman was wrong. He had been there. Trilogy added that he saw with his own eyes how Raymond ran away. Russell was surprised. Did his father really flee? Everyone knows that his father died in the war. Why was this man telling such an obvious lie? Blaine Trilogy added that the Raymond family was indebted to the kingdom. The master of the Red Tower asked how the young people would feel if they entrusted such an important mission to Raymond. If Russell participates in the purge, the Red Tower will not support the expedition. Those present began to whisper excitedly. The hero thought that this man had stirred up the crowd with just one sentence. Given his lineage, this was not surprising. Archduke Bismarck was the king's trusted confidant and the most influential man in the land. Blaine Trilogy. Resisting this man meant hostility toward the entire Archduke's faction. The only ones here who do not fawn over him are Master Hemingway and Daria White Snow. The woman told Russell not to interfere, that she would deal with it herself. However, the young man couldn't help himself and asked if the master of the Red Tower was prepared to take responsibility for his words. He added that the master had insulted the Raymond's family. Daria White told her student that now was not the time for that. Trilogy smirked. Did the honor of this fallen family mean anything? Russell should be grateful that Daria agreed to be his teacher. Otherwise, he would have ripped out his tongue as an example to the other upstarts. A girl entered the room and said that the master of the Red Tower was becoming more and more powerful. He could even be mistaken for the king. Everyone saw that it was Her Highness, Princess Hecate Ratmos. Everyone present bowed and greeted Her Highness. The master of the Red Tower was surprised. What was the princess doing here? Hecate said that she had listened to the conversation and agreed with the master of the Red Tower. The girl added that everyone must pay their bills. Daria White Snow was outraged by the princess's words. The princess said that they should be given a chance to pay. Hecate declared that she would order the Spear Tower and the Fire Tower to be sent along with the Red Tower. Trilogy told the princess that this was a very complicated topic to discuss. The princess asked the magistrate of the Yellow Tower who was sponsoring the expedition. Machiavelli replied that Her Highness was the sponsor. Hecate declared that everything had been decided. Niccolo Machiavelli suggested discussing the expedition schedule. Trilogy thought that this was his chance to put an end to the Raymond family. Why did the princess intervene? Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of the carriage. The coachman braked sharply. Trilogy looked out of the carriage and said that she still had no manners. Daria Snow asked, "Does Blaine really think he's the only one?" Geron got out of the carriage and, protecting his teacher, held his magic sword in front of the woman. Madame Snow asked if the young man really thought that would help him. Trilogy approached and told Geron to put away his weapon. Blaine said that given their relationship, she hadn't come for an apology. What did Daria want? Daria asked if Blaine had really seen Alex Raymond's death. Trilogy replied that he had not seen it directly. The woman said she was trying to find out the truth, so she decided to ask him. Blaine couldn't believe that Daria would go this far. Did she know Alex Raymond? The woman replied that it concerned her youngest student, so it concerned her too. She just wanted to help him and avenge him, whoever did it. Trilogy told Jaren that they were turning the carriage around and heading to the estate. He had something to check. The skull is on a flat surface inside the room. Daria White Snow asked, "Is the young man leaving tomorrow?" But how will he cope with the mission with such confusion in his head? Is he still thinking about what the old man said? Those who had called him a young prodigy suddenly began to consider his deceased father a coward. Naturally, this shook the young man's psyche. The teacher said that the truth would come out eventually. She hoped that the boy would focus on his own path. Russell Raymond asked his teacher to guide him once more. The woman thought that his path would not be easy, but it was one he had to take. Children must step out of their parents' shadows, even if those shadows are incredibly large. 3 days passed. Mount Calwain. The young man emerged from the teleportation gate and said he had arrived. Our hero was approached and asked if he was Russell Raymond from the Tower of Fire. The young man confirmed that he was. The man who met him said that they had been waiting for him for a long time and invited him to come with him. The Royal Yellow Tower. The Yellow Tower of Everall. The Yellow Tower of a Chaos. All the magic experts of the Earth had gathered here. Everything here was made of mana crystals. It was impressive. Russell said it looked as if it were made of mirrors. That's where the ruins got their name. The Temple of Mirrors. The man held out his hand and said his name was Spiegelman. He was from the Yellow Tower, and he was in charge of the expedition. Russell greeted him and introduced himself as well. Spiegelman was a skilled man who had risen from the peasantry to become one of the elders of the Royal Yellow Tower. He was an archaeologist who had discovered more ruins than anyone else. Our hero thought that perhaps he would learn something from this man. Another man approached the protagonist and said he was glad to see Sir Russell. Raymond was surprised. Had Alan already arrived? The young men greeted each other. Alan said that when the guard from the Red Tower arrived, they would discuss their duties on this mission. Spiegelman was glad that the kingdom's young talents were protecting them. However, what could be in the ruins that had attracted so many people? Suddenly, everything around them began to shake. What was happening? Something had burst out of the bowels of the neighboring mountain. Spiegelman said it was a crystal golem. Everyone needed to hide in a safe place immediately. The protective barriers immediately collapsed, and many people were injured in the attack. Spiegelman ordered earthen walls to be built. Every second was precious. The girl helped the wounded man escape from the epicenter of the attack, telling him to hold on a little longer. Our hero didn't lose his cool and started helping the injured while attacking the aggressive golem. The young man cast the Russell spell and used the flaming spear. Raymond asked a girl passing by if she was okay. The young man saw the girl's purple hair and immediately realized that she was a princess. The princess realized that he had understood everything. Paige initiated the Allen spell and attacked the golem with his ice bow. Paige tried to completely destroy the golem's foundation, but it proved to be quite difficult. Another mage initiated the Geron spell. Streams of flame were directed toward the monster. Jaren from the Red Magic Tower said he shouldn't have been so late. The young man used the bloody fire sword. 3 days earlier, Trilogy reported that Daria had initiated an investigation into the death of Alex Raymond. Skull said he had a different opinion on the matter, as he only remembered Trilogy's order to destroy Alex. Skull asked if Blaine was afraid of being caught. The Red Tower Master said he was simply disappointed. If Skull had gotten rid of Russell during the exam, Daria would not have had any doubts about it. Skull said it was due to misinformation. Russell Raymond seemed like just a weak child. Bismarck Ratmos asked if he had been invited here to show his disagreement. Bismarck asked if his little nephew was now getting in their way. Trilogy said that they had originally planned to send a few guards. Rathmos asked how they planned to clear the ruins. Trilogy said that his apprentice Jaren would join them. As soon as he created a breach in the Yellow Tower's barriers, the minions of this ill-mannered heretic would attack the explorers. Bismarck asked if they knew that to carry out the plan, they would have to eliminate the king's supporters. However, to do that, they needed an artifact from the ruins. In light of this, shouldn't they play it safe? The girl grabbed the young man and pulled him into the tent. Russell shouted for the princess to let him go. The girl put her finger to her lips and motioned for him to be quiet. Her presence here was a secret. No one was supposed to know. Hecate told the young man to forget about her and go on his way. Russell suggested that the princess was very interested in the ruins. If he were in her place, he would also like to see them. Raymond said that the princess had nothing to worry about. The princess said that His Majesty and his entourage were trying with all their might to restrain her. However, this guy didn't seem to care about her at all. Russell said that he had only seen the princess's aura for a second. She had such a terrifying aura that even knights would be afraid. He saw no reason to worry. Hecate turned around and said that it was time for her to go. She had to give it her all. The girl thought that this guy was a good person, but he was still a child. Spiegelman said that they must continue to advance together. Russell appeared nearby and apologized to Paige for being late. Our hero looked at Spiegelman and thought that the spell wasn't working at all. There was a breach in space, one of the strongest defensive spells. Spiegelman thought that they had only just found the ruins, and now this was happening. He had to report everything to the Archduke. Was there any way to break through the barrier? The mage said that using the relic of the spear tower, they could destroy this barrier. Spiegelman assumed that they wouldn't give it up so easily. The man said that he, the head of the Yellow Magic Tower, promised to repay Page one day if he succeeded. The young man replied that he would try to return as soon as possible. Page said he was indebted to the two of them. Russell replied that it was all right. There was no debt. Geron thought that Alan Page had left, and only one battle mage remained. Raymond suggested that Geron discuss the Night Watch roster with him. Geron said he would go first. He added that he was tired and would go rest. Page and Russell thought that this guy had a creepy smile. The young people sat by the fire under a protective dome. Suddenly, armed men appeared and approached the dome from outside. The guards said that the place was under the protection of the Yellow Tower. However, the guards were destroyed in an instant. At the head of the armed men was Geron. He was the one who destroyed the guards. Geron said that the plan had changed. There was a space distortion around the ruins. Geron reported that Page had gone to the spear tower. He had gone to find a relic capable of breaking through this barrier. To subdue him, they needed to take Spiegelman hostage. The masked man asked about the newcomer from the Tower of Fire. Kidnappings are very boring. Geron said he would not forgive mistakes like last time. The newcomer must be destroyed. The knight remarked that this guy talks too much for an audience. The masked man told them to calm down, as they were both on the same side. He looked at Geron and said that he was Sir Trilogy's favorite, the illegitimate Nijenka. Geron decided to attack the masked man for these words, but his blow was deflected. The masked man said it was a joke, but warned Geron that if things didn't go according to plan, he mustn't forget about that item from the Archduke. Trilogy said that when it was all over, Geron would live like a ghost until the Archduke became king. No one would return from this expedition. Geron asked if, in the worst-case scenario, he could use that item. Trilogy laughed and said he would trust Geron not to lose at any cost. Geron understood that he would become a ghost, bringing fear and despair. Spiegelman asked if the young man really wanted to know about the many-headed dragon. But why? Russell replied that he had seen a fresco, and it had caught his attention. Spiegelman said he didn't know much about them. However, he had heard of a similar creature, the Divine King of Dragons. Russell was surprised. Did such creatures really exist? Spiegelman replied that there were few records left about them, so very little was known. It was said that they raised warriors to fight the great evil. Pepper flew up to the young man. Spiegelman was surprised. Had the young man learned to summon a spirit? A monster appeared outside and roared loudly. Everyone realized that an attack was underway. A huge knight stood before the princess and Spiegelman. The warriors of the Yellow Tower decided to unite to fight back. The Iron Knight said that these were pathetic attempts, and that they would not be able to defeat him. The warriors were disappointed because they hadn't even scratched the knight. Earth arrows were fired at the masked villain, but he said that they annoyed him and could not harm him. The masked villain continued to search for Spiegelman, as he had to be captured. Russell Raymond activated a protective wall and asked if Spiegelman was okay. The old man was surprised. Who dared to invade here? Our hero noticed that there were pieces of undead lying everywhere. Could this be their doing? However, only heretics use undead creatures. Could it be them? The young man told Spiegelman that he had to protect someone important. Our hero suggested meeting at the entrance to the ruins. The old man was surprised. Could there really be someone more important than him here? The princess was trying to escape from the monster's pursuit. The girl with a magical weapon in her hands fought off her opponent's attack. The monster was deactivated. The princess saw the people and shouted that it was safe here. The girl noticed that the people hiding their faces were accompanied by a huge iron knight. The princess, with a pickaxe in her hand, rushed at the knight, thinking she could defeat him with one blow. Hecate struck the knight on the head with her pickaxe. Sparks flew in all directions. The girl looked back and saw that the knight was still standing. Her attack had no effect on him. The princess thought that if she had a good sword, everything would have turned out differently. Hecate thought that she must protect her people. The Iron Knight said that it would indeed be fun here. Raymond suddenly appeared. He said that in that case, he would make it even more fun. Our hero rushed at his opponent, using the fire stream. The Iron Knight said that this was the first time he had seen the master of the flaming spear. Was this the gift of the Tower of Fire? Russell said he would deal with this enemy himself. We need to lead the people to the exit of the ruins. He reminded them that he had agreed to meet the elder there. Spiegelman asked the wounded and tired warriors to hold on a little longer. Hecate asked the young man if he could handle it on his own. Raymond reminded her of the princess's words that he must repay his debt. The princess said that in that case, she was counting on Raymond. The Iron Knight said that it would be much more interesting if the two of them attacked him at the same time. Russell Redmond said that there would be two of them anyway. Our hero activated Overheat and used Flaming Spear. Russell said that he needed to add an explosion formula. The Iron Knight replied that these pathetic tricks would not work on him. Raymond struck with the Flaming Spear and said that this was his pathetic trick. The warriors saw Geron and asked where he had been. Was he injured? The warriors said that they had been attacked. At that moment, Geron attacked the warriors and destroyed them. Geron saw Spiegelman and thought that the elder had decided to hide in the ruins. Geron also saw Princess Hecate. She was with the wounded warriors. The Iron Knight tried to defend himself from Raymond's attacks. After another blow from our hero, the black iron of the knight's armor shattered into pieces. Raymond said that the knight had finally shown his face. Raymond wondered why his opponent was so pleased. The villain said that this young man was acting very confidently. He shouldn't flatter himself. Raymond did not think he would have to use the knight's heart, which he had been searching for so long, on such a young man. The knight declared that he would tear the young man to pieces and rushed into the attack. Russell, running to the side, thought that the knight was quite fast. However, Geron was much faster and appeared right next to Russell. Raymond activated Flaming Spear and Slash. The Iron Knight suffered irreparable damage. The protagonist added that it was time to finish this. A masked villain came to the knight's aid and said that such pressure was very useful. The knight told the guy to shut up. Raymond gripped the Flaming Spear tighter and said that this time he would not miss. Russell activated Cyclone and said that no one would be able to dodge it. The masked villain was not afraid and said that he had expected something more interesting. The Flaming Spear grew in size and rushed toward the spatial portal. Russell Raymond shouted for the princess and the warriors to move to a safe distance. However, Spiegelman was hit by the shockwave and flew far back. Raymond approached the man and asked if he was okay. Spiegelman jumped to his feet and asked what had happened to the others. Many had not survived. Jaren took Princess Hecate and carried her out of the blast zone. Raymond saw the princess in Jaron's arms and rushed toward her. The young man said, "Thank God, the princess is fine." Russell thanked Sir Jaron for helping to save the princess. Jaron smiled silently and thrust his flaming spear into our hero's body. Spiegelman screamed loudly in fear. Jaron, holding the princess, continued to hold his fiery weapon in front of Russell. He said that this guy had annoyed him from the very beginning. The masked villain, along with the knight and the undead, proceeded to the spatial portal. The villain called our hero a pathetic insect. Jaren reminded his comrades that they needed to take Spiegelman hostage. The masked villain said that Jaren himself would suffice as a hostage. Spiegelman was surprised. How dare Jaren betray them? The masked villain looked at the princess and asked Jaron who she was. Jaron said that she was Princess Hecate. With her, they would be able to control the entire kingdom. However, because of their rash actions, everything could have gone wrong. The two of them almost ruined everything. But since the princess survived, everything was fine. The wounded Russell was still standing and said that he would not allow this to happen, that he would not let them leave. The knight declared that he would finish off the young man and took a decisive step toward our hero. Raymond decided to activate the Cloud Ring, summon fog. The knight swung his sword and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. The masked villain was surprised. Where did the fog come from? Our hero initiated the dragonification mode. At that moment, the knight in iron armor was engulfed in flames and screamed loudly in pain. The masked villain realized that the fog was just meant to block their view. Not understanding what was happening, the criminals pondered their next move. The protagonist understood why the previous squad had lost. He could feel it even through the fog. The masked villain was able to make an incredible leap in mana. Russell Raymond didn't understand what was happening at all. Our hero directed the fire stream at his opponent, managing to get close enough while using the fog as cover. The masked villain said that this young man was a real monster. Jaren thought that if any survivors remained, the mission would be a failure. He laid the unconscious princess on the ground. Jaren activated a double spell, Sword of Bloody Fire. Jaron armed himself with bloody swords and told Raymond to attack him. The wounded Russell understood that he needed to activate his dragon mode and wait for that moment. The protagonist thrust the flaming spear forward and decided to put everything on this attack. Jaron did not expect such a response. He received a penetrating wound to the chest. The masked villain did not participate in this battle. He said that Russell looked like a fool. Did he really think he was the only one with two hearts? His opponent declared that there were other beings with the same abilities. Our hero was introduced to someone with power that could rival that of a dragon. This creature had the heart of a chimera. Russell thought that his rival had so much mana that it was impossible to measure. The chimera that had become Jaren asked if Russell had deliberately hidden his powers. Did he expect to have to use his second heart? The masked villain said that Jaron, of course, wanted it that way. Jaren rose several levels thanks to the chimera's heart. The villain also added that he would never have allowed Jaron to lose to this boy. Jaron got angry and struck his masked comrade with a backhand. The villain flew far back. After that, Jaron approached our hero and said that he would deal with Russell Raymond first. Jaron grabbed the young man by the throat and said that he had made a good impression. But in the end, he couldn't protect anyone. The masked villain thought that Jaron had created a crack in the spatial destruction barrier and was clearly enjoying himself. Raymond resisted and said that this wasn't the end. Our hero managed to attack his opponent, who flew back a considerable distance. Jaron said that it was because he had changed his mind about dealing with Russell in this way. Jaron added that he would give the young man the death he deserved. Raymond would feel his soul being torn apart inside the rift in the barrier. He would die and be left to regret his weakness. The nurse tried to revive the young man and asked if he could hear her. Raymond opened his eyes and wondered where he was. The nurse told him he was in the Camelot Infirmary. Raymond asked how the battle in the ruins was going. The nurse replied that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Raymond asked the woman if the princess and the elder were all right. The nurse said that the young man had ended up there because he had suddenly fainted while cleaning the museum. Russell didn't understand what they were talking about. He wanted to know where Pepper was. Had he returned to before the regression? Russell Raymond was sure he was dead. The doctor activated a magical device, and our hero was bound hand and foot. She told the patient to calm down and suggested he go to her office. The doctor repeated that the young man had lost consciousness in the museum and was exhibiting symptoms of hallucinations. Raymond said he had never hallucinated before. The doctor asked if the young man had ever heard of the Tree of Nightmares. This sinister tree intoxicates people with sweet hallucinations, drains them, and feeds on their bodies. Raymond asked how this related to him. The doctor explained that pollen from the tree, which was on display at the museum that day, had leaked from a container. In addition to the young man, there were several other people with symptoms of hallucinations. She added that there was good news. The museum would cover all medical expenses. Raymond was surprised. Was it all just a hallucination? The doctor showed him some papers and said that his diagnosis was written there. When the museum representative arrived, the young man would be able to collect his compensation. The doctor approached Russell and said it was time to wake up from his dream. The protagonist thought that this couldn't be real. After all, the teacher was real. It couldn't be a dream. The guards told the young man to stay where he was. Raymond said he had come to meet Miss Daria. He was sure the woman knew him. The guards didn't understand who this man was. The protagonist raised his head and said that this was not just a dream. The young man stated that his name was Russell Raymond and that he had been her student. The guards said they had never heard of such a student of Miss Daria White Snow. The guard said that this guy was crazy and needed to be taken away. Raymond rushed forward toward the carriage. He said he wanted to see his teacher just once. The guard used his skill and knocked the young man to the ground. Lady Daria looked out of the carriage and asked what was going on. The guard turned to the master of the Tower of Fire and said that the young man claimed to be her student. Daria White Snow looked at the young man and asked if they knew each other. The woman told the coachman to continue on his way. She did not recognize the young man. Russell didn't understand what was going on. Was it because of the pollen from the nightmare tree? Raymond hit the glass protecting the heart of the dragon exhibit. The protagonist said that he had to wake up as soon as possible if this was a dream. This simply couldn't be happening. The guards grabbed the young man and decided to drag him away. Russell Raymond suggested shouting that it was impossible. After that, Russell tried to prove that his life was not an illusion, but it was all useless. Several years passed. The young man desperately tried to resist this reality, but over time, his interest faded. On the road, the young man came across an interesting brochure. The article was about the youngest master of the Spear Tower. In the photo, our hero recognized Alan Page. The young man thought that he would never have such a great opportunity. The carriage stopped near Walker Hill Academy. The protagonist did not expect to return to such a life. The young man became a janitor. The guy cleared his mind and gave up his ambitions. In the end, he gave up on himself. He thought that life wasn't so bad, and that maybe it suited him even better. Russell Raymond listened to a conversation between strangers. The young people asked the guy why he thought he could behave like that. He should know his place. Just because they spoke to him didn't mean he was on their level. Raymond turned away and thought that it was none of his business, that he should ignore them. The young man replied to his offenders that despite their words, he would still become a wizard. One of the bullies was surprised and asked what this weakling was talking about. How could this guy talk like that with such narrow mana passages? Raymond was surprised to hear this. The bully told the boy to remember his family's crimes. The villain added that he would leave a mark on the boy that he would never forget. The young man closed his eyes in fear. After a while, when he opened his eyes, the boy saw that all his attackers were deactivated and lying on the ground nearby. What had happened? The young man turned his head and saw a janitor with a broom in his hand nearby. Raymond decided to take a break, sat down on a bench, and took out a sandwich. The apprentice sat down next to him and opened a book. Raymond asked why the young man was following him. The student replied that he was just reading a book. It was a good place to concentrate. The bullies saw the janitor's stern look and decided it wasn't worth messing with this guy. The janitor asked the student if he really had narrow mana passages. He added that he knew someone else like him, who also studied at this academy. The student asked what had happened to him. The janitor replied that he had been expelled because he couldn't exceed his limits. He was useless trash. The janitor added that the man never achieved his goal. For a mage, such a diagnosis is equivalent to a death sentence. Raymond remarked that sometimes it takes courage to give up. The student replied that he couldn't give up. Russell was called by his boss. The young man approached her and asked what had happened. The man told Russell to be careful. It was better not to get involved with this student, or there would be trouble. Russell was surprised. Why? The man explained that this student was the son of a traitor who had been expelled by the master of the Red Tower. It was a fallen family. Skull told his followers that the world of the Guardians was coming to an end. Skull ordered everyone to go to Walker Hill Academy and announce his return. The student tried his best to learn how to use magic. Russell asked why he wanted to become a mage so badly. Wouldn't it be easier to give up? The young man replied that he had made a promise to his mother. The janitor and the apprentice were approached by the same bullies. The oldest one said that they had been lucky last time, but now they wouldn't get off so easily. They were armed. Russell Raymond told his apprentice to watch carefully and begin activating his mana. The janitor added that this was the only way to become a mage. Raymond used his fire fist, leaving his attackers no chance of escape. As winter approached, the students trained intensively under Raymond's supervision. Our hero told the young man to move faster. His life depended on the distance between him and his enemy. Raymond helped his student practice hand-to-hand combat techniques, and also taught him how to use magic that compensates for weak mana flows with physical strength. Unlike adults with fully developed bodies, this technique is effective for those who are still growing physically. He thought that this guy, unfortunately, was progressing very slowly. Raymond said that the young man had made a promise, even though he was only capable of that. The apprentice practiced the practical use of combat magic every day. The moment came when our hero taught the student the ice arrow. During the match, the judge announced that Spiegel had won. The spectators in the stands were surprised by the victory of the young man with narrow streams of mana, and acknowledged the great difference in the skills of the opponents. Spiegel told Russell that thanks to him, he had become a second circle mage. Raymond looked at the young man with satisfaction. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Russell turned around and saw Frederick's coma in front of him. Russell was deactivated by a thug who had come with Frederick. Our hero's boss apologized, reminding him that he had said it was better not to get involved with this student. Frederick said that because of Raymond, his son had been disgraced many times. He said that now everything was clear. It was no surprise that the boy was behaving like his father had in his youth. Frederick added that Raymond didn't understand the situation he was in. If he used his connections, not only would Russell be fired, but this boy would be too. Our hero just laughed in response, saying that he had fun manipulating this young man. Senior management ordered Raymond to leave the academy. Spiegel saw Raymond's suitcase and asked where he was going. Our hero replied that he was leaving. The student was surprised. Why? Spiegel looked at the janitor and asked what had happened to his face. Our hero asked the student what he expected from a man like him. Raymond was surprised. Did the boy really think he was his teacher or something like that? There was no point in fooling himself. Spiegel was very upset, and tears appeared in the young man's eyes. Frederick, sitting in the carriage, said that this was exactly why he loved money and power. You could do anything. Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply. Strangers in dark clothes appeared in front of it. Frederick asked what was going on. Looking out of the carriage, he asked how anyone dared to block the path of the Frederick family. Raymond looked back and saw the city in flames. What was happening here? Our hero was frightened. Was the academy on fire? The Skull's followers said that this attack would mark the beginning of their emergence into the world. He called on his comrades to attack the city. They must bring terror and despair to the people and spill a sea of blood. The attack was launched, and the ice arrow was used. The villain asked in surprise, could someone have survived? Spiegel prepared for the next counterattack. Raymond peeked around the corner and wondered, what is this student doing? The villain said that the young man was very funny. Raymond wondered why Spiegel wasn't running away. The villain asked if the young man wasn't afraid of dying. Spiegel replied that he had gained enough time for the others to escape. The protagonist sensed enormous magical power from the young man. Even the professors would not be able to defeat him. Raymond remembered saying that he wanted to become stronger and protect even more people. However, when he woke up, he had lost all his strength. What could he do now? Russell Raymond thought he should run. There was no point in sacrificing himself. He laughed and told his student to know his place. Spiegel was not afraid and replied that he knew everything. The fearless Spiegel said that protecting people was the duty of a guardian. The villain prepared for radical action and said that the young man's naivety would be his undoing. Raymond appeared out of nowhere and stabbed the villain in the stomach with his sword. Blood spurted everywhere. Under the influence of demonic energy, our hero was thrown far back. The villain pulled the sword out of his stomach and asked how these people dared to do such a thing. Spiegel did not lose his composure and activated the second-level magic spell, Ice Spike. Russell Raymond grabbed the spear lying on the ground and prepared to face his formidable opponent. After the villain was defeated, Raymond, bleeding profusely, dropped to one knee. The apprentice approached the hero and asked if he was okay, as the blood would not stop flowing. Raymond told Spiegel to leave quickly, as the rest of the villains would soon arrive. The apprentice said he couldn't abandon Raymond. Raymond was surprised. Did the boy really think that his teacher was incapable of protecting even one student? Raymond said that Spiegel must survive and become a guardian. Would he be able to keep another promise? With tears in his eyes, the young man promised that he would become a guardian. As Spiegel ran away, he thought that his teacher had always been like this. Raymond got to his feet, leaning on his spear, and told the villain to stay where he was. The protagonist thought that Spiegel was his unfulfilled dream, which he had abandoned. Because of this, he hated the young man, and that was precisely why he liked him. The occultist told his rival that he didn't even think it was worth wasting second-level magic on him. Raymond thought that thanks to Pidgel, he was able to live on. Our hero prepared to face the arriving occultists. Raymond decided to use magic that could be learned by understanding the principles of magic circles. In this case, a flash was activated. Raymond believed that Spiegel had to survive. His time had come. The protagonist looked around, not understanding where he was. A woman nearby said, "He's finally awake. What can he say about this world?" Raymond said that he had lost the dream he had been striving for, but he had found it again and was able to protect it. Russell saw Spiegel. Could he not have escaped? Our hero was upset. It seemed he hadn't been able to protect anything. The woman said the guy was wrong. Russell Raymond is the heir to the power of dragons. The protagonist asked who she was. The woman replied that she was the master of this cruel world, although people called her by a different name. The other name is Temple of Mirrors. The woman said that this place reveals people's deepest fears. In Russell's case, it is his value. Does Russell know why he was given such powers? Does Russell Raymond deserve this power? Has he found the answer to his question? The protagonist has always believed that he wants to become stronger and protect even more people. Raymond asked, was it just a test? The woman nodded affirmatively and added that Raymond had passed the test. Raymond showed that he could become a guardian even without these powers. He chose to protect someone by sacrificing himself. The woman said that what Raymond saw was not just an illusion. It was the courage he had protected until now, and which he would have to protect once again. Our hero thought that he would finally be able to fulfill his oath. The woman said that the time had come for her heir. Russell Raymond can now leave with a new light. The protagonist received a notification about the absorption of dragon blood. His body is now recovering. The first golden mask has been obtained. The girl said that he had left a lasting impression. His name is Alan Page, isn't it? She asked, apologizing to the princess. The princess said she had heard of his genius. Page quickly got his bearings and acted well with such minimal information. Who would have thought that he would use the artifact as bait to save the princess? The masked villain declared that it didn't matter either way. If he was done playing, it was time to end it. Elder Spiegelman and the princess were still being held captive by the villain. Jaron, with a glowing ball in his hand, said they would destroy the barrier first. In front of Jaren was a huge catapult for long-range shooting. Spiegelman said it was a relic from the Age of the Gods. The princess thought they couldn't do anything. Jaron said that once he took the treasure, he would not give it to anyone. Jaron believed he was better than Russell Raymond. Jaron commanded, "Fire!" and the catapult fired. Everyone present was surprised. Had the relic from the Age of the Gods not broken through the barrier? Page said that the projectile was stuck in the barrier. Could there be someone there? Russell Raymond appeared in the barrier with a flaming spear in his hand. Everyone was surprised to recognize him behind the mask. It was impossible. The protagonist broke through the barrier and attacked the masked villain. Jiran couldn't believe that this man had broken the portal. Raymond dropped to the ground and freed the princess and Spiegelman. Our hero took off his mask and said he was glad that the two were safe. Princess Hecate was surprised to see Russell Raymond there. Paige thought that his teacher would not be able to win the bet, or that it would not be so easy to do so. Hecate looked at the hero, unable to believe that he was still alive. However, Jiran still posed a danger. He was hovering in the sky. Raymond told the princess that they would talk later. Jiran thought that the young man continued to get on his nerves. Jiran declared that Raymond's return changed nothing. He would have to be destroyed and the artifact taken. Jiran attacked Raymond and said that the mask belonged to him. Russell wondered if Blaine Trilogy had planned all this. Raymond added that it was time to confess. There was no point in denying it, because Jiran was just Blaine's shadow. The villain activated Jiran's spell, was furious, and shouted that he was not his shadow. Jiran added that if he had the mask, Blaine would become his shadow. Power can solve anything. Raymond put the mask back on and told Jiran that power wasn't the most important thing. The young man received a notification that the mask improved his thinking abilities and enhanced the effect of dragon blood. The second dragonification was available. The second dragonification mode was activated. The protagonist added that courage was much more important. Jiran said that only someone who had never seen darkness could say that. Raymond replied that this was not true. He had also been in darkness, but he had followed the light. The Russell spell was activated. A magical spear appeared in the protagonist's hands. Jiran said that these were all empty words. Could Raymond prove their truth? Could his opponent show him the light he had been following? Jiran wondered why he couldn't defeat this guy, since he even had the heart of a chimera. Each of the rivals believed that they could not lose this battle. Raymond activated overheat mode. Jiran lost the battle and fell to the ground, exhausted. The villain declared that he wanted to become a dragon, but never could. Was that really his fate? Our hero looked back and saw his friends waving at him. They believed in him. Hecate suggested returning to Endymion. Raymond was glad that Pepper had returned to him. A report was sent to the Supreme Court that Jiran, the Wizard of the Red Tower, had conspired with heretics and posed a threat to the kingdom's security. Teacher Blaine Trilogy, Master of the Red Tower, was also guilty of this. The judge told the defendant, Blaine, to step forward and asked if he had anything to say in his defense. Blaine admitted that he was guilty, including failing to notice his own changes. The sins of the student fall on the teacher. As Master of the Tower, he must take responsibility. Bismarck Ratmos, Archduke of the Empire, said he had something to say. Rathmos noted that the Master of Magic had worked hard for the good of the nation. Could they limit themselves to a 6-month suspended sentence? Daria White Snow thought that they had all conspired together. The Archduke was constantly testing the patience of the royal family. What was His Majesty thinking? Spiegelman looked at Raymond and said that the outfit suited him. The princess appeared in the hall and said that everyone was already gathered. Everyone present bowed their heads respectfully. The princess said that she was the one who should thank them. Hecate Ratmos expressed her gratitude to her saviors, especially Sir Russell. Hecate winked at the hero and said they would see each other again. The protagonist decided to focus. This was an excellent opportunity to imprint the Raymond name in people's minds. His Majesty said that everyone had gathered today to honor the knights for their achievements. After reviewing their accomplishments, it was decided to award each one individually. Spiegelman, the Mage of the Yellow Tower, resisted the heretics who threatened the safety of the kingdom. For this, he would receive 200 gold coins and 2 mana enhancement pills. Sir Alan Page, the second son of Count Page and Mage of the Spear Tower, fought valiantly against the heretics who coveted the relics. He is awarded the Medal of Blossoming and the title of Baron. His Majesty has ordered Sir Russell Raymond to raise his head. In the past, the young man's father fled the battlefield, putting the safety of the kingdom at risk. It is understandable why the ministers doubt the loyalty of the Raymond family. His Majesty said that the young man should dispel these doubts. The Master of the Tower of Fire said that Raymond had reached the 5th circle. Daria Snow thought that the darker the darkness, the softer the light. With such an achievement, no one would doubt the usefulness of Russell Raymond. Those present understood that His Majesty had decided to make Russell a hero in front of witnesses. At the same time, this statement weakened the Archduke's influence. It was a circle projection, a first circle spell that displayed a person's elemental magic. For an audience unfamiliar with magic, it was the best spectacle. Those present thought it was an incredible rate of development. His Majesty added that he considered Alex Raymond a fading flower. Who would have thought he was hiding such a treasure? Russell said that His Majesty was flattering him. The ruler said that despite the situation with the Raymond family, he would grant the young man the title of Earl, in addition to a 3rd-class medal for military service. He granted him the right to collect taxes from 10,000 households in a neighboring town. His Majesty thanked the protagonist for saving his daughter, speaking as a father rather than a king. The monarch asked if the young man needed anything else. Our hero was nervous, but everything went smoothly. The young man looked at the dragon's heart. Now it looked dry and ugly. Raymond thought that if he filled the heart with magic, its true form would appear. Our hero was confident that he could do it. The amount of magic exceeded the permissible limit, and the excess energy caused an explosion. A horn appeared in the air in front of our hero. Raymond received a notification that the dragon heart was opening. The hero received the horn of the Forgotten King. The young man thought that the process was much easier than with the essence of fire. A powerful lightning energy was used. The young man couldn't even absorb it all. It filled a 1/3 of the 5th circle. and Pepper appeared before our hero, looking much older and larger. Pepper took the Rosella with him, and they flew over the city. It was unexpected, and our hero couldn't help but shout loudly. Pepper had not only grown larger, but also much better at flying. Raymond said that because of his increased size, he was now easier to spot, but there was no need to worry. The young man was able to activate wings made of spiritual fire. He decided to call them Wings of the Soul. Now he had the element of lightning, fifth circle mana, and Wings of the Soul. With such power, the protagonist was ready for any opponent. Professor Hubert asked if the teacher had a task for him. Daria White said that he needed to escort Count Kimberly, an envoy from the Kingdom of Kill. The Kingdom of Kill was weak, but they maintained neutrality thanks to their abundant production of mana stones. However, Marquis Giorgio Comanche, who supported the Empire, was trying to seize land there. Unwilling to surrender to the Empire, Count Kimberly decided to form an alliance with Endymion. Professor Hubert thought it would be a difficult mission. Professor Hubert and Raymond met by chance. They greeted each other, as they had not seen each other for a long time. Raymond asked the professor if he was going to the Kingdom of Kiel. The man was surprised that the young man knew about it. Raymond asked Hubert to take him with him. The Tower Master did not object. As far as our hero remembered, Professor Hubert died on this mission. Raymond couldn't stop him, so he decided to go to Kiel with him. Hubert and Raymond, using their unique abilities, set off on their mission, traveling through the air. Professor Hubert said they were almost there. It was good that he had brought the Rossel with him, but why did the young man want to join them? Raymond said he wanted new achievements. Besides, he had never been on a mission with the professor before. He declared that he would go first and check everything out. A second later, the young man was gone. Raymond thought that failure would lead to Hubert's death, and the Empire would begin to interfere in the affairs of the Kingdom of Kiel. That meant the Empire could be involved in his death. The young man's mission was extremely simple. He had to escort the envoy of the Kingdom of Kiel and deliver the important ambassador to the kingdom. Our hero decided to neutralize all threats to the Empire and prevent the professor's death. Raymond found himself in a clearing among strangers. One of them thought that this young man possessed the magic of the fifth circle. Who was he? Raymond asked one of the men if he was Count Kimberly. The man introduced himself and said he was a mage from the Tower of Fire. He had come here to accompany the Count. The Count thanked the young man. He said that as soon as he left the castle, he was pursued. The protagonist decided to check the situation and scan the area. He asked the Count to wait a moment. Raymond directed his gaze toward the forest and sensed the level of spandom, perhaps even stronger than before. There was a pursuer in the forest. It was necessary to buy time so that the Count could escape the attack. Raymond saw the man who had killed Hubert last time. It was the warrior of the Empire, Macrae Hughes. Professor Hubert expressed his satisfaction that the Count was safe. He also gave his name. Count Kimberly said that he was still alive thanks to the mages from the Tower of Fire. Hubert said he had already found out everything. It was definitely the forces of the Empire. Raymond suggested that the enemies were not hiding their affiliation. Perhaps they did not need to. Or perhaps the matter was too urgent to be distracted by secrecy. Princess Camilla of the Kingdom of Kiel was also in the carriage. Count Kimberly said that the Marquis of Comanche wanted to gain more power by marrying his son to the princess. With the support of the Empire, he could do anything. Kimberly said they had already gotten rid of their pursuers. Why was Hubert in such a hurry? The professor said they had been following the Count from the fortress itself. There must have been another group. Raymond, with the princess in his arms, thought they had gotten away from their pursuers. Now, there were no traces of pursuit. However, a strange feeling lingered. Our hero shouted for everyone to follow him down immediately. Professor Hubert declared that they would sort things out here themselves. The princess and the Count must continue on their way. A pursuer appeared before the defenders. It was a disaster in human form. The Empire's best swordsman, Macrae Hughes. Hughes looked at our hero and said, "Black hair, red eyes." The enemy said he had figured it out. The man before him was Russell Raymond. Raymond felt pressure from the mere glance of this swordsman. Hughes said he would make Raymond pay for the death of his student. The Crimson Sword was activated. Next, the Earthquake skill was used, followed by Double Spell. The meeting between these rivals immediately turned into a fierce battle. Hughes said that this young man had learned several techniques from the old lady White Snow. Raymond realized that his opponent had surrounded his body with an aura. Macrae Hughes said he would show something interesting. It was a fuchsia-colored sword. Hubert was attacked and wounded. Hughes had a sword made of dragon bones, defiled by the blood of 10 magicians. Raymond realized that it was the perfect weapon in a battle against magicians. Our hero activated his wings and picked up Professor Hubert. He had to be taken to a safe area immediately. Hughes said he was impressed. Hughes attacked our hero with explosive stones and told him to try to dodge them. Raymond dragged the professor to safety and sat him down under a tree. Hughes realized that his opponent wanted to buy time for his comrades because he knew he couldn't win. Raymond told Hubert that when he gave the signal, they should run to the princess and the Count. Hubert was surprised. Did Raymond really think he would run away and leave him alone? Russell asked Hubert to trust him, adding that he would catch up with everyone. Hughes asked if they were done with their idle chatter. The protagonist gave the signal, and the professor, jumping to his feet and overcoming the pain, began to run. The explosive stones gave Hubert time to escape, but the enemy could not be underestimated. The Cloud Ring and Storm were activated. Raymond used second stage dragonification and decided to give it his all. Hughes said that now his opponent was finished. The young man could not even hope for a peaceful death. However, our hero withstood his opponent's attack. The young man heard a voice. The voice asked how Hughes could try to bring down the Dragon Lord with bones. Raymond heard this voice coming from the heart of the dragon. The voice said that this man was pitiful. A huge dragon appeared behind Raymond. It was the Divine King of Dragons. The Dragon King told our hero that he would give him strength for a while. The boy must punish the scoundrel who had insulted the dragons. Raymond said he had a question for the divine king of dragons. The voice told Raymond to find the dragons, and they would bind them together. He must become the leader and hope of the dragons remaining in this world. The young man didn't understand what the dragon was talking about, but he decided to test its power. Hughes said that this guy had underestimated him. He had lost his arm, but that didn't change anything. This young man had the same arrogant look as his father. Were all Raymonds like that? Raymond asked if his opponent knew his father. Hughes confirmed this. Hughes added that he really wanted to gouge Alexei Raymond's eyes out, but unfortunately, he wasn't the one who got even with him. Hughes wondered why the young man had decided that the Empire was responsible for his father's death. Our hero was attacked again and wounded. McCrae Hughes said that this guy couldn't even dodge such an attack. It was very boring. After another attack from his opponent, our hero was deactivated and fell to the ground. Hughes was outraged. Did such a talentless person really want to fight him? The villain said that this guy was very pathetic. McCrae added that to become stronger, you have to let go of something. However, this boy was too young for that. The villain swung his sword. The protagonist jumped up with his last ounce of strength and flew upward. He had to admit that McCrae Hughes was a very strong opponent. To escape pursuit, the young man activated Wind Wave. Our hero had nothing left. Was he really defeated? However, Russell knew he must not give up. The young man gathered his last strength and decided to show his opponent how powerful he was in magic. An explosion was activated. Hughes was injured this time, but he continued to advance toward our hero. He said that this boy would not fool him with his tricks. Our hero decided not to stop and used Cloud Ring. This was followed by a call to the electric giant. To become stronger, Russell was ready to give up everything, even his body. By stimulating his body with electricity, Russell could greatly increase his speed. This was his trump card. Raymond moved to a safe distance, more convenient for organizing an attack. The young man made a quick lunge with his spear and used Russell's spell. The final blow was delivered, and our hero asked his defeated opponent how it felt to crawl on the ground like a bug. There was a powerful explosion, and the opponent was destroyed. This was thanks to the appearance of the Tower Master, Niccolo Machiavelli. When the smoke cleared, it was clear that it was all over. It was hard to believe that he had single-handedly brought Hughes to such a state. His comrades rushed to the exhausted Raymond and told him that it was excellent work. His efforts had changed the fate of Endymion and Kiel. Professor Hubert said that now no one would doubt the power of Russell Raymond. It was clear that the hero's rise was beginning. 10 days passed. Even with the body of a mage, our hero was still not strong enough. Now he understood how great the gap between them was. If it weren't for the appearance of Niccolo Machiavelli, Hughes would not have died. Our hero thought he had become strong, but he still had a long way to go. But what was he talking about? Find the dragons. They will bind them. How could he find them? Dragons were extinct. Could there really be any left? Professor Hubert asked if the young man really believed that it could have been something other than the Empire. Raymond told him. Hughes asked why he was so sure that they were responsible for his father's death. Hubert suggested that his rival might have provoked him, but caution would not hurt. They would secretly investigate the matter in the Tower of Fire. Hubert said that Daria Snow was very worried. It was good that Russell had returned safe and sound. Hubert handed the young man an envelope. It was an invitation to the royal banquet. Attending the banquet meant adhering to a dress code. Since our hero always wore loose-fitting clothes, he couldn't get used to a tailcoat. The teacher said that Raymond had done a great deed again. She was simply overjoyed. Jillian approached the group. Daria Snow asked how he was doing. Jillian said he couldn't miss the rumors about the new talent. Raymond clarified. Is this really Sir Jillian Person? Jillian Person, Master of Arms. He wielded 18 types of weapons. His aura exceeded human capabilities. Our hero couldn't believe that such a man was interested in him. Jillian said that the young man had taught McCrae a good lesson. Raymond replied that he was just lucky. Jillian remarked that luck only favors the best. Jillian added that it was good that Raymond had gotten rid of that scoundrel. It was the first time the young man had heard such harsh words from anyone other than mercenaries. Jillian asked if Russell was training with a spear. His muscles were well developed. The protagonist replied that he had only just started with the basics. Jillian remarked that the basics were very important. However, to become stronger, appropriate training was necessary. Jillian said that as soon as the young man was ready, he could come to him with this ring. And he held out the ring in his palm to the young man. Raymond asked why Person was so kind to him. His companion replied that it was simply helping to develop talent. Raymond thought that he was standing before a terrifying warrior dressed in noble attire. The young man replied that he would definitely come to him. The arrival of the bright sun, ruler of Endymion, was announced. Everyone saw His Majesty the King, accompanied by the princess. The king addressed Russell Raymond and Hubert. He said that the two had made a huge contribution to the victory and the alliance with the Kingdom of Kill. Sir Hubert was awarded 500 gold coins and 100 horses. He was granted the right to collect taxes from 1,000 households in the south of Endymion. Sir Russell was granted 3,000 coins and 3 cities in the west of Endymion. The king handed the young man documents detailing the location of the cities. Raymond thought, finally, his family had received new territories. He was one step closer to restoring his family's fortune. The king suggested ending the official part and moving on to the banquet. It was time to enjoy the victory. A girl approached the princess and asked what she was thinking about. The princess pointed to Count Raymond and said that he had become quite popular. He should learn to say no. At that moment, the young man was surrounded by girls. The girl asked if the princess wanted to ask him to dance. Hecate replied that she would wait for now. The princess added that one should not be too pushy with young men. Patience is the lot of the elderly. Count Raymond apologized to the girls and headed toward the princess. Our hero asked the princess if she would honor him with a dance. The princess smiled and told her companion that everything had turned out just as she had expected. During the dance, Hecate asked what Sir Russell wanted to ask her. Russell asked why the princess had said she would keep an eye on him. Hecate replied that it was because the young man's abilities were remarkable for his age. And there was another reason. His face. The princess said that she liked his face. Hecate remarked that women do not say such things to people they are not interested in. Raymond was confused when he heard this. The princess added that she was not the type to demand an answer right away. She simply hoped that it would be positive. Russell knew the princess's character, but he didn't expect her to say it so directly. What should he do now? Hecate Ratmos was the king's only daughter and closest to the throne. Considering her position, the best decision would be to agree. However, the young man had not yet figured out his feelings. Sir Alan Page happened to be nearby. The young man apologized if he had disturbed him. Raymond replied that he was just lost in thought. Page said he would like to discuss a proposal with Earl Russell. Alan expressed his hope that the bet would soon be over. Page suggested talking to the teachers. Russell had expected this, but not so soon. Daria White Snow asked the young man what he thought about it. Raymond replied that they had originally agreed on 3 years, but he didn't think it was worth waiting. The teacher said that in that case, they needed to meet with them. The Colosseum. It is powered by 6th Circle magic. It is an arena surrounded by a magical barrier that can hold back even a powerful aura user. In his previous life, our hero only reached the 2nd circle. Russell never would have thought he would end up here. Daria White Snow suggested they begin. Old Hemingway wanted to see how long this young man would last. Currently, the barrier is being maintained by 2 masters of the towers. There was no need to worry about the surroundings. Young people could give it their all. Page was considered a genius among all magicians. However, now these guys were roughly on the same level. Raymond understood that in a battle with an equal opponent, distance was the most important thing. Our hero decided that the distance needed to be reduced. It seemed as if his opponent was a knight, not a mage. He was confident in his resilience and destructive power. The spells of the fire tower were more destructive than those of the spear tower. The spell Rain of Icicles was created. Raymond thought, as expected, Sir Alan instantly casts a spell. Russell immediately activated Fire Rain. Raymond declared that it was his turn and used Fire Lightning. Raymond used Flash. He wasn't going to let his opponent get close. He had to restrict his movements. One of the mages activated Earthquake, and his opponent was thrown into the air by the shockwave. This was unexpected for Page. Our hero thought that even Alan would have a hard time keeping him at a distance in such a situation. He had to keep pushing. Alan Page activated Ice Field. Raymond thought that his opponent had frozen everything to stop Earthquake. He's a real monster. Alan told Sir Russell that it was time to end it. Page used Rain of Icicles again, and the protagonist noticed that he could no longer move. Daria White Snow asked if Page had been taught the magic of the Spear Tower Arcanum. Hemingway said that Alan would be the next Tower Master. Page acknowledged that Raymond had indeed grown incredibly. He would like to see more. Page added that the teacher was waiting, so they would have to postpone it until next time. The water field was activated, a destructive element. Our hero didn't want to show it like that, but there was no choice. A powerful explosion rang out in the middle of the Colosseum. Alan didn't understand what was happening. Where did this fierce aura come from? He couldn't move. Daria White Snow said it was the fear of dragons. Old Hemingway said it was no surprise. No wonder he thought this guy was pretty talented. Had Raymond really inherited the power of dragons? Mrs. White Snow said it was impossible. His parents were ordinary people. That meant Raymond had a high-ranking dragon among his ancestors. Page thought that this magic made his whole body tremble. Alan stated that Russell wasn't the only one who had been hiding his powers. Raymond realized that his opponent had used a spell that affected a large area. He could now freeze an entire army. In response, the protagonist used Compact Spear. Russell thought that if he could break through this spell, he could win. However, Page did not relax. The entire Colosseum was so cold that not only mana but also time itself could be frozen. It would have been difficult for Russell if it weren't for his battle with McCrae Hughes. Our hero was fast. He didn't have time to use Flash. He had to block Page's actions. There was no other way out. Before Page could react, he was already lying on his back. At that moment, Russell pressed his spear into his chest. Page smiled. Everything had turned out as expected. He admitted defeat. The mission was accomplished. Hemingway had to hand over the relic from the Age of Gods. Daria White Snow asked if the old man had prepared the relic. Hemingway admitted defeat this time. The old man added that as a master of the tower, he could not break his promise. He handed the relic to his colleague. Daria White Snow said she couldn't believe it. Finally, Hemingway was left with her. Our hero held the Arachne sewing kit in his hands. It was a relic from the Age of the Gods, replicating Arachne's ability to cut and connect space. The young man held a dagger that could cut through space. If you use mana to connect the dagger and the needle, you can sew space. Now all that remained was to figure out how to use it in practice. Connecting visible space and cut space, even just cutting space, is already amazing. And now they can be connected. This will be very helpful for ambushes. At the appointed time, our hero arrived at the Autumn Moon Castle. Jillian was delighted to see Raymond arrive. The young man thanked him for the invitation. The host said he had heard about the victory over Alan. Russell replied that he had just been lucky. Our hero was surprised to see the study with so many weapons. Jillian said that there hadn't been any of that here before, but it had just accumulated over time. The host handed the young man a spear. Russell was surprised. Why did he need a spear now? Jillian said he wanted to test his skills so he could train him properly in the future. He suggested they spar. Raymond held the invitation from Sir Gillian in his hands. Now he understood why he had been summoned here. This was an excellent opportunity to learn from a master of arms. Raymond thought, if Gillian taught him the skills he had once been taught, it would definitely come in handy in the future. Gillian said he would let his opponent make the first move. Raymond replied that he had no intention of backing down. After a short fight, Russell thought, even though he didn't use magic, he lost too easily. After all, Gillian was a true master of weapons. Gillian said that the young man had good eyesight and a flexible mind. However, he had no talent for spearmanship. Although considering that he was self-taught, it was quite surprising. Raymond thought that he should have used magic. Gillian asked if Russell really thought he would train him for free. The master said he would train the young man once a week, and in return, Russell would have to spar with his knights. That didn't sound too bad. Raymond was surprised. What was going on? Knights rarely gathered in one place. Was it all because of the visit of Russell Raymond, the very wizard who had defeated McCrae Hughes? All the knights greeted Lord Gillian and his guest. The host said that starting today, the knights would have 2 sparring matches with Sir Russell. In the first battle, magic and auras were allowed. In the second, they were not. The knights were surprised. Would they really have to fight without magic or auras? But that would only make it harder for Sir Russell. These sparring matches were necessary for Raymond to hone his skills, not just gain experience. Therefore, it was better to do without magic. Our hero introduced himself to the knights, and said he hoped to learn some useful lessons from them. One of the knights introduced himself as Rohakin, a 4th-rank knight. It was an honor for him to cross swords with the hero. The protagonist noted to himself that this knight was fast, and his movements were precise. He surpassed everyone Raymond had seen before. For a 4th-rank knight, this was incredible strength. After a short fight, Rohakin found himself on the ground and admitted defeat. Gillian told everyone to pay attention to this fight. Russell had been right to refuse to use magic. The master thought that the knight's pride might be hurt after losing a battle of pure physical strength. Raymond told Gillian that he agreed to train with the knights, but he had no intention of using magic. He thought he had agreed out of curiosity, and this spurred the knights on. One knight approached him and asked if he could challenge him. Gillian couldn't believe it. Sir Vincent wanted to fight a mage, even though he was a 2nd-rank knight. So he believed that even 3rd-rank knights couldn't defeat him? 2nd-rank knights were almost like vice-captains of the orders. Thank you for the offer, Raymond replied. He thought he could gain valuable experience from the fight. The duel with Vincent ended in a draw. It seems he was underestimated. Our hero claimed that he had simply been lucky. Gillian smiled. Lucky again? The Lord asked if the young man had used magic. Would Vincent have had a chance? Gillian remarked that even if Vincent had been a 1st-rank fighter, he would still have lost to Russell. And he was right. Our hero had become a 5th-rank mage. In terms of strength, he was already comparable to a master swordsman. The Lord told the young man not to underestimate himself. Excessive modesty often turns into arrogance. Gillian pushed open the heavy doors, and they went inside. Inside was a library. The owner of the house said that he had collected all these books during his travels in his youth. On the left were books on spearmanship. Russell could choose anyone he liked. It would take a lifetime to study them all. But now it was important to find his own path in the art of spearmanship. Raymond approached the owner of the house with several books. Gillian asked if he had made his choice. Russell showed him 2 books and admitted that he couldn't decide between them. They were The 6 Arts of Destroying the Heavens and La Mancha. Gillian said that both books were worthy. The 6 Arts of Destroying the Heavens was difficult to study, but it was one of the most powerful spear techniques. La Mancha is a refined technique without unnecessary movements. Lord admitted that he would recommend the 6 Arts of Destroying the Heavens. However, the hero chose La Mancha. He explained that for a magician, a technique suitable for any situation is more valuable than brute force. Gillian thought the young man had made a rational choice. He thinks like a true mage. The Lord said he respected his decision. Now the young man had to master La Mancha. Raymond was surprised. Was Gillian really giving away such a valuable book without a second thought? This man seemed truly generous. Gillian reminded the young man not to forget about sparring with the knights. Our hero honed his technique. A swing, a strike, a thrust, a block. All movements must merge into a single line. Raymond thought that he had received La Mancha a year and a half ago. Just memorizing the form could be considered an achievement. To master the technique, you need to understand its essence. Complete concentration is necessary, but there were too many distractions. The hero was faced with a choice, training or enlightenment. It was impossible to move on to the next level abruptly. What does find the dragons mean? They will bind them. Russell must become the leader and hope of the dragons left in this world. But where to find even traces of these creatures? The hero checked ancient books and chose 4 places where he might find something. 2 of these 4 places were checked. However, no traces of dragons were found. That left Red Mountain Canyon and Kuril Island. Kuril Island seemed like a more likely option, but exploring it at his current level was too dangerous. Raymond decided to tackle this place when he reached the 6th circle. For now, he would head to the Red Mountain Canyon. He would be able to explore the underground world of this region. Daria Snow asked if her student was really going to the underground world. He replied in the affirmative. The teacher said that the underground world belonged to the dwarves. It was not easy for humans to get there. The teacher added that it would be possible to contact the White Tower Master. The Master is half fairy, so he will be able to help. Raymond thought that dwarves and fairies were indeed close. The teacher's hint was not in vain. Daria Snow looked out the window and remembered that she had forgotten to say something. Although perhaps they had already met. Olsen grabbed the young man from behind and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Olsen asked if they were going on an expedition to explore the underground world. Our hero expected to be alone. as it wasn't the most popular route. However, with Olsen around, he wouldn't be bored. Raymond asked if Olsen had already met the master of the White Tower. The answer was affirmative. Raymond asked what kind of person she was. Olsen thought for a moment. The man said she was a nice but eccentric girl. Russell would understand everything when he saw her. Our hero saw a strange room, and an even stranger girl. She was indeed lovely. The master greeted the guests and called them by name. It was Amelia Vermin, the master of the White Tower. She looked like a child with a large stuffed toy in her arms. The master controlled the wind and spirits. Raymond thought it was because of her origins. She was half elf, half human. Raymond sensed pure mana emanating from the magistrate, a quality unique to elves. Olsen expressed his delight that the magister even knew their names. It seemed that Russell had become quite well known. Amelia approached our hero and said in surprise, "Where does a human get such special mana?" Amelia Vermin added that now everything was clear. Had Russell made a contract with a spirit? The protagonist confirmed this assumption. He thought that no one had noticed this before. The magister asked if the young man could summon his spirit. Amelia noted that the two of them would not be able to enter the underground world by conventional means. They needed to find a portal, a map marking its location, or an artifact that could lead to the portal. Raymond was surprised. Did the master mean that without all that, they would need the spirit's help? Amelia confirmed this. The White Tower master noticed Pepper and said he was very cute. Plus, he was mid-level and a mutant. The warrior was holding an ikebana and a pair of scissors. He said he was hoping for better manners from his companion, unlike Hypnos. What had brought him here at such a late hour? Why had Karen appeared at all? Skull replied that he had come because it was the day of the contract. Hypnos was busy, so he would take his place. The man asked if it had really been 5 years since the contract was signed. An apple appeared in the warrior's hand. Karen declared that it was time to eat it. The man said that if he could repeat the deal, he would become immortal. It was a pity that the side effects made it impossible. Did Charon know that Daria's student had gone to Red Canyon? The skull replied in the affirmative. He knows everything about this woman, and he knows what his interlocutor is worried about. Red Canyon is located near the Amazon rainforest. Would that young man really get in the way? The man said he was worried after what happened with Blaine. Charon noted that everything was happening deep in the forest, far from Red Canyon. They wouldn't find anything unless they looked for it specifically. The warrior didn't listen to Karen very attentively. The skull fell silent and began to gather his things. Charon added that it was time for him to go. The Archduke wasn't the only one waiting for him. The Archduke thought, how dare this pathetic occultist speak to him like that? The Archduke looked at the fallen leaves of the ikebana and decided he had to hurry. Raymond said it was very good that they had met. Now they would easily find the underground world. Amelia noted that with Pepper, they would be able to track down the spirit of the earth, the gnome, and find the entrance to the underground world. Raymond said that it was all thanks to Pepper, not him. Olsen looked out of the carriage and reported that they had already arrived at Red Canyon. Our hero thought that even from here, he could feel a strange, mysterious power emanating from the rocks. Perhaps he would find something here related to dragons. Olsen suggested they go straight to the canyon. There was no point wasting time in the city. Russell agreed. A short time later, Olsen and our hero were standing in Red Canyon. Raymond tossed Pepper up into the air and told him to look for traces of the gnome. Olsen doubted that Pepper would be able to sense the spirit of the earth from such a height. Suddenly, one-horned eagles appeared in the sky and rushed after Pepper. They tried to attack him. Olsen took the initiative and said he would deal with them. Raymond replied that Pepper had asked him not to. Olsen was surprised. These eagles were advanced. They even hunted orcs. In fact, the eagles were unlucky. They were attacked by Pepper. The spirit decided to deal with them himself. Raymond said that he was just a daredevil. Besides, it seemed that he had already found the gnome. In the gorge, the companions estimated that there were more than 300 caves, even at first glance. Olsen noted that if they were to examine each one, they would lose a lot of time and never enter the underground world. Pepper flew into one of the caves. Russell said the gnome was there. Olsen took out a glowing ball and threw it into the cave. Olsen went inside and said that this cave was quite unusual. There was no dampness or stalactites, but they should be in caves. So this must be an artificial cave. Our hero thought, if this cave was made to hide the entrance, then there must be traps here. Olsen was surprised. Why is Russell so serious? Is he really not going to go in because of the traps? Raymond said he really wanted to see what the dwarves had prepared. The protagonist followed Olsen deeper into the cave. The warrior counted 15 traps. These dwarves had worked hard. Our hero thought he could easily disable the traps with magic. He didn't expect that mana suppression devices would be installed throughout the cave. There was no choice. He would have to use dragonification. Our hero sensed a faint trace of mana. Olsen wondered what Russell was doing. They had to run. Raymond stopped, activated Flaming Spear in La Mancha mode, and said that it seemed they had found it. Before our heroes stood a teleportation gate to the underground world. It was active. Raymond understood that no matter how advanced the dwarves' technology was, teleportation was impossible without mana. Therefore, there were no mana suppression devices near the gate. Olsen said it was excellent work. He would definitely mention the teleportation gate in his report. The travelers saw the underground world far below. Our hero thought that the cities of the underground world would be very small. However, this city was the size of the capital of Endymion. The locals saw the visitors and said that no one had come here in a long time. After all, the portal was not easy to find. Had they found a map or made a contract with a spirit? One of the dwarves said, if these people made it here, then they should be considered guests. If the people need to go to the city, then these two can follow them. The underground world turned out to be very interesting from the inside. Olsen told his companion that they had come here together, but they had different goals. He intended to study the dwarves' strength training. Olsen added that they would part ways here and meet again in 3 weeks. The dwarf told the man not to fall behind. He still had a lot to show him. According to legend, the underground world had been blessed by 2 dragons. The dwarf added that this was something to be proud of. The silver dragon had blessed them with steel, and the fire dragon with fire. The statue was built when the fire dragon gave his blessing. They say that several thousand years ago, the dragon himself stood on this spot. Raymond thought, if there was a dragon there might be traces left behind. Raymond asked if people could approach the altar. The dwarf replied that he was just about to show it to him. The guide added that weapons in the underground world were on a completely different level. Even the weapons of the king of Coral Island were made by their ancestors. Many other races live here besides the dwarves. Most of them came from the Amazon rainforest. They are here for trade. Our hero was called out. The young man turned around and saw Lady Ilo. Was she here too? Ilo said she was very happy to see this man again. An old man approached the young man and asked if he was the one who had helped Ilo. The old man introduced himself as Skan, the elder of the White Ash tribe. The young man also introduced himself, gave his name, and added that he had come from the fiery tower of Endymion. The old man felt as if he were standing in front of a volcano. It was amazing that a human being could have such pure mana. Raymond asked Ilo what had brought her here. The elf replied that they had come to buy weapons. Our hero was surprised. Did the peaceful elves really buy weapons? The young man asked if something had happened to their tribe. Skan explained that the monsters from the forest had become even more aggressive. Ilo remarked that if her blood had awakened, this would not have happened. The elder told the girl not to think about it. It was not her fault. Raymond remembered that Ilo had told him about the blood of the green dragon. Raymond asked if the White Ash tribe had any legends about dragons. Ilo apologized and replied that she didn't know of any such legends. Ilo asked how long the young man would be in the underground world. She would look for something and let him know if she found anything. Russell replied that he would be here for about 3 weeks. The dwarf said that it was the altar of the fire dragon. Our hero didn't see anything special about it. Maybe it was worth checking out the altar of the silver dragon? The dwarf said that the silver dragon's altar was symmetrical in shape to this one. The only difference was the color. The young man thought that this statue was the last useful clue here. The dwarf announced that he would wait at the entrance, and the man could take his time. Raymond placed his hands on the pedestal and felt the statue's energy affecting him. The dragon said that he had been waiting for this man for a very long time. Fortunately, he had come before his death. The man must follow the path and come to him, to their master. The man would come to the source of all dragons. Raymond thought it was a weak, almost pleading voice. The compass needle pointed in the direction of travel. The voice told the young man to hurry. It sounded like the voice of a dying creature. Raymond decided that he definitely had to hurry, and quickly moved in the direction indicated by the compass needle. As time passed, the needle grew shorter. Russell realized that he was approaching his destination. Finally, our hero found it. Down below, at the foot of the mountain, the young man saw some kind of settlement. Raymond thought that a dragon wouldn't fit in a place like this. It was definitely a disguise. Once inside the building, our hero realized he was right. It really was a disguise. Inside was the entrance to an underground passage. The protagonist stood before the first gate. Russell heard someone say, "Welcome, future Lord of the Dragons." Raymond opened the first gate and prepared to enter. The young man saw the silver dragon. The dragon said, "The silver dragon Silvert greets the human." Silvert said he would like to talk, but he didn't have much time. Raymond was surprised. What did he mean, not much time? The dragon said that time was running out. He had grown old, and it was time for him to rest in peace. Raymond was surprised. Did the dragon really face death so calmly? Was it because dragons lived for 10,000 years? Sylvetter said that he was returning the power given to him by his previous master. And before our hero appeared, the horn. Raymond thought, after lightning and fire, a horn with the essence of wind? But why the divine horn and not the forgotten? Silvert asked, has the man decided to postpone accepting the power? The young man nodded affirmatively. Until that moment, the horns increased understanding of the element and strengthened mana. It would be more effective to accept it after he reached the 6th circle. Silvert said that this man was calm in the face of enormous power. Such a lord was worth waiting 10,000 years for. The dragon wished the young lord all his heart's desires. Raymond said he had many questions. The dragon declared that his body was disappearing, but the mission continued. He would leave his powers to a child of his lineage. Raymond returned through the first gate to the portal. Our hero couldn't believe he had let the dragon escape. As he exited the portal, the young man saw Ilo. But what was she doing there? Why was Ilo from the White Ash tribe here now? The protagonist asked what the girl had on her head. Ilo greeted the Lord of Dragons. After these words, the girl fell unconscious to the ground. Raymond didn't understand anything. The girl was lying in bed in her room. Our hero sat next to the bed. Who would have thought that the silver dragon was talking about her? Raymond assumed that her powers had not yet been fully awakened. The girl opened her eyes and sat up in bed. Russell was glad that she had woken up. Ilo asked in surprise why her savior was there. Our hero thought, if she didn't call him Lord of the Dragons, then everything was fine. The system reported that the elf girl in front of the young man was awakening as a second-generation dragon, but did not yet know her mission. When she learned of her mission, she would have to make a choice. Awaken as a dragon, or remain an elf. Ilo asked why she was in this room. Russell replied that she had lost consciousness at the gate, so he quickly brought her to him. Ilo said she was glad that her savior had found her. The elf said that this had never happened before. Maybe it was because of the horns? The girl said that before she lost consciousness, a silver light had fallen on her. Raymond suggested that her dragon powers were awakening. But what silver light was he talking about? The elf said that her companions were worried, and that it was time for her to leave. The girl told her savior that they would definitely see each other again. The girl wished that the blessing of the forest would come with her savior. The next day arrived. Our hero thought that it would take at least 20 days to find the dragon. However, there was still plenty of time left. He needed to use this opportunity to learn everything he could. The dwarf asked why the man had come to the smithy. Raymond said he wanted to order something. Our hero showed him the crystal and asked if the dwarves could take a look at it. The dwarves said that it was very pure mana of the highest quality. It seems as if there is not much inside the stone, but rather that it is a dense mantle. It is like the heart of a dragon. The dwarf said that it looked very strange. The mantle was too pure for the heart of a lower dragon, but the stone was too small for the heart of a higher dragon. The dwarf asked if the man would agree to leave it with them until they returned. They promised not to use it foolishly, and even swore by fire and steel. Raymond agreed. He saw no reason to refuse. The dwarves rejoiced and said it was a wise decision. Now they needed to bring the Encyclopedia of Dragons. Raymond thought that these dwarves were like magicians who had received a means of research. Raymond was greeted in an underground library. It was a rather unusual place. The dwarf said that valuable knowledge must always be kept deep within the earth. The librarian said that this was not usually the case, but if there were recommendations from masters, the young man could study everything up to the 3rd level. Among the dwarves, who have many craftsmen, the best are called masters. Only 1 in 1,000 receives this title. Raymond couldn't even imagine that these two were masters. Although the library was underground, there was a lot of space here. Everything here was different from what he had expected in the upper world. Raymond looked around carefully. Our hero had 19 days before returning to the tower. The young man decided to try to move on to the 6th circle during this time. However, it wasn't that simple. It was still too early for him. The dwarf asked if the man had already returned. Raymond said that he was leaving today, so he had come to say goodbye and pick up the stone. The dwarves were surprised. Didn't he want to stay at least a few more days? There were hot springs nearby. Raymond suggested that they hadn't found anything yet. The dwarves admitted that they hadn't found anything unusual. But that didn't mean they hadn't achieved anything. They had learned that this mana stone appeared unnaturally. Someone had created it for a specific purpose. Russell was surprised. Why did they think that? The dwarf replied that the alchemical reactions were similar to what they had already seen. The dwarf showed him a book and said that based on its contents, they had come up with some theories. It seemed to be a magnum opus created during the destruction of something. In alchemy, only masterpieces are called that. Do the dwarves really think it's valued as highly as the Philosopher's Stone? It would be great to know what it's made of. That was all they could find out. Raymond said that was more than enough and thanked the dwarves. Raymond said that thanks to these two, he had learned how amazing the underground world was. The dwarves told him to come back anytime. They would be waiting for him. Raymond speculated that the stone was made from a dragon's heart. Other mages would be shocked to hear this. Russell looked around. Ulsan had not yet returned. Ulsan suddenly appeared. He asked Raymond how long he had been waiting. The young man asked the warrior what was on his skin. Ulsan replied that it was oil, the secret of the dwarves' strength. He would adapt it for humans when they returned. Raymond said that his research had gone well and that he had found what he was looking for. Ulsan said that in that case, the young man had only one thing to worry about: the wall in front of the 6th circle. Russell said that he could see it, but he couldn't get past it, and that annoyed him. The young man thought that 100 magicians could see 100 different things. It was a very delicate matter. Even good advice could be harmful, so it was not customary for magicians to interfere. However, a few general phrases would do no harm. Ulsan claimed that he could lift a barbell with a heavy weight, but he couldn't do it from the start. However, after a lot of effort, he was able to do it one day. Ulsan added that he believes the same is true of magic. If you train hard every day, you will surely succeed. Raymond thought Ulsan was right. You have to be patient, because he has already grown so much. Ulsan suggested watching the sunset. Sunsets in Red Canyon are truly magical. The light of the setting sun blurs the boundaries between the sky and the earth. All our hero understood and learned were the walls he had built. It seemed that a great enlightenment awaited him. Raymond looked into his mind. It was a mental projection. Everything he knows is contained in formulas. Before the young man was a burning red sunset. The young man thought it would be a good idea to add formulas to the image of the burning red sunset. The young man cast Russell Raymond's spell, Falling Sun. It was a powerful spell. Ulsan was surprised. Had the young man decided to set the entire canyon on fire? The protagonist slumped and leaned on Ulsan. The warrior was surprised. Was the young man asleep? He had talked about enlightenment, but he didn't think it would come so quickly. Ulsan thought that he was now looking at the youngest 6th circle in history. This would cause quite a stir. Endymion, the Tower of Fire. Raymond examined his palms as he sat in his office. The young man recalled Russell Raymond's spell, Falling Sun. He had finally become a 6th circle mage. Our hero could feel the mana in his hands. These sensations were completely different from those he had experienced at the 5th circle. In addition, the young man received a second golden mask as a reward. The first mask helped him calculate attacks, while this one specialized in protecting against curses. Perhaps the second mask would help against the spells of heretics. It was quite a valuable item. Daria White Snow was delighted to see her student return. She asked him how he liked the underground world. The woman was surprised. Had Raymond really overcome the wall? The protagonist admitted that the expedition had been beneficial for him. The Tower Master thought that just 6 months ago, This guy had completely mastered the fifth circle. Had she underestimated his talent? Daria White Snow believed that it would take several more years. Raymond was a source of pride. Raymond told his teacher that he would only move forward. Daria White Snow thought that old Hemingway would be furious when he found out. The woman said she wanted to see what her outstanding student was capable of. It reminded the young man of the day before his expedition to the ruins. Back then, it was difficult for him even against one giant. The teacher said that it sounded as if the young man was now finding it too easy. In that case, they would raise the difficulty to his level. The woman activated Daria White Snow's spell, Fire Dwarves. Raymond thought that wasn't what he meant. There were many attacks, about several hundred. The teacher told Russell that it was too early to be surprised. Then another spell from Daria White Snow followed. Transformation spell. In response, our hero activated an offensive spell. He wanted to give a worthy rebuff. It was Giant Fire King. Everything was going well for the hero. He thought that this was his enlightenment. Russell Raymond's spell, Falling Sun, was activated. The destructive power was too great. The young man thought that in a real battle, he would have hit his allies. He needed to be more careful. Daria White Snow said that Raymond had grown up very quickly. Was it really a mental projection? What was he thinking at that moment? Russell replied that his thoughts were of the burning sunset. The teacher knew that a mental projection could only be created once in a lifetime. It was an unfinished spell that needed refinement. What would happen when he completed it? It was very interesting to watch this student's progress. After the training battle, the young man meditated in his room, sitting on his bed. The teacher said that Raymond was suitable in all respects: spell speed, power, and originality. She would send an official request for his promotion to the circle. Raymond thought that his teacher had recognized him. The next stage would be the absorption of artifacts. It was good that he had reported on the expedition in advance. However, it would take some time. Raymond began to absorb the divine horn of the Dragon King. The excess mana would be stored as hidden power, which would manifest itself at the moment of awakening and grant incredible power. His understanding of the element of wind improved. Raymond thought, even though his understanding had deepened, he didn't feel any changes. Did that mean his level was already high? His body felt lighter, perhaps due to the essence of wind. Russell waved his hand lightly, and even in this movement, his strength could be felt. If he continued to strengthen his body, he would be able to fight even a second-rank knight. The young man was informed that a guest had arrived. Raymond thought, guests right after the expedition? Could it be her? The girl asked if Russell was going to the underground world this time. The young man nodded affirmatively. The princess said she was very interested and had come straight to him. Raymond said that the princess could ask him anything she wanted. About the countless caves, the culture of the underground world, weapons, and the dwarves. Hecate said that she would ask another question first. The princess asked if Russell had thought about her in the dungeon. Raymond was surprised. Was that a joke? Hecate remarked that it was an amusing reaction. Was the young man always so serious? He was fun to tease. The princess said she had tried hard. Raymond was surprised. What did tried hard mean? Hecate replied that even if it was in vain, she would not rush the young man for an answer. There were many envelopes with letters on the table in front of the hero. Raymond thought that after the ball, she had been constantly on his mind. He pushed these thoughts away every time, telling himself that he was busy. Was he just being a coward? Now he had to figure out his feelings for the princess. Hecate looked at her watch and said that when she was with the young man, time seemed to disappear. It was a pity that she had to wait so long for an answer. Raymond knelt before the princess and said he felt calm. The young man opened the box, and inside were 2 rings. The young man declared that he wanted to see the princess in his future. Hecate said that Russell had no sense of tact. However, for some reason, she found his words very pleasant to hear. The girl reached out her hand toward the rings. Hecate said that she also wanted to see him in her future. Russell had better prepare himself for that. The princess added that she would tease the young man for the rest of his life for making her wait. Everyone in the city knew that the princess's engagement was coming up. There couldn't be any mistakes at this event. An elephant was parading through the city. It was a delegation from Kiel. The townspeople said it was excessive pomp. All this to introduce the youngest magician of the 6th Circle in history. Prince Saron of the Golden Sands Dune and the great shaman Kasha from the same place were invited to the engagement. Many assumed that the event was organized to attract allies. Otherwise, they would not have invited so many countries. However, was Raymond worthy of joining Endymion? Kassa wondered why Saron had decided to test the waters in such a strange way. The prince replied that he was tired of empty talk. He hoped the ceremony would end quickly. He couldn't wait to see this Russell. Our hero was at a fitting for his costume. 4 tailcoats and another outfit. Are all weddings this complicated? Alan said that this was not just a wedding. Many envoys from neighboring countries, even non-allied ones, would be arriving. His Majesty did not want it to be just a celebration. This event must bring political benefits. Page added that it was not only to strengthen the royal power. His Majesty wanted to demonstrate the power of Endymion. Raymond thought that he was now the main power. That meant he had a very important role to play. Alan expressed confidence that Russell would do well. Page said that they would now begin studying etiquette. Those present declared that this was the entrance of Hecate Ratmos, the first heir to the throne of the royal family of Endymion. Next to appear was the groom, Count Russell Raymond, and indeed, our hero appeared. Everyone greeted the groom. However, the guests whispered that Raymond did not look all that impressive. Prince Saron asked his neighbor why he didn't check it out for himself instead of discussing it behind his back. A bunch of huge snakes with glowing eyes appeared around our hero. The princess was frightened and screamed. Raymond told his bride not to worry. The guy didn't know what to do, but everything worked out perfectly. He activated the circle projection. Those present acknowledged that he was indeed a sixth circle mage. Raymond thought, the more exciting the festival, the better for the king and all of Endymion. Prince Seiron and many of those present were amazed. Could this young man really be hiding such power? It far exceeded all the rumors about him. After making such an impression, our hero extended his hand to the princess and said they would go together. In the forest, the occultists were in a frenzy. Could it be that the woman's apprentice and the princess were engaged? Now there was someone in the royal family who was equal to the masters of the towers. One of the occultists declared that all this commotion was caused by a rat daring to bare its teeth. With such a person in the family, the Archduke would be much more at ease. The Archduke said that he had never considered them family. The man added that the king was a usurper who had taken his place. He asked how the forest reconnaissance was progressing. The occultist replied that it could take several more years, and even then, there would be no guarantee as to the number of seals. These were the seals of the Tartanos, who had once ruled this continent and used them to shackle the giants. Even a few would be enough to bind a magician of the Eighth Circle. The occultist noted that the problem was protecting them. The slightest touch would enrage the monsters. The Archduke said that was good. If the monsters attracted attention and weakened Endymion's forces, the plan could be carried out more quickly. The occultist was surprised. The Archduke was rejoicing at the death of his subjects. What kind of tyrant was he? However, all this had become possible after the destruction of the records from the Age of the Gods, including the story of the savior from another world and the giants. The black-haired hero from another world had joined forces with the dragons to seal away the giants. This story must not reach future generations. Come to think of it, Raymond also has dark hair, and he's incredibly tall. Could he have inherited the blood of the savior? But even if that's the case, thousands of years have passed. He's definitely not a direct descendant. The occultist decided that, just in case, he needed to create more threats for this guy. The guests introduced themselves and congratulated Russell Raymond on his engagement. They were suburban nobility, local lords, and even ambassadors from other countries. The young man thought he might be stuck here for a few days. Prince Seiron of the Golden Sands approached our hero and introduced himself. He also congratulated the young man on his engagement. Raymond thanked him for the gift, but said that next time he would prefer something else. He didn't like snakes. Seiron replied that he would keep that in mind. Raymond asked if the prince was satisfied with his response. The prince thought, people usually get angry when they are tested. I wonder if this guy is stupid or just generous. Seiron said he wanted to offer Endymion an alliance. The Golden Sands Dunes were one of the richest countries on the continent. Such an ally would be very useful in the coming war with the Empire. Seiron declared that he wanted to form an alliance not between countries, but personally with Raymond. The prince added that he was more successful in investments than in politics. Therefore, Raymond could become the youngest mage of the Eighth Circle. The young man thought that this prince was more of a merchant. The young men shook hands. Russell said he was pleased with the alliance. The prince expressed his reciprocity. After the festive ceremony, the young man stretched out on his bed. Finally, it was all over. The 3 days had seemed very long. Hecate noticed that Russell was not used to such events. The girl brought the documents. The engagement had created a lot of work. The princess said she had tried to finish her work first, but wanted to see her fiancé so badly. Raymond noticed that Hecate was teasing him again. The princess handed him an envelope with a letter and said it was for Russell. The envelope was different from the others. Inside was a request for research. Hecate said she had done it for him so that he could leave the kingdom in peace. Raymond hugged the princess and thanked her for her concern. Hecate said that he was so happy that she couldn't do anything else. He was glad to share his responsibilities with her. Perhaps that was why people got married. The girl added that the ceremony was over, and she was very tired. The young people lay down on the bed and decided not to turn on the light. However, they were not alone in the bedroom. Someone was watching them from a hidden corner. At the Alliance in Nazek, in the office of hired workers, an employee said that they did not have such people. The visitor was surprised. This was the largest office in Nazek. Where could he go if there was nothing even here? The employee said that they had several third circle mages. The visitor replied that only a fourth circle mage could defeat the pirates. A hooded man entered the office and asked if they really needed a fourth circle mage. The stranger presented his badge. It was in the name of Ridman Lois, 38 years old. He was a freelance worker. The man took off his hood and introduced himself. He said he was looking for a job on Kulil Island. The traveler thought that everything was going smoothly for now. A yacht was sailing full sail across the blue sea. The man expressed his hope that nothing would happen before they reached the island. Ridman was called over by a colleague who told him not to stand aside. They could have a drink together. The young man told Carl that they shouldn't drink during the mission. Carl said that everything would be fine. They weren't going to get drunk. The young man asked Carl to speak more quietly. Carl Neiman was a fourth circle mage. Aiden Uhl was a third circle mage. Carl said it was an unusual liqueur. He had used magic on the beer to make it more relaxing. Aiden Uhl agreed to drink it. Riedman looked at the two of them and said that cold beer was never a bad thing. Riedman didn't expect to meet Aiden Uhl here. In the future, this man would make a breakthrough in research, finding a way to increase the effectiveness of potions by 20%. But he was sponsored by Archduke Bismarck and had to give his developments to the Empire. However, this time, Endymion would receive them. The young people figured it out between the three of them, and everyone's mood improved significantly. Riedman told Carl that he could sense mana coming from his bracelet. Was it an artifact? Carl confirmed that the bracelet cleansed the mind. He suggested playing cards after they had a drink. One of the sailors shouted that pirates were approaching. There were 5 pirate ships directly ahead. An order was given to gather all the mages. However, Carl said that the mages would be of no help while they were unconscious. They drank everything he poured them. The young man asked if Carl was in cahoots with the pirates. Carl replied that it would have been better to check his past. He didn't want to delay and ordered them to board the pirate ship if the young man didn't want to die. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky and huge waves appeared. The hammer of the lightning giant had been activated. Carl asked indignantly who had done this. A man appeared before Carl and asked if he had scared him. Carl was surprised. How could he cast spells? Was he using an artifact? The young man thought that the spell was too powerful for the 4th circle. It would be better to use the artifact as an excuse. Riedman said that Carl was right. It was the power of his artifact. After that, Carl was attacked and deactivated. The young man said he couldn't believe it. Was Carl really a pirate? How did Riedman find out? Riedman replied that he found out from his artifact. It left a trail of mana to show other pirates where they were hiding. The young man looked toward the sea and said that the pirates were attacking. Pirate ships were indeed boarding the ship. The young man thought that there were too many pirates for a 4th circle mage. It seemed that they would have to pay them after all. Riedman said he would be back soon. Now the young man had to take care of Aiden. Riedman said he was going to feed the fish. The young man looked like a man on fire. Riedman promised to take care of everything quickly. Fire rain was activated. After a while, Aiden woke up and asked Riedman what had happened to the pirates. Riedman said that Aiden still needed to rest a little. To get rid of the negative effects, they had to pour a lot of fire mana into him. Aiden apologized and said he should have been more careful. Riedman pointed to the manuscripts and asked his companion if they were his research. Where did he get them? These papers were about increasing the effectiveness of potions. Riedman added that he would like to help Aiden with his research. Aiden was delighted. If Riedman wanted to become a sponsor, Aiden noted that a lot of potions would be needed to gather the necessary information. It would not be cheap. Riedman replied that money was not a problem. Riedman handed the young man a plaque and said that if he showed it at the Tower of Fire, he would be given money for his research. Riedman thought that the teacher would also immediately understand the value of this research. Aiden was very surprised. Could this really be Russell Raymond, the mage of the Tower of Fire? He couldn't believe he had met the famous mage. But why did he look like that? The protagonist replied that he had reasons for disguising himself. Aiden said that Raymond was the first to see the value of his research, and now he was ready to follow all his orders. The ship safely approached the island of Kulil. Raymond was surprised. What was this? There used to be many dots on the map, but they had disappeared and words appeared. Above the place where the rivers of ice and flame meet, go to the end of the river of flame and rise up. Our hero wondered if this map was really supposed to lead him somewhere. Perhaps that was why it was giving him new instructions. The yacht moored to the shore, and the captain ordered the anchor to be lowered into the water. The captain said that thanks to these young people, they had arrived safely. He expressed his immense gratitude. Aiden said he had done nothing. It was all thanks to Sir Riedman. The captain, as promised, gave them their reward. It was even more than they had agreed upon. Riedman thanked the captain and expressed his hope that he would have good luck on all his voyages. Aiden thought he would like to learn something from Raymond. The protagonist told Aiden that they would see each other again in the Tower of Fire. As expected for a country of beastmen, there were few humans here. Raymond thought that there would only be more ferocious beastmen ahead. Our hero saw a monkey running across the roof. It was very fast. The monkey stopped on the roof and began to watch the man, who was wondering where to go next. Raymond decided that a bar was the best place to look for information. The bar owner invited the man in and asked if he was alone. Raymond ordered a mug of cold beer and put a coin on the bar. The goat man noticed that it was too much for one mug. Raymond said that the change would be payment for answering his questions. The goat asked what the questions would be. The man asked if there was a river of fire here. The goat man replied that if he was talking about lava, there were several such places. Kulil Island appeared after a volcanic eruption, but it has been quiet for centuries, so there is no need to worry. Raymond asked if there was a place where an ice river crossed a fire river. The goat said she didn't understand what he was talking about. Raymond decided to go to the center of the island first. The same monkey appeared near our hero and asked if he needed a guide. She said it would cost 2 silver coins per hour. The man would not regret it. Raymond thought that he was being set up in a very obvious trap. Among the local races, monkeys are the most united. Therefore, they know the area better than anyone else. Raymond thought that sounded convincing. The young man asked where the guide was taking him. The monkey replied that they were going where the man needed to go. Raymond said that 2 silver coins seemed like too much for a guide. The monkey was surprised. When did the man notice that? Raymond replied that he had realized it from the very beginning. The monkey was surprised. Why did he follow her in that case? Our hero said that he needed someone to work for him. The guide said that he was going to spare the man if he gave him all his money, but now he had changed his mind. The monkey said that they would skin the man, and many monkeys rushed toward him from the neighboring trees. Raymond said that he would not have followed the guide if he did not have a trump card up his sleeve. The monkey realized that this man possessed magic and shouted for everyone to return. Raymond activated the chain lightning. All the monkeys were deactivated except for the guide. The guide couldn't believe it. Raymond said that all of the monkey's friends were tired. The guy added that he had a few questions, and the monkey would have to answer them. Our hero was interested in the place where the lava flowed. More precisely, the place where the ice river crossed the fire river. The guide said he had never heard of such a place. Raymond was surprised. Had the monkey lied when he said he knew the area better than anyone else? The monkey replied that there was definitely no such place in the outer ring of the island. Raymond said that if it wasn't in the outer ring, then it must be in the inner ring. The monkey admitted that it didn't know where the inner ring was. The man said he had to go there. The monkey admitted that this man was indeed strong. However, the people who lived there were not ordinary beastmen. They were quite hostile by nature, so if they found out about the man, they would immediately attack him. It was already getting dark in the forest. The beastman approached our hero and asked if he was the stranger who was causing trouble on the island. Raymond was surprised. Had they come too quickly? The protagonist looked at these beastmen and thought that they had no thirst for blood. They just wanted to fight. It was simply their instinct. Raymond asked if they wanted to fight. The beastman said that the man knew why they had come. It was their instinct. The bull told the man to let him know when he was ready to fight. Raymond declared that he was ready to begin and activated his magical abilities. The beastman attacked with the intention of testing the man's abilities. Our hero thought that he would not be able to stop his opponent with a weak spell. He needed to concentrate his mana as much as possible. A shockwave was activated. The beast said that it wasn't bad, but that such a skill wouldn't push him back. The beastman said that this man's magic level was too low. It wouldn't be enough against his strength. However, in the next moment, the bull was attacked and flew far back. His comrades were surprised. This man had thrown their boss back with a single spell. So he was a very powerful mage after all. Other beastmen approached the man and told him to fight them too. The bull boss jumped to his feet, stepped closer, and told the two to shut up immediately. The beast man said that they couldn't handle this man. Raymond looked at the bull and was surprised. He hadn't taken any damage at all. That should have broken his bones. His body was definitely made for battle. If he knew how to use his aura, he would be superhuman. Raymond asked if the bull was ready to continue. His opponent replied that he was. However, his body was covered in wounds, so he couldn't fight. The beastman held out his hand and said that he had lost. It had been an excellent battle. But what had brought a human into the inner circle? After all, humans only traded in the outer circle. Raymond replied that he was looking for a place where an icy river crossed a fiery one. The bull said he had never heard of such a place. He had lived for 80 years and had never heard of it. Raymond thought that this place would indeed be difficult to find. Last time in the underground world, everything had gone too smoothly. The beastman said that perhaps the man would find something in the divine region. The divine region is the holy land where God lives. The bull said he had never been there, but he thought that place might be there. Our hero had seen records stating that the first beastman king, Fenrir, was half-dragon. Raymond thought he had received a clue at the altar in the underworld. He had enough reason to check everything out here. Raymond asked where this divine region was located. The protagonist had already spent 17 days here. Many expressed their desire to fight him. The beastman said that to enter the divine region, one needed the recognition of the great warriors and elders. To gain their recognition, one had to demonstrate one's strength. Raymond had been fighting for 15 days straight, and believed that something should have appeared by now. Another beastman appeared in the clearing, a wild cat. He had a bandage on his thighs, a symbol of a great warrior. The beastman asked if this was the stranger from the rumors. The man should follow him. Someone wanted to see him. Raymond asked who wanted to see him, the great warrior or the great elder. The beastman said that Mui, the king of the beastmen, wanted to see him. Our hero was expecting the great warrior or the elder, but he did not expect it to be the king of the beastmen. He had never even dreamed of such a thing. Everyone had heard about the stranger who was causing chaos on the island. Even the second in command of the Red Lion tribe and the guardian of the White Snake tribe had been defeated. The king added that even those close to the great warriors had been defeated. He wanted to see this man for himself. The beastman said that the Jaguar tribe would bring this man and kneel him before the king. The king said there was no need to do that. He should be brought quietly. He should come as a guest of the beastman. The Jaguar looked at the man and thought he did not look strong. The defeated must have relaxed greatly. Could this man really be a guest? What was the king thinking? The beast thought that if his instincts were getting in the way, he should refuse the task. Nothing would happen to him for that. However, no matter how much he loved battle, he couldn't harm the king's guest. He couldn't be that foolish. The beast thought that this might not just be a battle. He told the young man that they were in a hurry and needed to speed up. Did the man mind? Raymond said he could try. The beast rushed forward and shouted for the man to catch up. The Jaguar wanted to show the man the difference in their levels, but our hero didn't fall behind him by a single step. Raymond said that this beastman was very fast. The Jaguar thought that the man had caught up with him at full speed. The young man said that if the Jaguar was adjusting to him, then everything was fine. He still had some reserves. After everyone arrived at their destination, the Jaguar asked if the young man was one of the fastest people. Raymond replied that there were about 30 like him in the kingdom. Our hero did not think that such a city could be hidden in the forest. What else could be expected from the capital of the Beastmen? The man was taken to the residence of the Beastman King. Raymond thought that they were at least at the 4th circle level in terms of strength. These were the great warriors of Kulil Island. The young man felt a fighting spirit, and it seemed as if the air was thicker here. Raymond looked at these beastmen and was horrified. It seemed unbelievable. They could withstand the fighting spirit of hundreds of great warriors. The beastman King Muya appeared and greeted the man. He said that no one should interfere with him. Our hero did not expect anything less from the beastman king. He was about the same level as his teacher. Raymond also did not expect the king to be a woman. Muya asked him what he was looking at. The man introduced himself. He said his name was Russell Raymond. He was the Earl of Endymion and a mage from the Red Tower. The young man apologized for not knowing the beastman's etiquette. Maya said there was no need for such formalities. Raymond thought she liked that. Moya asked what had brought the man to such a remote island. Raymond said he was interested in the place where the ice river crossed the fire river. That was what he was looking for. Everyone present stirred. The young man thought that, judging by their reaction, he was on the right track. They definitely knew something. The guy said that this place was called the Divine Region. The beastmen whispered among themselves, for this was a great insolence and disrespect. How dare a stranger speak of the sacred land? Moya called everyone to silence. She understood that everyone was shocked, but now she would speak. Maya stated that this place existed in the Divine Region. But why would a human need to go there? Raymond replied that he had personal reasons. Moya had heard that the magicians from the continent were very fond of the unknown. Russell thought that these beastmen weren't too hostile. Everything could go smoothly. Moya said that from the elders' reaction, one could tell that this had never happened before. The Divine Region was home to their ancient gods. A stranger who was not even a warrior could not pass. Russell wondered if strangers had ever entered there, or if there were rules prohibiting it. Moya thought that the man was looking at the essence of things, that he was no less than the great warriors, and that he would help the beastmen grow. The elders said that only non-warriors were forbidden to enter. So even a stranger could pass if he was recognized as a warrior. Was the little man ready to undergo the warrior's trial? Raymond replied that if it was the only legal way to enter, he agreed. The rules of the trial were simple. Survive in the canyon for 10 days. The man would be given nothing. He would have to find everything he needed himself. Every day he had to defeat 5 great warriors. Russell thought they were testing mental fortitude, survival skills, and strength in battle. And then there was the aura of the canyon. Even the breeze carried an ominous energy. He had to be careful and stay alert. Moya said it was time to enter the canyon. The trial was about to begin. Raymond descended into the canyon and looked around. The energy here was even denser than he had expected. This was the canyon where the first king, Fenrir, had thrown the body of the serpent Jormungand. A multitude of predators immediately appeared around our hero. Raymond didn't panic and called Pepper for help. Pepper used his incinerating flame and burned everything around him to a crisp. Raymond said that Snake would be for dinner tonight. The beastmen were forced to admit that this man's skills were incredible. It was already the last day, but he was holding up very well. The fire created by his magic has been burning for 5 days. Thanks to this, he always has hot food. Moya said that the man had already fought 20 great warriors and hadn't even been scratched. Mua knew that this would not be enough. How could anyone resist such a delicacy? Mua also descended into the canyon. Raymond declared that it was unfair to fight the king personally. Muya replied that her blood boiled at the sight of strong warriors. Moya added that she was technically also a warrior of the beast tribe. The queen said she would strike 5 times. After all, she also had honor and conscience. If a person could withstand these blows, she would consider him to have passed the test. Raymond thought that this was exactly how many warriors he had to defeat every day. Although fighting a great warrior was much easier than fighting the king of the beastmen, our hero understood that there was no way to negotiate here. In that case, he would have to give it his all. The beastmen watching from the sidelines were surprised by this aura. Was this just an ordinary man? Muya asked, "Is that his full strength?" The queen added that this was very good. It would be quick, but very interesting. Our hero prepared himself, realizing that Muya was about to attack. The protagonist activated his protective dome and hid behind this barrier. Raymond expected nothing else from the best of the beastmen. Even redirecting an attack was very difficult, let alone a direct hit. To start with, the young man decided to try to slow down her attacks. He had to try to buy some time. Raymond was surprised. She even tore the ground apart to throw him back. Muya said that the last attack was interesting and could be counted. Raymond thought, "Do I really have to do this 3 more times? This is madness." Maya approached him at a safe distance and attacked the young man with her fist. Our hero managed to block the blow. Raymond called Pepper for help again, and everything around them was engulfed in flames. Muja kicked him and the guy flew far back. Raymond hit his back against the wall and damaged it. The queen of the beastmen was surprised to see a bright glow where her opponent had fallen. Raymond, using his unique abilities, summoned a huge hammer to help him. Mua didn't lose her composure and sent the hammer flying into the air with a single punch. The hammer spun and flew high into the sky. The queen grabbed the hammer and said that wasn't bad. Now our hero must dodge his armed opponent. Raymond remained unharmed, but it was hard for him. His strength was at its limit. Moya said she wanted to play some more, but unfortunately, that wouldn't be possible. However, it had been fun. We can consider the test a success. Raymond woke up and saw that he was lying in bed. Moya was next to him. She said that the little boy didn't even notice how tired he was and didn't leave the young man's side. Moya decided to show him the burn the young man had left on her and exposed the relevant part of her body. Raymond was embarrassed and blushed. The queen did not think that a human could use such a spell with a spear. If she had been a little slower, the burns would have been even worse. Raymond thought that his last attack had worked, even though it had been insignificant at first. Moya was surprised. Why was the man so red? He didn't seem to be hot. The queen suggested that the young man was embarrassed because he wanted to mate with her. In that case, she would call him a man, not a stranger. Raymond told the queen to calm down. Muya said she would be happy to accept his seed. Raymond thought that the queen was emitting a very intense energy, but he reached out his hand and apologized. The young man said that he already had a beloved who was waiting for him. Moya said she had no intention of doing so unwillingly. The beast queen said that she was one of those who liked to savor delicious food. Raymond asked if he could now enter the divine region. Moya replied that now no one would be able to resist after what they had seen yesterday. Some might even envy his strength. Raymond asked when he could go there. The queen replied that the young man could go there as soon as his body recovered. According to the doctor, it would take at least 2 months. After a while, the beast queen declared that it was simply incredible. How could a human recover in just 3 weeks? Was he really a monster? Our hero recovered quickly thanks to the mage's body overload. Moya, who was in the young man's arms, told him not to dive underwater. He had to stay on the surface. The guy saw a huge waterfall right ahead of him. Muya said that they had to get into the hole above the waterfall. Raymond entered the cave and was surprised to find so much space. Moya pointed upward and said that this water filled all the lakes inside and outside the cave. It came from the divine region. Raymond asked if that meant the divine region was there. The queen confirmed this and said that they had to pass through the stream of water. Otherwise, the young man would not be able to get there. Muya said she would wait for him outside. Without wasting any time, Russell Raymond decided to pass through the stream of water. After a while, the young man found himself in the divine region. It was a sacred land where the god of the beast people lived. Straight ahead, our hero saw a huge river. It was no surprise that it had created so many lakes. But was this really the river he was looking for? Raymond noticed that this river had 2 colors. He thought he needed to get to the end of the fiery river. He would have to climb even higher. Russell never thought that the source of the river could be a volcano. Our hero guessed that, judging by the instructions, there might be something here. The water in the river began to bubble and circles appeared. He realized that it wouldn't be so easy here. Raymond dived underwater. If there were bubbles here, it meant that this place led somewhere. There was a chance that this place was the real source of the river. The guy saw an underwater cave and thought he was moving in the right direction. Raymond surfaced and caught his breath. Now he had to get to shore. When he reached the shore in the cave, the young man thought it was very dark, and he couldn't see anything. Pepper was nearby and continued the journey with the man. A huge dragon appeared before the young man. He said his name was Ignir, and that he was a fire dragon. The dragon greeted the young master. Ignir apologized for not being able to wait for the young master. He had to deliver a divine weapon, the Brahmastra. He had been waiting here to pass on this great magic. Raymond thought he couldn't touch it, but he could feel its power. Would he be able to withstand such power? The young man received a notification that the defiled will of the first Beast King, Fenrir, was reacting to the divine weapon Brahmastra. Fenrir's will was materializing. It had to be purified. Raymond did not think that the appearance of his will would be so impressive. Raymond thought it was a real divine beast. Ignir told the young man to take the fiery spear. Raymond felt that this place had once been a battlefield. But why did he suddenly start seeing this? A woman with long hair said that there were some pitiful giants in front of her. The woman added that she would destroy them all today. The hero thought that the woman had looked at him and even smiled. Could she really see him? Her hands were covered in scales, as if made of obsidian. On her head were horns that seemed to form a crown. Our hero finally understood who this woman was. She was the divine king of dragons. The protagonist saw Brahmastra. A new divine weapon had been created, capable of destroying even God. This would guide the young man in the future. Raymond thought that this weapon had been created by willpower, but he still couldn't believe that it had destroyed the first king of the beastmen with a single blow. Vasily, approximately 8th circle. The heir to the blood of dragons wanted to ask the great dragon lord for help. She asked him to pass on this treasure, which binds the beastmen, to her children. It was a horn. She hoped that a human would free them from their chains. For our hero, it was a completely unfamiliar energy. It was not mana or divinity. It was something that only worked on beastmen. Raymond felt a strong energy of fire, as if mana was burning throughout his entire body. Given his level of understanding of fire magic, the young man should not have felt such pain. Now, high-level magic and the formula of the 9th circle flowed through him. If he could not learn, understand, and control it properly, he would simply burn up. Raymond, exhausted, fell to the ground. Brahmastra expanded his mind and was now reconstructing it. Ignir told Pepper not to worry. The man had lost consciousness due to overexertion, but he would soon wake up. The heir was supposed to serve him, but fate had decided otherwise. Therefore, he could inherit his power. Ignir said there was no need to be surprised. Spirits are a mutation. Pepper is half dragon and will definitely be able to handle it. He would become the new red dragon, travel with the man, and continue the dragon lineage. Raymond woke up. He didn't know how much time had passed. The young man wondered what Pepper was chewing on. He definitely wouldn't eat something inedible. The system reported that the preparation of the red dragon's soul and nutrients was complete. It takes a lot of time to absorb energy and become a second-generation dragon. Pepper began to fall asleep. The system reported that Pepper's spirit was entering hibernation. Pepper told his master that they would see each other again and disappeared. Raymond thought that if he had known the spirit would fall into hibernation, he would have played with it more often. Moya waved to the man and said she was still there. Raymond returned to the queen of the beastmen. Moya critically examined the man from head to toe. Raymond wondered what had happened to her. Moya said that the man's eyes had become clearer and deeper in just a few days. He had definitely found something incredible there. Raymond said that the queen could take a look at it, and showed her the item he had received from the dragon. The queen said that the man must tell her everything in great detail, how and where he had obtained it. Our hero was sure that she hadn't used all her strength in that battle. Muja said that the man had done well to withstand her fighting spirit even from such a distance. The queen said she would like to play some more, but the moon crystal was more important. Maya asked if the man knew why the beastmen were stuck on this island. Raymond suggested that it was to protect each other, since there were so few of them left. Mua said that wasn't true. Even the long-eared archers and the earth dwarves lived on the continent. Did the man really think they stayed here for that reason? Even with their strength? Moya explained that it was the artifact of the first beastman king, Fenrir. They had stayed on the island to find it. Raymond understood what the dragon had meant when he hoped that humans would free them from their chains. The boy asked why they wanted to find this item so badly. Maya asked if the man knew about beastification. the ability to increase one's overall strength by awakening the beast within. Maya said that on the night of the full moon, they could use lunar beastification, which was 3 times more powerful than normal. However, it could only be used during a full moon. But with the moon crystal, they could use lunar beastification anytime, anywhere. Moin looked at the crystal and said that the moonlight it had accumulated was already gone. Now it was the man's turn to speak. Where had he found the moon crystal? After all, the man had dived into an underground river to find out where the red color came from. She had heard rumors that magicians were crazy, but this was too much. Could the remains of Fenrir really be there? Raymond confirmed this and added that the moon crystal was there too. The young man did not want to say that it was the embodiment of the will. There was no need to complicate things. Maya repeated, the moon crystal had been with Fenrir. Raymond said that he was supposed to pass on his will to the Beastman. Muja hugged our hero and said that it was excellent work, that the man had done everything wonderfully. The queen of the Beastmen declared that she was ready to reward him generously. He only had to ask. Raymond thought for a moment and said that he knew what he wanted. After a while, Muya was already wondering why the man was breathing so heavily. She had only just started. Raymond thought it was very difficult. He shouldn't have asked to train every day. Muja told the man to pull himself together and concentrate. If he showed his weakness, he would be eaten right away. With such endurance, he would not be able to satisfy the one who was waiting for him. Our hero perked up and used Russell Raymond's spell. The guy said he still had plenty of strength left. Maya said she liked his attitude. Raymond thought she was a real monster. Was it even possible to fight her without turning into a dragon? Maya was surprised. Had he already run out of steam? A man shouldn't be so weak. Doesn't he want to turn into a monster like last time? Raymond said he wanted to train the basics, and if he transformed, the training would be useless. Maya replied that those were his problems, and she wasn't interested. Maya said she had a request for the man. If they found the moon crystal, she intended to leave the Beastman Island for several years. She wanted to become a bridge to the rest of the world. Raymond asked what was required of him. If the Beastman Queen wanted part of Endymion's territory, that was impossible. Muya replied that she wasn't that unscrupulous. The Queen said she only needed a small piece of land where they could live. Russell asked if this meant that the Queen wanted to join Endymion. Moya confirmed this, and said that she was prepared to bow to their king if necessary. Moya said they could help with territorial disputes and various wars. Raymond was surprised. Was the Beastman King really willing to bow down? It seemed crazy. In Endymion's palace, everyone was discussing the news. How could they allow the Beastmen to migrate from Coral Island? The finance minister said there were more than 200,000 of them. Where would they find land for all of them? The Minister of Defense stated that if even half of them joined during the war, they would have another 100,000 soldiers. This could not be ignored. The king decided to end the debate and said that was enough. They didn't have enough information to assess the situation constructively. Russell Raymond, the princess's future husband, had to express his opinion. After all, he had seen the Beastmen in person. Our hero said that most Beastmen are quite aggressive, but their culture is not very different from that of humans. A place must be found for them, but if people end up with a strong army, that's only a plus. The Lord asked how strong the Beastman's king was. Raymond didn't know how to describe it, but he had fought her. The young man added that she was 3 levels higher than McCrae Hughes. The Lord was surprised. Was she really that strong? The White Tower Magister asked if Raymond was sure she was really that strong. Maybe it was all because of his weakness? The Lord asked the young White Tower mage to calm down. The man added that the king of the Beastmen was not a mage, but a warrior. In that case, wouldn't it be more logical for the owner of the aura to deal with it? The Lord decided to show what he was capable of, and activated his skills using his aura. He was curious to see how Raymond would handle it. Our hero thought that this man had just created several hundred weapons from his aura. He was truly a master of weapons. Russell assumed that if he tried to block, he would be turned into a sieve. Instead, the young man decided to deflect his opponent's weapons, and took appropriate action. The weapons master was surprised. Raymond had actually redirected his aura. This guy had become even stronger. Could he have attained enlightenment during his battles with the Beast King? The opponents thanked each other for their restraint and fairness. Besides, it had been fun. The Lord apologized to His Majesty for causing such a commotion. Judging by Raymond's skills, his assessment could be trusted. The king noted that in that case, all that remained was to find out the true purpose of the Beastman Queen. Did she have serious intentions? Or was she up to something? Raymond suggested that the queen was most likely telling the truth. Raymond took out the tooth on a string and said it was a gift from the king. The necklace was made from her fang. Those present thought it was simple. Didn't that prove her sincerity? The king said that they now had more information and would discuss it later. This was only the first meeting, but if nothing happened, they would receive 200,000 Beastmen. If everything went well, it would be a great achievement for Russell Raymond. The young man told the king that he was just lucky to have stumbled upon the Beastmen and befriended them. Raymond added that he did not do it for recognition. The king remarked that it was an achievement in any case. His Majesty hereby granted Sir Russell Raymond the title of Earl of the Morning Star. He would allow the young man to take one item from the Imperial Treasury. The young man would continue to shine like a star, as befitted his title. Any item from the Imperial Treasury is worth at least 1 billion gold pieces. The Beastmen have done nothing yet. The reward is too generous. Perhaps the king did not grant the reward without reason. The teacher told Russell to come to the hall after the meeting. The woman added that His Majesty wanted to discuss something urgent with them in private. Russell was holding a woman's jade hairpin in his hand. He had heard that girls used them to hold their hair in place. Hecate said she had read about it. It seemed to help against weak poisons. The princess asked why he had bought it. Russell replied that he thought the hairpin would suit her. The bride said that she was happier with his words than with the gift itself. However, she did not know how to use it properly. Could Raymond help? Hecate remembered that at the meeting, the young man had announced that he had fought with her. Could the king of the beastmen be a woman? How was he related to her? The princess took the jade hairpin and went to her fiancé. Raymond said that it wasn't what the princess thought. They had simply fought. Hecate asked, "Then why did the queen of the beastmen give him the necklace?" The jade hairpin was already in front of the young man's face. The guy thought Hecate knew how to scare people. The princess noticed that the necklace was made from her own fang. That must mean a lot. Raymond looked at the hairpin and thought that his end had come. Raymond did not expect the princess to be jealous. It was a strange feeling, but the young man liked it. The king then entered the room and said that he was still waiting for Raymond. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Raymond decided that the king's appearance was very timely. However, the news the king brought was shocking. He had been reviewing reports on the seizure of the Raymond estate and discovered that the document transferring the estate to the treasury had been forged. The estate had been taken away unnecessarily. The king apologized and said it was his fault. Raymond remembered McCrae's words, who had wondered why the young man was so sure that his father had been destroyed by the Empire. If false documents had reached the king, then the person responsible for his father's death was in Endymion. The princess took Raymond by the hand and looked silently into his eyes. The king handed the scroll to the young man and told him to take it. Of course, it wasn't enough to compensate for all the damage. It was access to the 6th floor of the Louvre Museum. Raymond thought he should go to the Imperial Treasury after the museum. The young man was already on the 5th floor. Most people think this is the lowest floor, but in fact, there is another one. The 6th floor holds records of magic from the masters of magic and their history. It can only be entered with the personal permission of the king. Raymond decided to activate his teleportation magic. This would transport him to some other place. It was incredible. There were a huge number of books here. There were thousands of them. Raymond knew that he could only stay here for 2 days. It would be impossible to read everything in that time. However, magic did not work in this place. The young man decided to start by looking at the titles and choosing which books he could read. A book appeared in the young man's hands, The Roar of the Earth Dragon by Ervan Rudgen. He was a master of the Yellow Tower 400 years ago. Judging by the book, this man had transformed a 5th circle earthquake into 7th circle magic. He gathered the magic emanating from the earth, focused it on the surface, and released it in the form of a fan. Raymond received a notification that his understanding of earth magic had increased slightly. The protagonist had been thinking all the time about how to find other dragons besides the fire dragon and the silver dragon. And then this appeared in the building. Such a valuable reward. The reward was an advanced mana stone, the Earth Dragon's Trail. Raymond wondered how to raise his understanding of earth magic to the level of a master. He had no choice but to learn everything. Simply memorizing things did not increase his attention. The young man looked at the pile of books he had set aside and remembered that he could take one of them out of there. Which one should he choose? Our hero noticed a book held by a statue in the center of the library. But why was this book here and not on the shelf? The founding mage was the first of the Raymond family, Luther Raymond. The transcendent dream was his magic. This stone statue depicts Luther Raymond. Perhaps he foresaw all of this. Daria White Snow said that the student had arrived just in time. The teacher said that judging by his face, Russell hadn't slept for more than 2 days. She didn't want to scold him, but he left her no choice. The master saw the transcendent dream in the young man's hands. Raymond asked if the teacher knew about it. Daria White Snow said that the transcendent dream was beyond human limits and represented the very essence of magic. It was beyond the limits of this world. According to legend, the founding mage turned into a huge tsunami in the middle of a raging sea. Some say he became lightning in a torrential rain. Considering that such ideas were brought to life by a single person, this magic is very valuable. Raymond thought that even the teacher considered it valuable. Luther Raymond was truly incredible. The teacher said she would not stop the young man if he wanted to study it, but caution was necessary. This was not just 8th circle magic, it surpassed it. If something went wrong, it could consume him. Raymond said he would remember that. Daria White Snow said that in that case, they would go to the treasury now. Raymond didn't think the treasury would be so far away. The teacher said they were going to the first imperial treasury. The first treasury held various accessories, the second held weapons, and the third held all the other artifacts. The woman told the student to open his eyes wide and watch carefully what was about to happen. White Snow said she would show the young man a rare sight and struck the ground with her cane. Magical circles appeared under their feet. The woman explained that it was a magical code consisting of dozens and hundreds of magical traps. The young man thought that if he had come here alone, he would not even have been able to enter. A crack formed in the ground and grew larger. Steps appeared in the crack, leading downwards. The teacher said that the young man could take only one item from here, just like in a museum. Raymond said he understood, but he didn't understand what was happening to him. Where did all this lightning come from? The cloud ring itself was emitting lightning, but this had never happened before. It was different from the ring's ability in battle, as if it had met an old friend. The teacher said that the second part of this ring might be stored here. Usually, artifacts are separate items that perform their own functions. However, there are artifacts that require a second half to unlock their full power, like his golden mask. Raymond thought that most artifacts from mission rewards had a second part. Our hero speculated that his ring was showing him where the other half was. He proceeded in the indicated direction. What kind of artifact could it be if the ring was so desperately drawn to it? Daria White Snow said it was Cloud Jade. An unusually beautiful glowing stone hovered in front of our hero. The woman explained that this artifact could control the weather. There are fewer than 10 mages on the entire continent capable of such a feat. The climate is very difficult to control, and this magic is very difficult to learn. The woman added that, while weather control is certainly a great advantage, the risks are high. The spell takes a long time to cast and requires a lot of mana. Raymond felt something similar when he held Brahmastra. Russell thought it would be better to choose something else instead of Cloud Jade. Our hero hesitated for a moment, but decided to take the stone after all and reached out his hand. Raymond noticed that the ring began to absorb the Cloud Jade. It was all quite unusual. The system reported that the player had obtained a fragment of the Cloud Dragon's wing. The Cloud Dragon controls the climate and clouds. It is a mutant among the lightning dragons. In theory, lightning is a subtype of fire magic. Since it is not a primary element, lightning magic is rare and highly valued. Here, magic is a subtype of lightning. Raymond didn't even know what to compare it to. The true power of Cloud Jade isn't in controlling the weather. It's way more incredible than that. The teacher asked if Russell had any ideas on how to use it. The boy answered affirmatively. Daria White Snow suggested that they see what the artifact could do when connected to its other half. Raymond said he would start and gave the cloud ring the shape of movement. The boy was able to instantly cover a great distance. The Magister was surprised. What was that? Was it flight magic or just a jump? Our hero found it amazing. With one jump, he was able to rise so high. Was it really because of the fog on his feet? Russell suggested that it was even better than flying magic. It was faster, and he didn't have to slow down when turning. However, the problem was the high mana consumption. The young man was already starting to get tired. Next, the protagonist shaped the cloud ring into a weather pattern. The teacher was surprised. Was it really a thundercloud? The Tower Master said that with such power, the student could destroy a small castle. Raymond couldn't hold on and fell into the water. The teacher suggested that the young man didn't have enough mana. After these experiments, our hero's whole body ached. He decided to use the cloud ring only when absolutely necessary. Raymond decided that he had learned everything he needed and that it was time to return to his mission. Now the protagonist must overcome the limits of his understanding of advanced earth magic and reach the level of a master. Raymond thought that when it came to earth magic, there was no better place than the Yellow Tower. First, he needed to find the 6th circle mages in the Yellow Tower. Our hero met with Master Spiegelman, and they exchanged pleasantries. The master said that no news was good news. The man found this surprising. In the Temple of Mirrors, the young man was in the 5th circle, and now he was already in the 6th. Spiegelman asked if Russell really needed advice on earth magic. The young man admitted that he did. The books on earth magic on the 6th floor had impressed him. Spiegelman said he would be happy to help and suggested they start right away. Raymond was very pleased with the opportunity. The Archduke said that they had gathered many people. The production of weapons was also in order, and there was no need to worry about provisions. The man thought that all that was left was to wait a little longer, and the throne of Endymion would be his. Someone appeared at the window and apologized for the late visit. The Archduke looked back and saw green eyes. Could it be Charon? The masked man said that this was their first personal meeting. The masked man did indeed introduce himself as Charon, and said he was pleased to meet Archduke Bismarck. Bismarck said that there were too many formalities. That wasn't like Charon. Had he come just to talk? Charon said he had come on business. He had come to show this. Bismarck asked in surprise what it was. Charon said it was an item the Archduke had been waiting for. It was the foundation for sealing magic. It was the seal that had blocked the gates of Tartarus for a long time. Bismarck thought that this was definitely not normal. Was this sinister energy connected to the abyss of Tartarus? Bismarck declared that this stone was not enough. He had not promised some pathetic stone. The Archduke sensed a purple aura that only the royal family of Endymion possessed. Even though he had been pushed back, he was still a member of the royal family. Charon asked the Archduke if he knew how many monsters and giants were imprisoned in Tartarus. In the ancient war between God and the giants, the Gigantomachy, the gods emerged victorious after a protracted battle. Hundreds of giants were sealed in Tartarus. Hundreds of sealing elements were used to seal the giants with transcendent powers. Charon said that if at least 2 elements were removed, the Masters of the Fire and Blue Towers could be temporarily eliminated. The research is progressing well and quickly, and the main seal will soon be found. Bismarck said that at first he didn't understand why they brought him a sample. Did they just want to tell him about their progress? Charon replied that they always keep their promises, so they hope that the Archduke will keep his word as well. Bismarck said that this was not up for discussion. As soon as he ascends the throne, he will help destroy Daria White Snow. Bismarck told Charon to remember one thing. If they did not keep their promise, they would feel his wrath. Charon replied that he would remember that. Bismarck thought, had they really joined forces with him to destroy Daria White Snow? The man laughed. Even a child wouldn't fall for such an obvious deception. Bismarck thought that when he got the throne, it wouldn't matter anymore. It didn't matter what they were planning. A dog that had finished hunting could only wait to be thrown out. Spiegelman wondered, does Russell ever sleep? It had only been a few days since he had answered all his questions. It was hard to believe that the young man had already gathered everything. The master thought that every question was really interesting. This guy is like a genius. Raymond apologized for taking up so much time. Spiegelman thought that the young man had become so strong because he worked very hard. The master said that if he didn't rest enough, Russell would soon surpass him. Raymond thought that the Earth Dragon's roar was not just a use of mana. The essence of this magic was to use the heat of the earth. If you need to use heat, couldn't you combine it with the element of fire? Raymond thought that he would combine the 2 elements, but he would not limit himself to just them. Fire, wind, and lightning. He had to try to unlock all possibilities. Raymond thought he saw traces of the Earth Dragon. But how could he use them? The young man waved his hand. He thought that the traces of the Earth Dragon were a map, like last time. Maybe it was a weapon? Although it seemed too fragile. Raymond splashed ink on the object and realized that it was no ordinary stick. All those dots were constellations. It looked like a celestial map. The new task was to find the place marked on the celestial map and enter the Earth Dragon's lair. Raymond thought his guess was correct if he had received the task. However, it was still unclear why he had been given the celestial map. Couldn't they have just given him a regular one, like last time? Raymond assumed he would find out the details once he arrived at the lair. Russell studied the map, trying to figure out where he should go. He decided to use the North Star as a guide. Hecate hoped that Raymond would send her messages from time to time. Russell hugged the girl and said he would definitely do so. The protagonist found himself in the desert, where the sun was indeed beating down fiercely. It was a good thing he had joined the merchants, as the princess had advised. Now our hero understood why he had been given the heavenly map. The landscape changed every time he looked up. He was offered a robe if he was too hot. It might seem that the length would make him hotter, but that wasn't the case. Raymond thanked them for their concern and declined. Sitting on the camel, the protagonist felt some strange vibrations. What could it be? The vibrations came from beneath the ground, as if something huge was moving below. Suddenly, a huge monster burst out of the ground. Someone said that if they fought, the monster would destroy them all. They had to run if they valued their lives. Raymond looked up and was surprised. Did they really call sandworms horchoi? The young man told the locals to stay close to him, and they would be safe. For the protagonist, this was an excellent opportunity to test his magic. The original spell on the 6th floor of the library had been created by Angel Gloman 200 years ago. The spell was called Desert Flower. Powerful forces were directed at destroying the sandworm. The travelers thought their end had come. No one expected such an outcome. Who was this magician? One of the camels fell and began to convulse. The travelers said that poison had appeared in its blood. Activating the quicksand option, the protagonist managed to cope with the situation. A man approached our hero and introduced himself. The woman said her name was Anne Mashrin and that she was from the Cuthbert Trade Association. She thanked the savior. The young man shook the woman's hand and said his name was Richard. Anne Mashrin said that thanks to this young man, they would be able to continue trading and earn money. The woman added that she would like to repay him and asked what he needed. The rescuer asked if he could take one of the camels. The young man said he was going in a different direction. They would have to part ways here. Night fell, and stars appeared in the sky. Raymond realized that he would have to navigate by the constellations. Raymond saw a comet flying across the sky, and understood what was meant by the words, "The light will show him the way. He only needs to approach its lair." Raymond saw the place where the comet had fallen and realized that he had to go there. There was nothing but sand around him. This meant only one thing. The boy had to go underground again. Raymond used Procop and dug deeper into the ground, as instructed. Our hero reached the bottom and noticed that the ground beneath his feet was marble, not sand. Raymond wanted to call Pepper to initiate the fire. However, Pepper was still in hibernation. When would they see each other again? Russell suggested that he had already found the right place. A multitude of glowing eyes appeared out of the darkness. A huge number of scorpion monsters were closing in on the young man. The ruins were very large, and there were many monsters, despite the depth. All the monsters were destroyed, and there were no more passages. Russell guessed that he was now at the deepest point. Raymond stood in front of the teleportation gate. Now he had to figure out how to activate the gate. Judging by the looks of it, pulling or pushing was pointless. Raymond saw a round hole in the gate. It must mean something. The guy remembered the sky map in his hand. Now he understood why it was shaped that way. The sky map fit perfectly into the door opening. The gate opened slightly, and bright light flooded into the young man. Raymond looked around and realized he had left the ruins. However, it was a different desert. The young man looked at the compass and wondered why there was only one needle. This place was a dream created to test a certain person. He had to reach the end using the compass. He couldn't use magic to move through the air. Raymond assumed that he was now inside someone's dream. That was why it seemed as if something was wrong. Our hero thought that at least his goal was clear in this case. Russell decided to follow the compass needle. Our hero moved forward, overcoming all obstacles along the way. Raymond thought that he had managed to escape the sand and snowstorm, only to find himself here, where everything was on fire. The more the young man looked, the more he was amazed. Everything around him was made of mana. He thought he could read it, understand it, recreate it, and destroy it. The protagonist thought, if he had been constantly tested before to see if he was worthy, now he was finally being tested on his skills as a mage. To discover his goal, our hero must look at it specifically. He will gradually expand his territory and find the truth of the world. Russell thought he could overcome this wall, but in the end, his mana ran out. It's a shame, but there's nothing he can do. He must remember this feeling. He will definitely not miss the next opportunity. The system reported that the task was complete. Raymond found himself in an unfamiliar place again. The guy thought that this was where the first teleport was. Had it already disappeared? The horn of the earth appeared before our hero. It was quite large compared to the others. Raymond wondered how much mana he could get by absorbing this horn. After absorbing the horn, the young man didn't understand what was happening. The absorbed mana began to block the mana flows. If the mana completely blocked them, the young man would be unable to do anything. He had to direct it into the circle immediately. Raymond assumed the lotus position, concentrated, and began to control the mana flows, directing the energy where it was needed. The system reported that the player had absorbed the maximum amount of mana from the horn of the divine Dragon King. Unlocking the mana reserve would be very useful in the right situation. Raymond thought that only waste products had just left his body. However, this time, it was different. It wasn't just his muscles. Even his bones had become harder. The young man noticed that the strength in his hands had increased. Would it be the same as Spandam's if he used the mage's body and rebooted? Russell decided that he needed to get out of there first. Nearby was a yellow tower with a teleport. Our hero met a young man. The young man said he had orders from the kingdom and the master of the Tower of Fire. The orders had arrived 5 days ago. Russell read the message and realized that he had to defeat the Hydra living in the swamps of Wrinkle County. At about the same time, the Hydra appeared in the west of the kingdom. Raymond thought that this mission should have been given to Vermilion Olsen, but it was given to him because of changes in history. He had gone back 8 years. 7 years had already passed, so he only knew what would happen in the next year. Sir Page was among the participants, but why was he still at the 5th circle? It seemed that by this point he should have already reached the 6th circle. The magicians who had received orders to destroy the Hydra welcomed Count Wrinkle. Wrinkle said that he could now rest easy. A brilliant magician recognized by the Blue Tower, Alan Page, had arrived. Alan said that he was only there to provide support. The mission was being led by Count Russell Raymond. Page added that they had come from different places, but Raymond would arrive soon. Page asked if Count Wrinkle knew where the Hydra's lair was. The Count replied that it was in the swamps beyond the fields. Alan asked if the Hydra had ever attacked first. The Count replied that it had not. Alan wondered what they should do. Wait for the leader, or at least start scouting the area. Otherwise, the mission would be delayed. Suddenly, someone shouted that the Hydra was already there. It had attacked. The Count was surprised. Had the Hydra really made it? What was going on? Page told the Count that they would deal with the Hydra, and that he should evacuate the people. Alan suggested attacking the Hydra simultaneously and destroying it before it was too late. Page thought that he couldn't handle the Hydra alone. But if they joined forces with the others, they might succeed. However, the Hydra proved to be more aggressive, and the order was given to retreat. Alan realized that the Hydra possessed destructive power. If something went wrong, everyone in the castle would be in danger. Casualties had to be avoided. The protagonist, standing on the edge of the forest, saw that the county was in danger. He decided to hurry and help Alan Page. The Count did not understand what had happened to the Hydra. After returning to the swamp, it had not made any further moves. It seems that Sir Alan was seriously wounded during the attack. While defending the castle, he was exposed to attack and was unable to dodge the Hydra's blow. Alan barely survived the attack, but is now in critical condition. The Count said that everything possible must be done to save this man's life. A knight ran up to the Count and reported, "He has arrived. Sir Morningstar, Count Russell Raymond, has arrived." Count Wrinkle looked at the guest and saw a young man with black hair and red eyes. Raymond bowed and said he was pleased to meet Count Wrinkle. Raymond asked how long ago it had happened to Sir Alan. Wrinkle replied that it had been 2 days. Our hero couldn't believe it. Page had just inhaled the poison, and already, although an ordinary person would have died long ago. Raymond asked if the Hydra had 8 or 9 heads. The Count replied that it had only 5. Raymond thought, if it only had 5 heads, then the Hydra must have been born recently. However, its poison was already so strong. This needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. The Count tried to stop Raymond. It could be too dangerous. However, Russell Raymond did not hesitate and burned all the poison with fire. This young man was already at the level of a tower master. Raymond thought, to deal with this poison, we need to find out where it came from. While the heat purified the poison, the young man conducted his own research and found what he was looking for. The protagonist was shocked by his discovery. Could it really be a dragon? The player received a new task, to drive away the Hydra destroying the country of Wrinkle and unravel its mystery. Raymond told the Count that he had found a way to cure Sir Alan. There was a possibility that those present could be poisoned during the treatment. Therefore, everyone had to leave the room. To get rid of the poison, an antidote is usually needed. Healing magic with a divine effect might also work. Raymond thought he could burn the poison and push it out of the body, but that would only work with ordinary poisons. In this case, it would be necessary to burn and push it out at the same time. Pushing it out could be very difficult. Raymond thought that even if he managed to do so, there was a risk that Alan would be poisoned again due to the potency of the poison. The treatment could take a long time, but the body had to be completely cleansed. After that, he could be helped with a flow of his mana. All he had to do was repeat the process. Our hero felt Sir Alan's former energy. Could he have attained enlightenment during his treatment? Raymond congratulated Sir Alan on becoming a 6th Circle mage. Page said he owed his life to Sir Russell once again. Raymond replied that the people of Wrinkle were alive only thanks to Alan. Count Wrinkle was very happy that Sir Alan was now well. Page apologized for causing the Count so much worry. Raymond stated that he had a question regarding upcoming matters. The young man wanted to know the number and capabilities of the knights participating in the operation, as well as information about the monsters in the swamp region. The Count replied that they had 30 knights and 500 ordinary soldiers. The Count added that, unfortunately, none of the knights had reached the level of expert. The protagonist was surprised that the Count was so frank about the capabilities of his men in such a situation. The swamp covers about 1,500 hectares. They do not know the exact number and types of monsters, but it can be said that after the appearance of the Hydra, the entire swamp is swarming with them. Page said that with such an area, there would be more than 1,000 monsters. The Count noted that their number was not the only problem. Due to the swampy terrain, movement would be difficult. Raymond replied that he would solve this problem. He asked everyone to prepare and be ready to move out in 3 days. Our hero declared that he had a foolproof method. The Count reminded the knights that last fall, Half the country was bathed in golden light. He remembered that time well, the smiles, the peace. However, this year they had not been granted such a blessing. As long as the Hydra was here, there would be no peace. The Count asked what they would do to those who had taken their peace away. The knights replied that they would fight and win. Raymond noted that the soldiers' fighting spirit had grown significantly. Our hero stepped forward and introduced himself as the leader of the mission to eliminate the Hydra. The young man promised to brief everyone. First, the knights would be divided into two groups. Some would cover the third and fourth circle mages, supporting them from the rear and preventing the monsters from escaping. The others would work together with the fifth circle mages, breaking through the ranks of monsters and destroying them on the front lines. During the battle, the leader cast Russell Raymond's spell, Falling Sun. Everything around them was engulfed in flames. The knights were stunned. The leader had destroyed a huge number of monsters incredibly quickly. It was clear that the young man had used the power of a sixth circle mage. This man could replace an entire army. Raymond said that now it was Sir Alan's turn. Page noted that he would not be able to freeze such a large area with a single spell. Alan understood. He would have to try his best, because he was on a mission. Alan activated the spell, Ice Age. The monsters in the area were frozen. The Count ordered the knights to advance across the ice. The swamp was no longer an obstacle. The frozen monsters posed no threat. The commander gave the order to destroy the frozen enemies first. Suddenly, a huge, unfrozen monster appeared. Where did it come from? The knights rushed at the monster and destroyed it. However, its size did not decrease. The knights and mages attacked the monsters in unison. Raymond realized that if he used a mass spell, his allies would also be hurt. The protagonist saw no other way out but to destroy the Hydra itself first. The Hydra suddenly appeared and attacked the knights. This came as a surprise to the hero. He thought he would have to search for it. The knights scattered, but they knew they didn't have enough strength to defeat such a monster. Alan Page decided to use all of his magic to stop the monster. He activated the freeze spell. Russell Raymond decided to strike immediately after Page. At that moment, the young man heard a voice. "I will not forget those who destroyed my mother." Russell wondered if these were the Hydra's own thoughts. The protagonist understood why the Hydra was so furious. It was avenging its mother, but it was avenging the wrong people. The man watching the Hydra said, "The young man is using the power to suppress dragons to get rid of it. That's very curious." Raymond was surprised. Had the suppression not worked? Even if the power was insufficient, it should have at least slowed the Hydra down. But there was no effect, as if the ability had been blocked. Then Raymond decided there was only one thing left to do: suppress the Hydra with force. He aimed hundreds of flaming spears at it. The protagonist summoned lightning with his cloud ring. He thought, with this amount of mana, he could use Giant's Hammer, the most powerful spell of the fifth circle. Without pausing, Raymond activated Karawan, the striking thunder. Alan Page admitted it was incredible. He hadn't expected such a powerful attack from his partner. Alan found it impossible to believe that there was such a difference between them, even though they were both in the sixth circle. The Hydra felt vulnerable, blood oozing from all its mouths. The hooded man said it was a pity to end the battle so easily. The power of the dragon's blood he had shared with the Hydra should not be so weak. The Hydra rose again. The protagonist couldn't let that happen. He activated Russell Raymond's special spell. Raymond caused an explosion and thought, now he would finish off the Hydra. The occultists sensed the presence of black mana. It was even darker than usual. It seemed familiar to the hero. The knights saw a huge cluster of black mana, where the Hydra had been. Raymond counted 6 heads on the Hydra. Could there be even more? Russell Raymond understood that he was facing a monster controlled from outside. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. The Hydra declared that these pathetic humans were preventing it from avenging its mother. It would devour them all. Raymond told Alan to immediately evacuate all forces from the area. The Hydra, which Vermilion had once defeated, had 5 heads at the time. Raymond began to move across the water's surface in the opposite direction, trying to lure the monster away from the knights. If this Hydra had a 6th head, it meant that history had been changed by some kind of intervention. Raymond thought that this could have happened because of him, or for some other reason. There was a loud explosion. The man at the top of the mountain continued to watch the battle. After the smoke cleared, Russell saw that the explosion had not left even the slightest scratch on the Hydra. It was good that everyone had been evacuated. It was unlikely that anyone would notice the dragonification here, but he still needed to be careful. Russell Raymond activated partial draconification. Our hero approached the Hydra with a spear in his hand and attacked it. The wound on the monster quickly began to heal. The young man realized that the Hydra had incredible regenerative abilities. Small attacks were only wasting his energy. Raymond decided that he had to use all his strength in one attack. The protagonist prepared for decisive action and said it was time to end this. The La Mancha attack method was used, destruction of giants. The Hydra screamed that it was the servant of that man. When he descends, all lower beings will come to an end. Raymond was surprised. What man was she talking about? Now it was clear that someone was behind the appearance of the Hydra. The man watching the battle from the top of the cliff thought that this power seemed familiar to him. Could it be the Dragon Emperor? The guests acknowledged that the banquet hall was simply enormous. Page was grateful, but they were very busy with the reconstruction, and he felt awkward. Raymond said that the people here did not seem wasteful, so everything was fine. Raymond added that Sir Alan would have a difficult day today. Page didn't understand what he meant. Alan Page was immediately surrounded by a crowd of girls who wanted to meet him. Raymond smiled and left his friend alone with them. Our hero thought that all young magicians had to go through this. He was betrothed to a princess, so nothing threatened him. Raymond remembered that he hadn't sent any letters to Hecate in a long time. He must contact her tomorrow. Raymond looked up and saw a hooded man on the upper floor with an unusual aura. This man, with eyes like a dragon's, was staring intently at our hero. Raymond was disconcerted. The flow of mana descending upon him was unnaturally dense. The protagonist experienced a strange feeling. Russell met this man on the balcony. He said he had one question. Was this guy a dragon? Raymond felt the same energy he had felt in battle. The dragon's power could cause the Hydra to grow. The stranger spread his wings and soared into the air. He replied that he had indeed once been called a dragon. The stranger added that he would like to talk more, but there were outsiders around. Flashing his wings, the man rose even higher and told our hero that they would meet again very soon. Raymond thought, was this man really once called a dragon? Does that mean he is no longer one? Our hero came to the conclusion that this man was definitely connected to the Hydra. But why did he do it? The stranger crossed the heavenly portal and found himself on the other side. He asked into the darkness, did no one understand what I said? The young man grabbed a man out of the darkness, grabbed him by the throat and said, he warned us not to look for him. Does Hypnos really want to die? Hypnos, breathing heavily, said that there was little time left. And when was he going to act? The young man was surprised. What nonsense was Hypnos talking about? Since when did someone like Hypnos start giving him orders? The stranger was Zillion Register, a twisted dragon. Hypnos, breathing heavily, asked, does he really want to betray that man? Register pushed Hypnos aside and declared that he was not interested in their foolish plans. He added that even if half of his body had become that man's servant, it did not make them his masters. Hypnos tried to catch his breath and said that Register would regret this. Zillion Register wondered if Russell Raymond could free him from this. The princess was informed that Count Raymond had arrived. The girl ordered him to be let in. The young man entered the room, and the princess greeted him. Count Raymond greeted the princess. Our hero was shocked to see his own portrait on the front page of the newspaper the princess was reading. The princess said that the portrait was quite well done. The princess added that Raymond looked much better in real life. The girl put the newspaper aside and asked why the young man wanted to meet today. Raymond said that he would be leaving the capital in a few days. Hecate said that Russell was always leaving. She knew he had important business, but he had been gone for a long time, and now he wanted to leave again. Does he really want to visit the 3 cities the king entrusted to him? The young man confirmed this. The princess said that it was not far from the capital, and that there was no need to warn anyone about the trip. Raymond asked Hecate if she would like to go with him. The metropolis of Westel was located at the foot of a mountain, right next to a waterfall. The central market was bustling with trade in spices brought from the south. There were also honey candies from the capital and dragon sweets. Hecate asked if Russell's meeting with the mayor was really going to be at night. The young man confirmed that it was the only time they could both be free. The princess suggested that they take a look at the city's sights in the meantime. Raymond thought that the princess had gone out into the city, and that the royal guards were following her. The young man allowed them to secretly guard the princess so that she would not notice, but they attracted too much attention. Russell said that if Hecate didn't mind, they could visit the Westel Academy. The princess replied that if the young man wanted to, she agreed. The girl asked who had graduated from the Academy of Westel. Russell replied that one of the Academy's graduates was the master of the Yellow Tower, Niccolo Machiavelli. In the great forest, archers with arrows at the ready moved through the branches of the trees. The elven warrior thought that monsters had become increasingly ferocious lately, but today, they were completely wild. The captain asked his assistant how things were going at the front. The warrior replied that a very thick fog had appeared there, something that had never happened before. He had spoken to the spirits, but they did not know the reason either. The captain said that it all looked ominous. The fog was frightening even the spirits. It would be best to retreat for now. The elves were ambushed and attacked by monsters. The warrior shouted for everyone to flee the village. The elves took aim with their bows and fired at the monsters, calling on the north wind for help. Hypnos, hovering in the air with artifacts in his hands, shouted that this was a great spectacle. Very soon, Tartarus would open. Hypnos added that the army of monsters was only the beginning. The remaining stones would not be able to hold the seal, and very soon they would break free as well. These were the ones who had once been worshipped as gods of destruction. The Titans. Hypnos added that Endymion had no future. The entire kingdom would be engulfed in flames. The villain added that he liked it very much. He was feeling great. Dawn broke over the city, and the roofs of the houses were illuminated by the bright sun. Raymond thought that the time had almost come, a new beginning for his life. Our hero was now almost in the same time as when he returned. Now he would not know what awaited him in the future. This meant he would no longer have any advantages. Russell didn't know what to do now. How could he face an unknown future? The princess silently admired the views of the city, while the protagonist pondered the pressing issues. Hecate asked Russell what he was thinking about. The young man replied that he had remembered the entire journey he had taken and was wondering if he could continue in the same vein. Hecate asked if Russell knew why the emperor had given him these lands. Raymond replied that he hadn't thought about it. The princess said that it was important to have a lot of money and power, but that the essence of true power lay in the people. The academy was gathering many talented individuals. The emperor wanted Raymond's family to rise again. Hecate asked if Russell was worried about the future. He shouldn't be. She would always be by his side. The young people embraced and kissed passionately. Suddenly, an assistant appeared and said that Count Russell had received an urgent letter from the imperial palace. The protagonist immediately unrolled the scroll and read the contents of the letter. It said that all magicians with the rank of Master of the Tower and owners of an expert-level aura must immediately report to the imperial palace. The young man was frightened. Had war begun? Russell told the princess that something terrible had happened. They had to return to the palace immediately. He ordered the horses to be harnessed urgently. Hecate told Russell not to worry about her. It was time for him to go. The young man replied that he could not leave the princess here alone. The girl declared that the safety of the kingdom was more important than his love for her. The people needed Count Raymond now. Raymond said that in that case, he would leave the princess. The girl watched her fiancé right away and thought that she had spent less time with him than she had waited and worried for him. However, there was nothing she could do about it, for such was the fate of the hero's beloved. The protagonist rushed toward an unknown future. When our hero arrived, everyone was almost there. The young man glanced at those present and once again realized that the situation was very serious. Russell decided that with so many people, they could easily destroy a small country. What had actually happened? The king entered the room and was greeted. His Majesty said that formalities would be omitted because the situation was urgent. The king announced that everyone had been summoned because of unprecedented events. Those who had personally witnessed what had happened would provide explanations, which was why this meeting had been organized. Elf and dwarf were invited to this meeting. The elf introduced himself as Azulan, the first defender of the Blue Wisteria tribe. He greeted Emperor Endymion. The dwarf said his name was Matters Underground, and he also greeted Emperor Endymion. Those present were surprised. How did the elf and the dwarf come together? The Great Forest and the underground world are located in the north. What had happened there? The king asked them to show everyone what they had seen. A film projector was used for the demonstration. It is a device that shows recorded images. Everyone saw monsters on the screen. Olsen, with his professional eye, estimated that there were at least 1,000 monsters. Raymond thought that something was wrong. The elf said that due to the unexpected attack of a large number of monsters, the elves and fairies were forced to leave the Great Forest. The dwarf added that the monsters had even penetrated the Red Canyon. No one knows how this happened. Our hero raised his hand, and the king gave the floor to Count Russell Raymond. The count said that something was wrong. There were too many monsters. Even if all the monsters from the Great Forest were gathered together, there would still be far fewer than this. Old Hemingway remarked that Raymond meant that someone was creating the monsters, or that a portal to another dimension had been opened. The White Tower Magister said that the type of monsters was also a problem. The Magister added that this type of monster had been extinct for a very long time. Azulan said that he was the first defender of the Blue Wisteria tribe, a representative of the Great Forest, and asked the king to help the Great Forest in its time of need. Matters said that he also asked for help as a representative of the underworld and Red Canyon. The king said that it was almost impossible to accurately calculate the number of monsters. They did not know where the monsters had come from. If left unchecked, the damage could be much worse. The king ordered everyone present to help the Great Forest and the underworld, and not let a single monster reach Endymion. Raymond thought that his luck after the regression had run out. Now he would have to rely on what he had. Daria White Snow said she wanted to take part in the upcoming war, but she had been ordered to defend the kingdom alongside the Blue Tower. 3 representatives of her tower would go to the battlefield: Raymond, Hubert, and Olsen. Professor Hubert said that they would manage, and that the teacher could rely on them. Olsen promised to destroy all the monsters that crossed his path. The teacher said that he has no doubt about the abilities of these 3. But on the battlefield, even a single arrow in the blind spot can end a life. She cannot help but worry. The woman told our hero that this would be his first time in battle, so he must be extra careful. It would be nothing like his previous fights. Raymond promised to be careful, as he had been on the battlefield countless times in his previous life. Daria White Snow thought that if he were alive, he would have grown up to be just as brave as Russell. The woman told her students that she was just lost in thought and that everything was fine. Her favorite students must return alive and well. Niccolo Machiavelli, master of the Yellow Tower, was delighted to see representatives from another tower. The warrior said that they were only waiting for the mages from the Blue and White Towers. They were delayed due to restrictions on the teleportation gates. Raymond asked if Azulan knew Ilo from the White Ash tribe. The elf was surprised. How did Mr. Raymond know about Ilo? The elf suggested that the man before him, with black hair and red eyes, was the one who had saved Ilo and her tribe. It was no surprise that the presence of spirits was so strong around this man. Raymond guessed that Azulan knew Ilo well. The elf said he knew her well. She was a guardian after all. Raymond thought that Ilo protected not only her tribes, but all elves. Had Ilo already attained such a title? This elf was developing at an incredible rate. The young man thought that perhaps it was due to the awakening of her dragon powers. Azulan said he didn't know what had happened to Ilo. When they arrived, she was fighting on the front lines. Raymond thought that 5 days ago she was definitely still safe. They had to find her quickly and help her. Finally, Alan Page, the mage of the Blue Tower, Olivia, the mage of the White Tower, and Amelia Mervyn, the Grand Mage of the White Tower, appeared. The young man couldn't believe that half of the Empire's forces were here. It was hard to imagine that they could lose. Machiavelli said that time was short and that he would quickly brief everyone. It was confirmed that the fairy forces had retreated and changed locations. There was a high probability that the monsters outnumbered them. Amelia Mervyn said that the 5th and 7th detachments would arrive in at least 10 days. Due to the size of the army, they were moving more slowly. The Yellow Tower Master said that the monsters must be lured into the Great Forest before the infantry arrives in 3 days. Machiavelli asked those present if they could handle it. The warriors replied that they would do everything in their power and deal with the monsters. Amelia Mervyn raised her hand and told everyone to stop and freeze. The White Tower Mage noted that she could smell blood. The further they advanced, the stronger the smell became. The Yellow Tower Mage said that there were problems, but they were still far from the outpost. They would have to split up. The mages from the Fire Tower would go with him, while the rest would go around the mountain. Raymond heard a suspicious sound and said it was coming from behind the mountain. When the warriors reached the top of the mountain, they saw a huge number of monsters behind it. The order was given to attack the monsters and throw stones at them. The elven archers opened fire on the monsters' heads. Raymond thought that the army of monsters was incomparable to the Hydra. There were far more of them than he had ever seen before. Machiavelli showed his true colors again and activated a shockwave that scattered the monsters in all directions. Raymond noticed this and informed everyone that the wind had changed. Emilia Mervyn used her skill and initiated a unique attack on the monsters. The monsters, unaware of what was happening, stared at the growing energy directed from the sky straight at them. It was incredible, the true power of the tower's magi. Olsen said that the two of them were taking all the attention, but they couldn't just stand by and watch either. Raymond declared that he would also begin using his skills and cast a fire spell. Russell Raymond's falling sun. Dwarf said that the mages of Endymion had arrived. Azulan and Matters had managed to bring help. They were saved. In the Great Forest, a huge monster was plotting its evil deed. Paige attacked the monsters using ice spears from the ground. Emilia used lightning storm. The Wizard of the Yellow Tower continued to attack the monsters using his magical abilities. Raymond had never seen such large-scale magic attacks. There was nowhere to step. Our hero thought that after the war he would have to redraw the maps. However, the number of monsters did not decrease. If they continued their large-scale attacks with different elements, they could injure their allies. Raymond noted that the line between allies and enemies had blurred. Mass attacks were no longer possible. Machiavelli said that from now on, attacks over large areas were prohibited. Due to the changed situation, everyone engaged in close combat. The Yellow Tower Master waved again for everyone to follow him forward. Raymond thought that the battle would be a long one, so he needed to use his mana efficiently. Dragonification should only be used as a last resort. It was necessary to combine mana with mental energy. Two opposing energies were in Russell Raymond's hands. Now he had to transform them into their world. Raymond approached Olive and asked if she was okay. The girl thanked him for his concern and said she was fine. Olive asked where these monsters came from and why there weren't fewer of them. Raymond thought that at this rate, they wouldn't last. What should they do? Raymond and Olivia looked back and saw that the sun was already rising. Dwarf also pointed upward and said that the sun was already rising. The warrior said they had to hold out a little longer. The spirit of the wind would lend them its strength. Olsen asked in surprise what the dwarves were talking about and what the sun had to do with it. Hubert said that these monsters were not undead, so the sun should not affect them. However, the monsters stopped attacking and began to retreat. Were they really retreating? Raymond suggested that the sun was the monster's weakness. The White Tower Magister was also surprised. What was going on? The Yellow Tower Magister replied that he didn't understand either. The mages and masters of the towers watched silently as the monsters left the battlefield. Arin, the elf representative, said that thanks to the heroes of Endymion, they had survived the night. Curvo, the leader of the Winged Tribe, said that as long as their tribe had feathers, they would remember this day. Eitri, the representative of the dwarves, said that they would never forget this and expressed their sincere gratitude. Niccolo Machiavelli stated that they had only helped their allies, which was only natural. However, the master of the Yellow Tower said that something was wrong. The monsters were getting stronger and attacking at night, then weakening and retreating at dawn. There was another oddity. They did not scatter in all directions, but purposefully attacked the fairies. It seemed as if the monsters harbored hatred toward the fairies. Olsen suggested that they would attack again that night. Maybe we should attack them during the day while they are weak. The dwarf said that was impossible. There were more than 5,000 of them, and less than half were capable of fighting. The elf said they had no choice but to wait for reinforcements. Machiavelli said that first they should take the wounded away, reorganize the front, and gather for a council. The elf asked our hero, "Is his name Russell Raymond?" The young man was surprised. Does the elf know him? The girl said she had forgotten to introduce herself. Her name was Arain. She was the head of the White Ash tribe and one of the leaders of the elves. The woman stated that she was Isla's mother. The elf added that they usually treat those who have helped them with the deepest respect. However, due to the current situation, she apologized for the lack of hospitality. Raymond said that everything was fine and asked where Isla was now. The elf replied that Elo had been there a few days ago. When Elo learned about the group of straggling fairies, she immediately went to help them. Many fairies were unable to join due to unexpected monster attacks, and some got separated during the retreat. Raymond hoped that the girl was safe now. The elf told the boy not to worry. The woman claimed that her daughter was very strong and that nothing would happen to her. Who would have thought that Arin was a meneur, a leader of the elves? The position of supreme leader of the elven tribes came after the high elves, and was so rare that there had only been 5 such elves in the last century. It was no surprise to our hero that she had such an aura about her. Machiavelli never thought he would meet an elf meneur in his life. The White Tower Master said she was pleased to meet him. Raymond thought that even though Emilia was an elf, she had lived among humans and was not used to speaking formally with other elves. The elf said that she also didn't know the subtleties of human etiquette, so everything was fine. The White Tower Master could speak as he pleased. The Yellow Tower Master said he would now explain Endymion's battle strategy. The first stage was to organize the siege. The army had 60,000 men, which should be enough to surround the monsters. The second stage is to destroy the monsters in the encirclement. They will drive the monsters back into the Great Forest. The elf asked if the battlefield would be in the Great Forest rather than the Red Canyon. Raymond thought that the Great Forest was not just their home, but sacred land blessed by their gods. A battle of this scale could cause serious destruction. It could take decades to rebuild. Machiavelli said not to worry. Endymion would help rebuild the forest and evacuate the fairies. Menor said that it was painful for them, but there was no other choice. They had expected this outcome. The Master of the Yellow Tower thanked them for their understanding and promised to minimize damage to the Great Forest. The knight noticed that someone was flying toward them. Could it be a monster? But the sun had not yet set. However, it was not a monster, but an ally, a soldier who had set out on a rescue mission several days earlier. The wounded soldier descended and fell to the ground. Someone shouted to call a doctor. The wounded man said that the silver-haired guardian was in danger. Raymond was frightened. Was Ilo in danger? The master of the Yellow Tower asked if Sir Russell knew her personally, and if he wanted to join the rescue mission. Raymond said he would go with them. Ulsan said he would go too, and Nicola noted that his help would be useful. Amelia said that the White Tower's search spells would be useful and turned to Olivia. You will go with them. The elf leader said that Azulan was the only one she could ask for help. The warrior promised to return Ilo safe and sound. The warriors set off resolutely to rescue the silver-haired guardian. Olive noticed movement ahead. It looked like monsters were flying. What should they do? Olsen said they would deal with the monsters while the rest continued on. The monsters turned out to be giant Rockies. There were countless numbers of them in the sky. Rockies usually only live in the west. What were they doing here? Azulan ordered his warriors to prepare for battle. The red lightning was activated. Russell Raymond prepared to show what he was capable of in destroying flying monsters. The chain explosion was activated, and the shockwave sent the Rockies flying in all directions. Everyone present was surprised that Raymond had dealt with them so quickly. Hubert thought that they must be on the same level as this guy. But the difference was simply astonishing. Olsen said he couldn't leave everything to Russell and also joined the battle, activating his fire fist. Olsen's fiery power was astonishing. The monsters that came under his attacks were instantly destroyed. Raymond looked at Olsen and thought that you couldn't tell if he was a mage or a warrior. Olsen said they had attracted too much attention. Flying monsters were everywhere. Raymond suggested they finish them off quickly. The elves told everyone to leave the flying monsters to them and move on. Olsen declared that everyone was counting on them, and that they would meet again. Everyone continued toward their destination. The monsters had to be destroyed. Ilo and the other guards continued to hold the protective field to prevent the monsters from breaking through. However, this couldn't last much longer. A little more and the monsters would break through the defensive field. Ilo thought that all the guards were running out of mana. Would they be able to hold out until dawn? The guards hoped that reinforcements would arrive in time. In some places, the barrier had been breached. The monsters had to be stopped. The barrier cracked and shattered into tiny pieces. The monsters continued their attack. The archers asked Eurus, the spirit of the wind, to grant them his power. The elf shot a wind arrow at the monster. The mages were already close. Oliva shouted that she had found the guards. She could feel the clash of energy behind the mountain. They had to hurry. Raymond was ahead of everyone and hoped they wouldn't be too late. A heavy rain began to fall naturally. This cooled the monsters' fervor a little. Elo said they had to use this chance to build a barrier. One of the guards shouted that help was needed. The monsters broke through the barrier and got inside. They had to be stopped immediately. The archer fired again and asked Eurus, the spirit of the wind, for help. At that moment, Elo remembered Russell Raymond. Why did that guy come to mind? A wall of fire suddenly appeared. Where did this defense come from? Could it really be Raymond coming to the rescue? Olsen told the young man that he would clear the way. The Vermilion spell was activated. Olsen used Flaming Fist. The protagonist flew up to the girl and asked if Ilo was okay. Elo replied that she was fine, and didn't even know how to thank the young man. Raymond stated that he was merely fulfilling his duties as a mage of the allied state. Once the guards were ready, they could erect a barrier. They had to fight their way through the monsters before there were too many of them. Elo said that if they left now, the children wouldn't be able to catch up. Raymond said there was no need to worry about that. He was not alone, and there would be as much support as needed. Oliva told Count Russell that she would help, as that was why she had come here. Oliva added that she was casting a spell on the entire tribe, so they could run without feeling tired. Azulan appeared next with his warriors. The reinforcements arrived just in time. Azulan said he was very glad to see Lady Ilo safe and sound. The girl was also happy to see him. Olsen said that Oliva and the elves would be in the center. Russell would be on the left. Elo would be on the right with Azulan. He would take the front line. That way, they would break through the monsters. Elo shouted that they were starting and ordered the barriers to be raised. Raymond said they were almost there and needed to hold on a little longer. Olsen knew Russell was tired, but they had to try to conserve mana. When they reached the canyon, they would have to fight hard to join forces with their allies. The monsters couldn't get through the walls of the fortress. Nicola had built the fortress overnight. He was definitely not human. The master of the Yellow Tower said he would crush the monsters' heads. Professor Hubert told the captain that the rescue team and the elves had returned. That means they succeeded. Machiavelli declared that they must open the way for their allies. Olsen saw the defensive wall and said that Nicola had prepared everything perfectly. They would break through with one powerful attack. Olsen activated Flaming Fist. Raymond activated Cannon. Gaining speed, Olsen said they needed to move straight ahead. Raymond said there was just a little more to go. The fortress walls began to open, forming a passage. All the survivors managed to get inside. The elf chief embraced his daughter. They were very happy. Olsen and Raymond fell to the ground and were also happy. They were breathing heavily after the intense run. Raymond thought that it had been a very long night, which had ended with everyone being saved. A week had passed since that day. The bodies of the destroyed monsters were scattered everywhere. Our hero still fought the surviving monsters every night. After dawn, groups of warriors finished off the fleeing monsters. The situation was now fairly stable. Many missing elves had been rescued. There were about 9 of them in the fortress. Many of them were skilled warriors. The magistrate of the Yellow Fortress approached Count Russell. Machiavelli said that reinforcements had arrived. They were the 5th and 7th squads of Endymion. The magistrate of the Yellow Tower thanked the squad leaders for coming to their aid. The commanders said there was no need to thank them. It was for their country and their people. It was their duty as knights. They were William Luigi and Dwell Kruger. Niccolo Machiavelli said that in that case, he would begin the Strategic Council. These squads would play a key role in the upcoming mission. Since Russell Raymond knew the terrain and the types of monsters best, he would now give a report. The protagonist greeted him and introduced himself. The knights thought that the famous magician himself was standing before them. Even the air around him seemed unusual. Raymond told Commander William that the 5th Squad's task would be defense. At the moment, the monster army was only appearing here, but they did not know when the monsters would decide to advance further. It would be necessary to form a tight ring to protect the elves in the canyon. Not a single monster could be allowed to pass. Raymond told Commander Dwell that his task would be to attack. While the 5th Squad blocks the monsters' retreat, they must attack with all their might and drive the monsters back into the Great Forest. Russell pointed out that they don't know what dangers await them in the Great Forest, but it's a necessary measure to protect the country. Dwell said he liked that. Everything will begin in 3 days. The grand battle they have been preparing for so long. The forces of elves and humans will be used in this battle. The mission to reclaim the Great Forest will begin. The 5th and 7th Squads are the best in Endymion. They are among the strongest on the entire continent, so they are unlikely to lose despite the number of monsters. However, the protagonist caught himself thinking that he had a bad feeling about it. Elo looked at the young man. The elf thought that everything had happened so quickly that she hadn't even noticed when his shoulders had become so broad. The girl thought that Raymond had also grown taller. He had changed a lot since they first met. The elf clan chief looked at her daughter and thought that the time had probably come. Arin asked her daughter if she was just going to stand there and watch. Maybe she should go over and talk to him. Ilo thought that Sir Russell was engaged to Princess Endymion. She couldn't believe she had feelings for him. It couldn't be. Arain said she understood what Elo was thinking, but not to worry. The woman added that she and Russell were bound by a strong thread of fate. Elo was surprised. Could her mother really see the future? They say that the ancient high elves could do that. The woman said that if Elo became a mage, she would also be able to see destiny. Arain told her daughter to remember her words. The time to make a decision would come soon. This man's destiny is as cold as a snowstorm. If Ilo wants to love him, she must go through this destiny with him. Niccolo Machiavelli and the mages stood at the head of the army of knights at the foot of the fortress wall. The leader of the Yellow Tower said that everything was starting again. As planned, the 5th Squad would take up defensive positions, while the rest would advance into the Great Forest. All the magicians were ready to activate their unique abilities. The command was given, and the warriors went on the attack. Everyone carried out the tasks assigned to them. The mages and knights worked together seamlessly and advanced according to the established plan. At some point, Oliva said to leave those monsters to her. The fallen line of defense needed help. Our hero worked in tandem, attacking with both hands at the same time. 15 days passed. The army of men was at the entrance to the Great Forest. The knights shouted that they had succeeded and advanced to their destination. Machiavelli said that they had finally repelled these monsters. Olsen asked our hero if he felt it too. Russell nodded affirmatively. The monsters had come from here, so he expected to see hordes of them. However, there were no monsters, not even small insects. Why was the entire forest surrounded by smoke? Elo told her mother that she couldn't hear the spirits. Arain replied that she didn't understand anything herself. The master of the Yellow Tower suggested waiting for the Per tribe, which had been sent out on reconnaissance. They should be back soon. They had taken a film camera with them, so they would be able to see everything clearly. One of the warriors shouted that they had finally returned. The film projector showed the same thing. No traces of monsters. Raymond asked if there was a recording of the Great Forest in its entirety. The young man said that the further they went, the thicker the black smoke became. A warrior from the Para tribe said that he was just about to tell them about that. He had a recording from a bird's eye view. Everyone present paid attention to it. A strange dome was visible. But what was it? How could the beautiful Great Forest have turned into this? Raymond thought that this was the reason for his bad feeling. It seemed that this was how it all began. From a bird's eye view, the source of the monster army could be seen. In the middle of this dark area, emitting black smoke, a huge monster sat in the lotus position. Machiavelli said there could be as many as 1 million monsters there. Does the elf chief know anything about this? Arain speculated that it might be somehow connected to the legend of the Great Forest's appearance. These events took place around the time when the era of the gods was coming to an end. The Great Forest began to grow thanks to the blessing of Gaia, the mother of life. The master of the Yellow Tower asked if Gaia had created the Great Forest to seal away the monsters. Raymond said that something was bothering him. The guy explained that when Gaia created the Great Forest, there were many gods who could easily have dealt with an army of monsters. It was highly likely that Gaia wasn't trying to seal away an army of monsters at all. The White Tower Master said they had to check it out. Elo told the commander that a reconnaissance squad must be formed immediately. The reconnaissance team must investigate everything and return before sunset. Olsen couldn't believe that there was no sign of life in this forest. It didn't seem like the forest had lost its properties. It was more likely some kind of phenomenon. Machiavelli said that they had already penetrated quite deep into the forest and could now take a short break. Raymond asked once again if Ilo was okay. The girl replied, as always, that she was fine. Russell wondered what Erin was doing. The elf chief closed her eyes and didn't move. Elo said that her mother was meditating, trying to talk to the spirits of the forest. Elo explained that there are spirits other than the spirits of the 4 basic elements. There are spirits of thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Forest spirits are also among them, but they differ slightly in structure and origin. Hubert said that he had only heard rumors about this before. Page didn't believe that he would be able to see a forest spirit with his own eyes. At one point, those present did indeed see a small creature appear before Arin. Raymond was surprised. Was it really a doll made of earth and grass? The spirit asked Sir Russell in Elos's voice what he thought. The young man thought that Elos had shared her consciousness with the spirit, but he did not feel that the spirit itself was conscious. Elos said that forest spirits are much smaller than ordinary spirits. They are made up of several spirits and do not have their own consciousness, so it takes time to use their power. Raymond thought that the methods were different, but it was similar to controlling golems. Ilo said that the forest was in poor condition. It was difficult for her to summon even a small spirit. Elo asked her mother if anything had worked. Elphica replied that she had tried many times, but all the spirits were very frightened. Arin added that it was definitely related to the darkness at the center of the great forest. The protagonist wondered what was in this darkness. A light wind began to blow, and the black mist gradually grew thicker. The mist overwhelmed our hero's consciousness. Raymond thought it was good that the 7th squad hadn't gone with them. They would have fallen without having time to do anything. The mages arrived at the source of the black mist. Machiavelli said that these were magical seals. But what were they doing here? The master of the Yellow Tower declared that they must begin their investigation immediately. They had to hurry, because they had to return before sunset. Everyone present felt the earth tremble. Where was it coming from? Raymond suggested that it was coming from the darkness. Everyone saw a black mist burst forth. A monster emerged from it. The dwarf was surprised. How was this possible? Olivia said that a mountain had appeared out of nowhere. Raymond said it wasn't a mountain, but a living creature. Machiavelli declared that it was the Hecatonchires. He did not expect to see the remnants of the Titanomichi here. Emilia was surprised. Wasn't that an event from a forgotten era? Niccolo agreed. The Hecatonchires had wanted to seize world domination at that time. He had heard that the dragons had borrowed power from a certain being and defeated them. That meant that Gaia had tried to seal it here. The Great Forest was a prison for this monster. Could it really be right beneath them? Machiavelli said that this monster devoured everything in its path. It must not be allowed to escape into their world. Even the monster's roar was incredibly powerful. Elo told her mother that she felt intense malice in that roar. Arayan replied that it wasn't malice, but a desire to destroy all living things. Raymond declared that they had to stop this monster here and now. Our hero responsibly declared that they had no right to lose. Hypnos, watching from the cliff, said that this was unbelievable. Hypnos couldn't even imagine such a thing. The villain said that it turned out to be a Hecatonchire, not a Titan. It was the second coming of God. It was very beautiful. Hypnos declared that he had never even dreamed of this. Hypnos was surprised. What was Karin doing here? Karin replied that he was sorry that Hypnos was not happy to see him after so long. He had even prepared a gift. Sharon said it was the key to the magical seal. It was much stronger than the one used on Artare. Karin asked if Hypnos knew whose seal he was removing. Hypnos replied that it belonged to the Hecatonchires, a race that lived during the Titanomichi. Karin said that his companion did not know everything about them. The name of this creature was Briareus, the general of the vanguard of the Hecatonchires. Once, because of him, the gods were on the verge of defeat. Now the disciples of this fiery woman were in great trouble. Karin said he would tell the woman about the death of her students. Hypnos said he was looking forward to it. However, it must not be forgotten that any mistake would cost more than just his life. The seal was broken. This monster was weakened because it had been sealed for a long time. However, no matter what happens, the magicians must stop him here. The elf told the monster to come closer to her. A flow between heaven and earth was activated. The monster turned its attention to the elf. Machiavelli asked if Sir Russell Raymond could hear him. Oliva asked if the White Tower mage was okay. Amelia Mervyn replied that she was fine. She knew that it was a mythical creature, but she thought that such an attack might work at least a little. Machiavelli apologized for keeping them waiting. He said, "Let the great earth become a sandy swamp and be destroyed." The master of the Yellow Tower shouted for everyone to attack the monster immediately. All the mages present directed their magical power against the Hecatonkir and used their unique abilities. Arin and Elo continued their meditative connection and influence on the monster. Arin summoned the great spirit of the forest to rise up. Her daughter supported her in this endeavor. The great spirit of the forest rose up and engaged the Hecatonkir in battle. Dwarf said that now they might have a chance. The White Tower Magister also stepped up her efforts. However, this was not enough to defeat such a monster. Everything around them trembled from the growing tension. The monster told the pathetic trash not to stand in his way. The sound of its roar alone was enough to make people cover their ears and become disoriented. Ulson thought in horror that this monster could even speak. The monster declared that if these insects wanted him to eat them, he would do so. Hecatonchir added that he would tear the people to pieces and enjoy the taste. Machiavelli asked if the monster had forgotten anything. An energy cluster glowed in the hand of the master of the Yellow Tower. The master said that they would now buy some time. All the magicians must prepare and use their most powerful spells. The monster looked at the protagonist and was surprised. Did he really have black hair? Our hero activated the Cloud Ring weather control. A thunderstorm whirlwind was summoned. Machiavelli thought that this young man was extremely powerful, even though he was still young and had only recently reached the 6th circle of mana. No wonder the master of the Fire Tower values this guy so much. Raymond thought that it took much more mana than he had expected. Due to the spell's immense power, it affected a large area, and not everything hit its target. The young man thought he had hit the monster directly, so it shouldn't be unharmed. Hecatonchir continued to stand, radiating hatred and negative energy. Professor Hubert couldn't believe the monster was still standing after such an attack. Ulson was amazed by its resilience and steadfastness. Machiavelli thought that this was the only attack that had worked so far. They had managed to distract the monster, but he hadn't expected Sir Russell to finish it off in one go. Raymond thought that the monster had taken too little damage. Hecatonchir thought that this opponent had black hair and magic that contained the power of dragons. Was the young man somehow connected to Kim Hyun-sung? Raymond said he didn't know anything about that. Could it be some kind of artifact? The monster declared that it didn't matter. Because of this man, he remembered something he wanted to forget. Olsen shouted for Russell to step aside immediately. It could be dangerous. The huge monster was attacked from different sides at the same time. The attackers used magic and their unique abilities. The simultaneous attack was meant to increase the damage. The protagonist was surprised. What was Sir Alan doing? Why couldn't he hear anything? Our hero felt that he had suffered several serious internal injuries. If he had taken the blow fully, there would have been nothing left of him. Paige asked if Russell was okay. Olsen decided to catch his breath and said that this monster was indeed very strong. He almost destroyed the two of them with a single blow. Dwarf ran to help and asked if the two were okay. Raymond asked Eitri to help them. Olsen was seriously injured. Dwarf said that Olsen looked bad, possibly with broken ribs. Olsen said that he wouldn't be able to train his physical strength for a while. Machiavelli asked if Sir Russell was okay. The young man replied that he was fine. The master of the Yellow Tower asked if the young man could use that spell again. If they struck the rune a second time, they would deal significant damage. Raymond thought that if he killed it accurately, he could deal a lot of damage. But he couldn't fully control the thunderstorm. Raymond asked if he could use another spell to help defeat this monster. The protagonist said that another method would take some time, about 15 minutes. Machiavelli told everyone that they needed to buy time for Sir Russell. They couldn't give this monster even a chance to remember him. Olsen was dragged to safety. After that, the mages attacked the Hecatonkir with renewed vigor. Raymond decided to replenish his depleted mana first. Partial draconification was activated. Our hero had every intention of finishing it today with one blow. Raymond activated the divine spear that pierces everything. Brahma's spear. The monster said that this man was indeed a descendant of Kim Hyun-sun and that lizard. He would have to tear him to pieces right now. The mages continued to attack the monster relentlessly, immobilizing its movements. Prometheus's flame and atmospheric waves were used. Machiavelli said that Sir Russell must be protected at all costs. Paige initiated Ice Stop. Elo once again asked the forest spirits to lend her their power. Machiavelli thought that everyone was already at their limit due to the prolonged use of high-level magic. Although very little time had passed, the monster continued to rage, insisting that these people were distracting him from his main task. Hecatonkir decided to ignore the mages and move toward the black-haired, red-eyed man. Raymond was almost ready. His fire magic had formed to its full power. Nicole and Alan shouted at Sir Russell to remain vigilant. Danger was approaching. Ilo thought, if she had enough strength to protect her benefactor, she wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Elo felt as if time had stopped. The girl already had this power. She just hadn't accepted it yet. Elo wondered, who was this stranger, and how was she talking to her? The stranger told the elf that she also knew about the power hidden within her. To completely subjugate the dragon's will, one must accept all the consequences that come with it. By accepting the life of a half-elf, half-dragon, she would never be able to return to her former life. Elo said that if her help could save her benefactor, she would accept this power. The stranger knew that Ilo would make that choice. Everyone saw the huge silver dragon with a man on its back. The last time this dragon was seen was 700 years ago. Someone said it was a pity that the lizard had interfered. Even after so many centuries, the Hecatonkir had not changed at all. The dragon opened its mouth, and a powerful pillar of flame shot toward the monster. The Hecatonkir declared that she too had grown very weak. The monster said that it would now tear the dragon to pieces and then eat its heart while it was still beating. Elo felt her strength drain away. However, she believed she had fulfilled her role. Divine power, piercing even the fleeting moments, descended into her hands. Brahmastra. Paige said they felt intense heat, as if they were in a desert rather than in the middle of a forest. Emilia said it was worth enduring for this. Nicololo couldn't believe he only had 6 circles. If this man's power had not been concentrated in the spear, the entire forest would have disappeared in an instant. The monster shouted that it was impossible, for he was Briarios, general of the Hecatoncheires. This time, the monster managed to dodge and avoid the attack of the flaming spear. However, in the next moment, Raymond was already in close proximity to Briarios' head. The protagonist used spikes of Arachne to finish the job for sure. Our hero activated the skill La Mancha and then Brahmastra again. He received a penetrating wound to the chest. Hecatoncheires said that he had finally escaped after 1,000 years of imprisonment. Now he was furious. After another attack, our hero thought that the recoil was too strong. It would be better not to use such magic for now. Raymond was satisfied with himself. He had managed to protect everyone. The young man completed his mission. Our hero lay in bed with his body bandaged after his injuries. Raymond rose above the bed and felt pain throughout his body. The girl asked if Sir Russell was all right. She said that Olsen was still recovering, but the others had already regained consciousness. Our hero thought that was good news. The girl asked if Raymond could take a look at it. On the day of the battle, she had taken on the power of the dragons and learned that their fates were intertwined. Raymond thought that she was the one who had protected him among the dragons. The girl asked if Raymond knew what fate was. The guy replied that he wasn't sure about the details, but he had a guess. It was the next generation of dragons who had served the Emperor long ago. They shared this destiny. The young man asked if she was ready for this. Now she would serve him, and he didn't know how the dragon's power would affect her. The girl said that everything was fine. She would remain herself. It was her conscious choice. The elf said that this was the fate she wanted. The girl thought that Russell had a partner, but she still wanted to be with him. The elf asked how she should address the young man now. Calling him the Dragon Emperor was too pretentious. Raymond said that Elo could call him whatever she wanted. Elo suggested that they were now closer, and that she could just call him Russell. Machiavelli thanked our hero from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the young man, many people could have died. The protagonist heard that the master of the Yellow Tower was still recovering his mana, but he was already on his feet because he felt responsible as the leader of the squad. Raymond said that if he had been alone, he would not have had a chance of winning. Russell reminded him that the Yellow Tower master had also saved him. Therefore, he was simply repaying his debt. Machiavelli asked if the young man had spoken with the others. Russell replied that they had all come to see him. Our hero stretched out on the bed and thought that he was very tired. The third mask Russell received for defeating Briareus helps him stay conscious. This mask also provides resistance to mind control magic. The young man thought that it would be easier for him to deal with dark mages who use curses and illusions. The first mask helps calculate attacks, while the second focuses on defense. Raymond realized that he couldn't wear all three masks at once, so he decided to combine them. The three masks were assembled and returned to their true form. The Crown of Solomon was created. It combines the effects of all three masks. Solomon was the king of magicians who created a magical empire in the Age of Myths. The protagonist couldn't believe that this was a relic of the king himself. It seemed impossible. However, why was this crown so small? Russell suggested that it was a summoning artifact. The young man experienced strange feelings. It felt as if he had been split into two bodies. Raymond decided that it was an exciting sight. He looked at his reflection and couldn't believe what was happening. Raymond thought that one part of him now existed inside the crown and was helping to calculate the magic circles. Could this really be a split consciousness? After a while, everything returned to normal. The split disappeared. Raymond received a notification from the system that his inner consciousness was depleted, and some of the crown's functions were temporarily unavailable. The young man assumed that the crown did not contain his consciousness, but rather preserved it. If his mind were to be struck by a curse, he would be able to recover thanks to the crown. Russell decided he needed to learn more about how to use it, but he was pleased with the artifact nonetheless. During training, our hero used a rain of fiery arrows. The effect was impressive. Hubert said it was amazing that the young man had recovered in just 10 days. Alan suggested that Russell had even become better at using mana and casting spells. Olsen suggested that Raymond had already fully recovered. Would he like to fight, but without using magic? Olsen noticed that his bones were still a little crunchy from his injuries, but everything would be fine if he gave Russell a good beating. Everyone heard the ringing of a bell. What could have happened? After all, most of the remaining monsters had already been defeated. An ambassador arrived with a red flag. This meant that an urgent message had arrived. Olsen was surprised. Had they been attacked by scoundrels from the Empire? Machiavelli said that this was an emergency situation of national importance. Archduke Bismarck revealed his secret ambitions. Olsen was surprised. Had Bismarck betrayed Endymion? Niccolo confirmed his guess. 5 magical towers, including Hitmore and Cargo, together with the 13th and 21st squads, were helping him besiege the capital. Heathmore was the master of the Red Tower, Blaine Trilogy. The young man remembered how he had mocked his father and his family. So he was connected to the Archduke? It would have been better if his teacher had not stopped him then. Raymond wondered if the teacher and the master of the Blue Tower were in the capital. The warrior said that they were both missing. Our hero couldn't believe that such a thing had happened in his absence. All the students were devastated. Raymond said that the teacher couldn't have lost to them. If that were the case, they would have already announced it to demoralize their enemies. The master of the White Tower agreed with the young man. Bismarck had simply used some trick. The most he could do was keep them away from the capital. Raymond said that if they were aiming for the throne, they needed to take care of the king and the princess. Machiavelli stated that Sir Gillian Person was currently with the king. The royal knights were guarding the princess, but if the enemy was at the level of the Tower Masters, she could be in danger. Raymond thought of Hecate and decided he must protect her at all costs. The commander of the 7th Squad announced that his men were leaving immediately. He was ready to cut down the enemies. Machiavelli told the knight to calm down. He understood his feelings, but even if they left right now, they would not arrive in time. Professor Hubert said it would be great to use the teleportation gate, but it was highly unlikely. The enemy had probably done something to the gate to delay reinforcements. In that case, the only option was to get through Red Canyon as quickly as possible, reach the magic tower closer to the capital, and teleport from there. That would take at least a day. Machiavelli said they had to leave immediately. Raymond asked the master of the Yellow Tower if he could return to the capital first. Niccolo was surprised. Did the young man know of another way? The young man had a ring made from a pair of Eros and Soul rings. The owner of the Eros ring could teleport to the Soul ring. Emilia said she understood Russell, but in her opinion, it would be better if one of the masters used it. Russell replied that only he could use this ring. It was bound to its first owner. Machiavelli said that Sir Gillian would be with the king, and Russell would be responsible for the princess. The young man promised to protect her with his life. The knights were ordered to destroy the rebels and not let anyone inside. All this took place at Guinevere's palace at the western gate. The knights were ordered to take the wounded to safety and maintain order. More bandages were needed to transport them. The princess told Sir Thompson to be patient, even if it hurt. The wounded man saw Princess Hecate before him. The knight wondered how the princess knew his name. Hecate said that he was the best swordsman in the kingdom. It was announced that the western gate had fallen, and that the traitors must be stopped. A rebel appeared at the fortress and asked in surprise why he should be there if there was no one strong left. It was Arcarium Ergo, the first apprentice of the Red Tower's master, Blaine Trilogy. Ergo greeted the princess. Hecate shouted for Arcarion to be silent immediately. Arcarion was surprised. Would the princess not even call him sir? The princess remarked that only respected people were addressed in that manner. Hecate thrust her sword forward and said that traitors did not deserve such treatment. Ergo recognized the sword. It was Arendite, the sacred weapon given by the Lake Fairy, which had defeated the Fire Dragon. He did not expect to find a royal relic here. It was a stroke of luck. The commander of the knights shouted for the princess to leave. They would detain this villain. Arcarian activated a magical fire attack and said that this was the end for the princess. The girl said goodbye to her beloved in her mind, hoping to be with him in the next life. Arcarium noticed a distortion in space. Could this be the spell of the master of the fire tower? Fiery goblins appeared before the princess to protect her. Arcarian shouted that this was impossible. After all, the master had definitely dealt with her. The protagonist appeared on the battlefield and apologized for being late. Hecate thought that it was not yet time to say goodbye to her beloved. The young people embraced and looked into each other's eyes with loving gazes. Arcarian had no idea how this man had summoned the teleportation gate, but the Red Tower had already suffered much shame because of him. If things had turned out this way, he would have to bring the Archduke his head. Raymond asked Arcarian what they had done to his teacher. His rival was surprised. Were they really so close that he would tell him about it? Ergo told his minions that he would deal with this boy himself. He ordered his minions to capture the princess. It didn't matter if she survived. Raymond announced that his rivals were mages of the 3rd and 4th circles. Everyone was to stand behind the summoned monsters. The fire dwarves were ordered to burn the traitors. Arcarium was outraged. How dare this young man turn away during battle? He was too cocky. Raymond thought that this guy needed to be taken as far away from Hecate as possible, and moved toward his opponent, initiating hand-to-hand combat. Raymond activated Shock Strike with a punch to his opponent's jaw. Arcarium said that these were pathetic tricks, and that he was ashamed to deal with such a young man. The Red Tower apprentice began to threaten the hero, declaring that he would immediately reduce him to dust. Raymond initiated Flaming Explosion. After the explosion, the hero thought that this was incredible spellcasting speed and destructive power. He was certainly not superhuman, but with the level of a Tower Master, he was a force to be reckoned with. Arcarian thought that his opponent was quickly creating spells, but he clearly lacked power. He had missed something in the formula to increase speed. Ergo decided that he would overwhelm his opponent with firepower. The Arcarian spell, Duet of Red Vipers, was activated. The princess screamed for Raymond to be careful. Hypnos told the woman that her student, whom she was so proud of, was getting in their way. However, Boyare was just bait. Hypnos added that these two magicians had been his target from the start. They would enjoy watching Endymion burn. Raymond thought he had set up a multi-layered barrier, but the damage was still too great. So the attack was not only magical, but also physical. The protagonist suffered a minor burn and thought that another good cloak was ruined. It couldn't be restored. The swordsman told the princess that it was too dangerous here. They needed to leave quickly, but the girl was worried about Russell. Raymond thought that the royal knights should be able to deal with Arcarium's minions. The mage of the Red Tower laughed. He was curious to see how long Raymond could hold out. This fool would never win if he just defended himself. Our hero activated the magic spear of Gabolg. Arcarium was frightened. Had his opponent been holding back all this time? Arcarium was wounded by the flaming spear, and realized that Raymond had been preparing for a counterattack all this time, pretending to be losing. The villain weakened his defense because of his overconfidence, and that was his downfall. Raymond thought that if his opponent had kept a cool head, things might have ended differently. The confrontation continued, but Arcarium's minions were unable to defeat the knights. Raymond burst into the room and shouted the princess's name. The villain's henchmen were surprised. What was this young man doing here? What had happened to their master? Hecate saw her savior and threw herself into his arms. Raymond did not resist. The princess said that Russell looked wounded. Was he all right? The young man replied that yes, everything was fine. Hecate said that Russell had saved her life once again. She didn't even know what would have happened if he hadn't come. The princess asked if it was thanks to the power of the ring he had given her. The young man confirmed this, but explained that he could not transfer the power to her now, because he had little mana left. Hecate looked out the window at the blazing flames and said that the king was there now. Raymond replied that there was no need to worry. Sir Gillian was with the king and was doing an excellent job. Raymond declared that they now needed to regroup. As soon as the enemies learned of Arcarium's defeat, they would retreat immediately. Princess Endymion, Hecate Ratmos, ordered the sacred sword Arundite to grant the founding king's valor to all his vassals. Raymond shouted for the princess to stop. Arundite is the sword of the founding king, Endymion. It distributes the power of its owner among allies. Having exhausted her strength, the girl sank to the ground. Raymond supported her. Hecate said that was all she could do to help at the moment. The villain was surprised. Why was the young man fussing over one girl for so long? Or were there uninvited guests here? Raymond grabbed the princess and decided to carry her to safety. Trilogy activated the Blade of Ragna to prevent his opponent from escaping. He said he hadn't seen Russell in a long time. How had he been doing all this time? Blaine was surprised that Raymond had withstood the sword attack, and managed to create an unusual barrier to protect the princess. It was hard to believe that it had been created so quickly. Trilogy noted that Raymond had become even stronger since last time. Raymond replied that Blaine had destroyed the palace with a single attack. That was incredible power. Trilogy said that if Arkaruma was nowhere to be seen, it meant that the young man had defeated him. He had always told him that overconfidence would lead to his downfall. Hecate asked why Blaine Trilogy was behaving this way. He only needed her. Why involve innocent people? Trilogy replied to the princess that it was touching. She would certainly make a good ruler if she inherited the throne. However, he still had to meet her father. Raymond asked the princess not to come forward and to stay behind. It was impossible to negotiate with Blaine now. Knights rushed up to the princess and asked if she was all right. They had come running as soon as they saw the destruction of the palace. The king was fine. There was no need to worry about him. Trilogy said that even more strangers had appeared, and it was starting to annoy him. He ordered his henchmen to cut down the knights. Blaine asked in surprise if Russell Raymond was really going to oppose him. Our hero replied in the affirmative. Blaine laughed. He said that looking at the young man, he felt as if he were looking at Daria, his teacher. She had looked the same way when they last met. Trilogy added that Daria Whitesnow was now stuck in a land of darkness and emptiness, and no one would ever see her again. Blaine told Russell to show what he was capable of to protect his mentor's name. Raymond activated Solomon's crown. A powerful explosion followed. Trilogy wielded the Blade of Ragna, which moved faster than the speed of sound. However, the master was surprised to see that the blade did not reach its target. How could a boy with a sixth circle dodge such a blow? Raymond thought he could break time into small pieces and track the attack. He could dodge it, but his allies were behind him. If he dodged, they would be hurt. Our hero decided that in that case, he would take the blow himself. Blaine realized that Raymond was trying to protect his allies. But that was a direct path to the grave. A giant wall of earth was activated to minimize damage. Blaine said it was amazing. He didn't think Raymond could match him in spellcasting speed. However, the Tower Master was curious. How long could the young man hold out? Trilogy added that Raymond had impressed him. It was unexpected to see him still standing. The master said that the young man was so good that he could have taken him as a student if Daria Whitesnow hadn't beaten him to it. The protagonist thought that this rival was incredibly fast and strong. Although he was a Tower Master, he was on a completely different level compared to Arcarian. The princess ran up to Russell and supported him. Blaine said that the scene was very touching. He would make sure that their graves were next to each other. Hecate ordered him to shut up immediately. Trilogy prepared for a new attack. The princess did not leave her beloved's side. The knights shouted for the princess to leave immediately. They wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Trilogy thought that even the royal knights were getting involved. This annoyed him. What was the Archduke up to? Hecate led Russell to a small hiding place and asked if he was all right. The young man replied that he was fine. The protagonist thought that there was only one way left, to use dragonification. To do this, he needed to use the princess's favorite treasure, the green necklace. Raymond asked Hecate if he could take a look at it. The princess was surprised. Was he really interested in the necklace at that moment? The girl said that it was a gift from her mother, a memento of her. Raymond reached out his hand and asked if the princess would give him the necklace. Hecate agreed. She was sure that Russell was asking for it for a reason. The protagonist thanked the girl for her trust. The system announced that the hero had completed the quest, the princess's treasure. If the necklace was filled with mana, it would reveal its true form. The dragon scales were restored. Was the hero ready to absorb them? In this situation, Russell was ready for anything and said he would accept them. Trilogy was surprised, even frightened. What kind of incredible mana was this? Could it really be Raymond? The Tower Master did not understand what was happening. Why did his opponent look like that? The protagonist's arms and legs were covered with dragon scales. This was a whole new level. Thanks to the scales, his physical strength increased. The dragonification could be sustained for longer. His body became stronger. Raymond decided that with such characteristics, he would be able to defeat the Tower Master. Blaine didn't think the rumors about the young man being from the Dragon Clan were true. The protagonist said that it was a strategic mistake to ignore the rumors. Blaine Trilogy now finally understood why McCrae Hughes had lost to Russell Raymond. Our hero told the princess that she could now return to the Knights with a clear conscience. Trilogy sensed the dragon's mana in the young man. He confidently declared that this mana was comparable to his own. The Tower Master thought, if he could get his hands on this power, no other master would be his equal. The villain decided that the young man was superior to him in terms of magic, but physically he was weaker. He needed to use this advantage to quickly finish him off. Blaine activated Overheat. Blaine used Falling Sun, while the protagonist used La Mancha and Titan Slayer. The rivals rushed toward each other. When they collided, there was a powerful explosion and a huge burst of energy. Russell was thrown far back, but managed to stay on his feet. Blaine acknowledged that this boy was definitely strong. Trilogy added that the young man's physical strength was simply superhuman. Raymond would only be able to surpass him after 5 years of evolution. Blaine said he couldn't let that happen, so he had to destroy the young man right there and then. Raymond replied that his opponent could try if he could. Our hero decided to attack the master until he found his weak spot. The protagonist finally landed a devastating blow using the flaming spear. Blaine was wounded. Without stopping, our hero activated the Cloud Ring. He used Weather Form and Lightning Strike. The young man thought that the dragon transformation would soon end, and that Solomon's crown was already at its limit. Gathering his strength, our hero realized that the next attack would be his last. Raymond used the Magic Spear of Doom. His opponent was defeated and disoriented. All that remained for the Magister was to use Blaine Trilogy's spell, Demonic Flame. Our hero's strength was running out, and he fell onto the rocks. Raymond realized that he was beginning to lose his sight. However, the young man did not give up, because he understood that he had to protect the people dear to him. Even if it cost him his life, he had to protect them. Blaine shouted that it was impossible. Could his opponent really have risen to a higher circle right in the middle of battle? Raymond, gathering his strength, said that this was the 7th circle. Now he was more confident than ever. Suddenly, a man appeared and said that the master of the Red Tower looked terrible. It seemed that he had had a hard time in this battle. The master cursed and told him to shut up until his long tongue was torn out. Why did it take him so long to get here? The man replied that something important had happened after the master left. The man with the burn on his face said that the master of the Tower of Fire had broken the seal. But there was no need to worry. He had resealed it securely. Raymond asked if he was behind all this, and what had he done to the master. The man replied that he had already spoken to Russell Raymond, but that this was their first meeting. The villain declared that it seemed he would destroy both father and son of the Raymond family. Raymond asked the stranger if he had killed his father. The villain replied that it was difficult to talk about it, but yes, he had died by his hands. The man with the burn said that he was not to blame for Raymond Seymour's death. Did Sir Blaine agree with that? Raymond was surprised. So Blaine was behind his father's death? But why? The master of the Red Tower laughed and said he would answer that question last. Blaine explained that the hero's father had to die because he had learned of the connection between the Archduke's plans and the cult of heretics. He knew too much. That was why he had to die. The man with the burn added that he also had a parting gift for Russell. It was the magic of the seventh circle, containing all the diseases of the world. A pandemic. The villain promised that the young man would not die easily, even if he wanted to. Suddenly, Daria White Snow appeared in the sky and said that she would not lose any more loved ones because of these scoundrels. The woman declared that her army would now flourish and rise up. Fiery goblins appeared around her. The protagonist was very happy to see that his teacher was there. The woman admitted that Russell had been waiting for her for a very long time. Trilogy was frightened and asked Hypnos what was going on. The villain with the burn began to justify himself. He had sealed her in Tartarus. How could a normal person get out of there? Raymond said he couldn't believe it. Did these two really think they were ordinary? That was their mistake. Daria White Snow said that the master of the Blue Tower had also escaped. She told her student that he should rest. It would all be over soon. The master of the Tower of Fire declared that she would make the traitors pay for reminding her of the events of that day. The boy told his mother that he wanted to become a mage like her when he grew up. The woman took the child in her arms and said that he would definitely become one, because he was her son. The child showed his mother what he was already capable of. The woman declared that he was a genius. This boy studied magic and was very talented. He trained day and night to show what he had learned. The boy also loved sweets very much. One night, the woman had to urgently reply to a letter from the royal palace. This completely changed her life. The letter turned out to be a trap set by heretics to lure her out of her home. She rushed back immediately, but it was too late. The house had been destroyed, and her loved ones had been hurt. The woman held her wounded child in her arms. With tears in her eyes, she told her son that everything would be fine. He needed to sleep, and everything would be okay. Daria White Snow remembered the people who saved her when she had lost all meaning in life. They were her students. The Tower Master said that these scoundrels should not even dream of getting out of there alive. The woman activated the magic of the eighth circle, the fires of Muspelheim. Daria White Snow's spell, Dream of a Fiery Flower, was used. Blaine was frightened and said that it was all a misunderstanding. Hypnos was frightened and decided to join forces with the Archduke to destroy the king first. Raymond thrust the flaming spear forward and declared that this scoundrel would not get away. Daria White Snow was surprised. Didn't these two understand yet? They should give up any hope of getting out of here alive. Hypnos flew far back and fell to the ground, pierced by fiery spears. He couldn't escape the flames of the eighth circle. Raymond thought he would have to use all his strength to destroy this villain. Fiery chains wrapped around the body of Hypnos, who was screaming in pain. Daria said that this was the end. If Hypnos told them everything, she would grant him a painless death. Hypnos laughed and said that this was not the end. The true darkness was only beginning to reveal itself. He declared that he would cover this continent in blood and darkness. Daria White Snow said that he was a terrible man. He had activated a suicide spell. The wounded Blaine tried to escape and thought that it was all a complete failure. He shouldn't have trusted the cult of heretics. Now he needed to hide and regain his strength. Russell Raymond appeared in the fugitive's path. At that moment, Blaine thought of his father and decided that it was him standing before him. Trilogy thought it was impossible. He had seen him die with his own eyes. Russell pierced Blaine Trilogy's body with his sword. The master of the Red Tower thought that Alex Raymond had won in the end. The villains believed that they could not escape. Would reinforcements arrive? The master of the Blue Tower, Hemingway, unleashed a water elemental on the enemies and asked what the traitors had to say. They scattered like ants. Jillian occupied the wall and said not to lose heart. The Archduke declared that they had managed to fight back just before the walls fell. But how did those two monsters, those two masters, manage to escape? Where are Blaine and Hypnos now? Daria White Snow threw their heads at the Archduke's feet and asked if he was looking for them. The Archduke, sword in hand, thought that he had been preparing for this for decades. Bismarck shouted that such rivals could not stop him. He swung his sword and promised to destroy them. The master of the Tower of Fire said that this man had understood nothing. Now Russell could take his revenge. Our hero decided to attack the villain with a double strike. The young man activated the flame of destruction, and Bismarck was engulfed in flames. Everyone present watched as Archduke Bismarck burned in the raging fire, screaming. After the battle, it was time to discuss the restoration of the palace. The king said that before they could work on the palace, they had to rebuild the homes of the ordinary people. The master of the Yellow Tower was to take charge of this. The king asked Daria Snow if Hypnos was really the leader of the cult. The woman confirmed that she had heard it herself. He will cover this continent with blood and darkness. The beginning of true darkness. The king wondered, who was this Hypnos talking about? The monarch entrusted this matter to the master of the Tower of Fire. A squad must be formed to investigate the cult's activities. Daria said she would carry out the king's orders. The king added that all that remained was to reward the heroes. Jillian Person, Daria White Snow, and Melville Hemingway. The king thought that now he was on par with superhumans. He never believed he would see such young talent in his lifetime. Russell Raymond. The young man lay wounded in a hospital ward. The princess said she was worried. 10 days had passed, and he still had not regained consciousness. The master of the Tower of Fire assured the princess that she should not worry. Russell had recently become even stronger. His body was getting used to the new magic circle. Raymond had overworked himself and was in serious condition. It was fortunate that the magic circle had not been destroyed. Daria White Snow suggested leaving the young man alone. Russell would manage, as always. The hero received a notification from the system that the fire spirit Pepper had fully absorbed the power of the fire dragon and was reborn as a fire dragon spirit. Russell transported himself to a cave at the foot of a cliff on the edge of the forest. Before traveling back in time, our hero could not have imagined that he would reach the 7th circle. However, he not only obtained the 7th circle, but also used its power against the one who destroyed his father. The protagonist had no intention of stopping there. Traces of the cult still remained in the Empire. Our hero decided that he had to become stronger. Raymond chose a larger clearing and decided that this space would be enough for him. Previously, the size could be changed. It would be a pity if he lost this ability. Raymond activated the summoning gate to the spirit world. Our hero told Pepper to finally come out. A large red dragon appeared before the young man, flapping its wings. Raymond was impressed. Russell patted Pepper and said that a lot of time had passed. He had become quite handsome. Our hero noted that Pepper's body had become transparent, like that of a spirit. He had changed not only in size, but also in appearance. Raymond thought that Pepper now possessed the power of the 7th circle. They were on the same level. That was why he had only awakened when Raymond had reached that level. The young man asked if Pepper could shrink in size like he used to. Pepper returned to his previous size, and the young man said that was great. The spirit hadn't forgotten how to do it. Our hero suggested they have some fun. Raymond jumped onto the dragon, and they flew up into the sky. The protagonist thought it was incredible. Even at such a speed, Pepper had excellent maneuverability. Russell noted that Pepper had become a much better flyer. If he was capable of such speed in spirit form, that was simply magnificent. Raymond thought that now he and Pepper were even more connected. Our hero suggested they follow their hearts, and they rose even higher into the sky. Raymond was sure that at this speed, he would not lose to anyone in the air. 3 days passed. Russell accepted congratulations. The young man read the relevant document and was surprised. Was he really a duke now? This title is only given to those who are truly worthy of becoming part of the royal family. In the entire history of Endymion, no one from the Ratmos family had ever received it. Even the first head of the Raymond family, an 8th circle mage and vassal of the founder of Endymion, was only a marquis. Hecate suggested that Russell still didn't believe what was happening. She was also surprised by the king's decision. Daria White Snow noted that everyone was stunned. The entire hall fell silent after the monarch's words. Hubert added that no one objected. Everyone knew that the young man deserved it. The teacher asked with a smile if she should now address him as Duke Russell. The young man replied that there was no need. Raymond confessed to the princess that he still couldn't believe what had happened, but formalities were unnecessary. The young man added that he was still Russell Raymond, their student and junior colleague. Daria White Snow agreed. Olsen remarked that this was wonderful. At night, in his room, our hero was finally alone. He decided to check the rewards for the missions. Among other things, he found a map with the dragon's location. He was going to look for it on his own. It would be easier that way. Raymond looked at the map and was frightened. Was this really the territory of the Empire? The British Empire was the only empire on the continent and a long-time enemy of Endymion. The Emperor's health was rapidly deteriorating. The princes were fighting for the throne. Moreover, getting to Britannia was not so easy. The protagonist was upset. Why there of all places? This time it was going to be really difficult. Calming down, our hero told himself not to worry. The main thing was that it was possible. Raymond understood that it would be dangerous and take a long time, but there was a chance. A large yacht cut through the blue sea. They were almost there. Moya whispered to the man to wait for her. She was coming to him. The king entered the hall, and everyone present greeted his majesty. The monarch thanked them for their visit. The king announced that he had gathered everyone to help the elves and beastmen settle in their new lands. Much time passed, and the protagonist himself forgot about them due to a sudden uprising. The monarch said that the master of the White Tower would help the elves, and Duke Russell would take care of the beastmen. The young man was worried about Moy's aggressiveness. She wouldn't challenge him to a duel, would she? Moy decided that as soon as she saw Russell, she would challenge him. His comrades noted that the queen was in an excellent mood. It was her first time leaving the island. Bike said that the queen was probably looking forward to meeting strong opponents on the continent. The ships docked at Endymion. A huge crowd gathered to see the beastmen. Sir Alan was also there. He had arrived on the king's orders to provide support and carry out the orders of His Highness the Duke. Raymond said that Alan could address him informally. Page declared that in that case he would address the young man as Duke Russell. The queen ordered all the beastmen to keep their positions. They must not lose face. Raymond looked around and wondered where the queen was. Moya appeared suddenly and shouted that she saw a human. Alan thought that the queen had a fighting spirit. She was definitely on par with the masters of the tower. Russell understood correctly. Before him stood the queen of the beastmen, Muya. She greeted him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Raymond noted that Muya hadn't changed at all. The queen remarked that the man had become stronger since their last meeting. Muja added that his scent was now on a whole new level. If he didn't mind, she could test how much stronger he had become. Raymond replied that he was still undergoing treatment. Muja said that in that case, the duel would have to be postponed. She was willing to wait. Raymond suggested that the queen calm down. It seemed that all her subordinates were frightened. Muja was surprised. Would they really have to share the forest with the elves? No one had mentioned this before. Raymond explained that the Avid Forest was the largest in Endymion. There was enough space there for both races. Moya said that wasn't the point. Elves were terribly boring. She hated peaceful people. Russell promised that if the beastmen got along with the elves, he would bring her a worthy opponent. Muya agreed. The queen added that if her opponent wasn't Raymond, then at least it should be someone equal to him in strength. Otherwise, it would be boring. Moya pointed to Alan and said that he looked very strange. When they first met, he seemed quite strong, but he didn't smell like a man at all. Our hero thought, although if the first king of the Beastmen, Fenrir, was really half dragon, perhaps the queen could smell the dragon in him. Raymond looked at Moya and wondered what else this headstrong queen might do. Moya was from the Wolf clan and had silver hair, just like Fenrir. If Moya was a descendant of Fenrir, she might also have dragon blood. Muja wondered why Raymond was looking at her like that. The young man replied that it was just the queen's imagination. She shouldn't come so close to him because of it. In the forest of Yvette, Amelia congratulated Russell on his new circle. Raymond thanked the White Tower Master for this. Moya said that this woman was quite strong. Amelia replied that that was rather rude. Aaron said that they would be neighbors. Ilo greeted him and said that he hadn't seen Sir Russell in a long time. Muja said that pointy-eared people were also quite strong. Russell asked Muja not to call them pointy-eared. The queen pointed at Ilo and said that this pointy-eared woman smelled like Russell. Moya suggested that Russell was also needed by this elf. Did the elf really think she would give him away? Ilo replied that Russell was not a thing. Raymond declared that their races would live in the same forest, but each would have its own territory. They lived in different places and had different traditions. Conflict was inevitable. A huge chestnut tree would be considered the center of the forest. Everything to the north would belong to the elves. Everything to the south would belong to the beastmen. Aryan thanked them for the land. Muya said she agreed. Raymond announced that in 10 days, a representative of each race must attend a welcoming ceremony with the king. In the carriage on the way to the capital of Endymion, Ilo asked if they had any duties other than meeting the king. Raymond said that Muya would receive the title of ruler of the beastmen. The queen replied that she didn't really care. She wanted to duel someone. The young man continued. There would be a ball at the palace, a good opportunity to show the other countries how stable their kingdom was. Muya asked if that meant they could eat anything they wanted. The queen started to panic. She saw a couple of really strong creatures coming toward them. Maya said that she could not defeat one of them, but she would not lose, and she would definitely not be able to stand up to the other. Raymond reassured the queen and said that he knew them. One of them was his teacher. Moya fixed her hair. She had to look her best if she was going to meet Russell's teacher. The carriage stopped. The young people got out, and Raymond asked what had brought the masters here. Daria White Snow said that important guests had arrived in the kingdom, and the king had ordered her to meet them personally. The master of the Blue Tower greeted the guests in the capital of Endymion. The old man introduced himself. Aaron said that she had met the master of the Fire Tower again. She still remembered how much the master had helped them. Arain apologized for thanking him so late for saving her daughter. The elf said that she was the leader of the elves from the tribe of the White Ash Tree. Daria White Snow looked at Mua and asked who she was. Mua replied that she was the queen of the beastmen. The master said that the queen of the beastmen could address them informally. Raymond thought that the beastmen chose their ruler by strength. No wonder Mu was unaccustomed to seeing someone stronger than her. The teacher looked at Moya and thought that Raymond had been pretending to be innocent all this time. It seemed that some people were not going to enjoy the ball very much. Hecate felt a cold wind and experienced a strange sensation. Our hero couldn't believe that the palace had been restored while he was away. Daria White Snow said that Niccolo Machiavelli and his students had worked tirelessly. Apparently, they really needed to finish in time. The woman invited everyone inside. The king had been waiting for them for a long time. The protagonist reported to the king that Duke Russell Raymond had arrived. The young man said that he had returned after completing his assigned mission. His Majesty replied that he would never forget the Duke's contribution to the common cause. Arain and her daughter expressed their respect to the ruler of Endymion. The elf introduced herself to the king and presented her daughter. Arain remarked that the elves of the Great Forest would never forget the king's kindness and the land he had granted them. She thanked his Majesty on behalf of all the elves. The king expressed his hope that they would live in harmony with their neighbors until the Great Forest was restored. Muja said that she, the queen of the beastmen, welcomed King Endymion and expressed her respect. Muja stumbled twice while saying this. His Majesty said that he understood everything and could not ignore the culture of the beastmen. The king declared that he wished to hold a ceremony to bestow titles during the ball. What would the guests say? Maya repeated what Russell whispered to her. She will follow his Majesty's wishes. Moya added that she was grateful to his Majesty for the opportunity and decided that she should brush up on her etiquette. 3 days passed. Muya said that she, the queen of the beastmen, was now a representative of the nobility of the kingdom of Endymion and swore to fulfill all her obligations. Those present thought it was an amazing speech coming from the mouth of a beastman. Why were there rumors that they were barbarians? King Alphonse Ratmos of Endymion granted Mua the family name Lycos and the title of Countess. Countess Lycos must forever remember the oath she had taken today. Mua thanked his Majesty for his kindness. The first part of the official ceremony came to an end. Thus, Muya became a countess. The queen of the beastmen said that she had done everything right, but she still didn't understand why everything had to be so complicated. Raymond said that Moya had done very well. Elo told Sir Russell that they were at a ball after all, and if he didn't mind, she would like to dance with him. At that moment, the princess appeared and apologized for not introducing herself earlier. Her name was Hecate Ratmos. Elo thought she was Russell's bride. Moya sensed that the princess smelled the same as the king. Hecate suggested that the girls talk in a more secluded place. She wanted to tell them something. The princess immediately warned them that this conversation was for women's ears only. Daria White Snow saw this scene and thought that the 3 races were competing for one man. She decided to stock up on popcorn. It was going to be interesting. The maid told the princess to come in. Everything was ready. The princess invited her guests to sit down. There was no need for formalities here. They could sit however they liked. Hecate said she wanted to ask the girls a question. What did they think of her fiancé, Sir Russell? Elo said that if the princess wanted to know their feelings, she would tell her honestly. She liked Sir Russell very much. Countess Lycos said that she was interested in this man. The princess replied that she had thought so. However, the duke was not an easy man. One day he would become king, so he could not have concubines. Hecate added that she did not want to share him with other women. Elo thought that was exactly what she had expected. Moya thought that he was just a man. The princess said that Russell had already become very strong. Perhaps he would even become a divine being, the likes of which had not been seen since the age of myths. Since he had inherited the blood of dragons, he would certainly live longer than she would. The princess added that she didn't want Russell to be alone when she left him. Hecate remarked that these girls live longer than humans. It was enough for her that he belonged to her while she was alive. Hecate noted that some things still needed to be secured. First, she was number 1 for Russell. The girls could tell her who would be number 2 for him after they had decided among themselves. The princess left the room and met Russell. The girl stumbled, and the young man caught her. Raymond asked why she had been drinking, since it made her drunk so quickly. Hecate asked Russell if he knew the best way to keep enemies from escaping. They should be forced to fight each other. The princess said she had drunk too much and felt dizzy. Could she rest in Russell's room? The duke gave his consent. 3 months passed. Daria White Snow said that everything had calmed down. Where is Russell going again? Did he tell the princess? The young man nodded and said that he had the princess's permission. The teacher said that if Russell continued like this, one day the princess would be very unhappy. She might restrict the places the young man could go in the future. After reviewing the documents, the Tower Master said that the young man was also going to a third country. Akane, a country of trade. Raymond said he knew what kind of place it was. Akane was so small that it could be called a city-state. However, gambling, hired assassins, money laundering, and even slave trade were widespread there. It is the darkest country on the continent, where everything is permitted. The teacher said this out of concern. Russell must be careful. The darkness in the souls of people living in such places is much more frightening than usual. Raymond decided to travel by sea. While on a sailing yacht, our hero noticed that a fog had rolled in. However, he was lucky. Thanks to the fog, the young man planned to sneak into Akane unnoticed, bypassing all the guards. However, there was one problem. There was a man on deck who had been watching the protagonist since the moment they set sail. He hid his presence and his thirst for battle. This man was definitely very strong. He probably decided that it would be impossible to fight in the open sea. The protagonist decided that this man was greatly mistaken. He asked who this man was and why he was following him. The stranger took off his hood, and Russell saw that it was Muya. But why was she following him? The queen was surprised. Russell had promised her a duel for visiting the capital. She heard that Raymond was leaving the kingdom for a long time and followed him. The young man told Muya to go back. It would be dangerous in the new place. Muya said she had heard everything about Akane. They just needed to beat everyone there. Raymond said that Akane was actually just on their way. It was not their final destination. The final destination was Endymion's sworn enemy, the Empire of Britannia. Raymond said this very emotionally, and the Queen of the Beastmen was even frightened for a moment. Daria White Snow said that the war for the throne of the Empire was heating up. 2 of the 5 princes have already died. Whoever ascends to the throne, chaos is inevitable. All that remains is to hope that this will not affect Endymion and his subjects. Daria White Snow was surprised. Did the little boy really send letters to everyone? What came over him? He never reports where he goes. He's finally grown up. Our hero informed the master in his letter that he was leaving for the Empire. The woman was furious. Raymond, who was on the ship, thought that the letter should have reached the teacher by now. Daria White Snow was indignant. Had he decided to end his life? Raymond thought, let her be angry now. It would be easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Moya looked closely and shouted that she could see land ahead. Russell declared that they had finally arrived. Before the travelers lay the darkest side of the continent. Akane. Raymond handed the girl an object and told Moya to put it on. Moya took the object and saw that it was a ring. Raymond said that it was a ring with a magic spell that changed one's appearance. Raymond said that it would not be possible to hide her face all the time. The northern tribes from the Icelands had light hair and black eyes. Moya put on the ring and was instantly transformed. The Queen of the Beast People asked if she looked bright enough now. Raymond looked at his companion and said that her changes were quite sufficient. Our hero said that if they had become different people, they could go about their business. Russell and Moya entered a local inn. The young man said that they were interested in separate rooms for their honeymoon. He added that the girl needed some privacy today. Moya said that one room would be better. After all, they were pretending to be a couple. Why did they need separate rooms? Raymond said that in case of unexpected situations, they needed many witnesses who would remember them. Russell also reminded him that he was engaged. Moya said she wasn't trying to get in his way. Besides, she promised her sister. Raymond wondered why, after the ball, Moya had started calling her highness little sister. Moya replied that it was a promise between girls. Russell didn't need to know about it. Raymond said that when night fell, they would go get the fake documents. They would be useful for getting into the Empire. First, they needed to contact the Red Snake. It was a criminal syndicate that controlled Akane. The young man added that the problem was that he didn't know how to get in touch with them. Raymond took out a bag of money and said they would have to make the syndicate come to them. The young people approached the Akane casino. Moya was surprised that the place was lit up even at night. Raymond thought it was the largest casino in Akane. All illegal funds were laundered here, so this place was definitely connected to the criminal world. Raymond said he wanted one promise from Moy. The girl had to promise that she would listen to him no matter what. Absolutely in any situation. Moy said she would rely on Russell. Raymond said that in that case they would go and spend all the money. The young people entered the casino. The casino manager, Dalton, counted the money and said that these people had left a lot. An employee entered the room and informed the manager that they had a big problem. The man with the tattoo on his head said that someone was taking all the money. They didn't even have any chips left. The bald man pointed out those people to the manager. They were a couple from the north. The employee said that these two had cleaned out the place, but no one was supposed to win at this game. Raymond was sitting at the table with cards in his hand at that moment. Moya was watching him and drinking alcohol. The employee asked if they should find a reason to kick the two out. The manager objected, saying that they couldn't do that in front of the other guests. Dalton said they should be taken to the penthouse. In this casino, he was the law and the king. No one would take anything here without his permission. The croupier saw the players' cards and realized with horror that he had lost. Moya said that her companion was amazing. He had won 9 times out of 10. Raymond replied that he had simply calculated the probabilities. In reality, however, our hero had noticed hidden marks on the cards that only the dealer could see. It had been a rigged game from the start. No one could win. At first, Raymond wanted to pretend he was losing. But if they were going to play like that, he wasn't going to sit there silently. Our hero thought that the local bigwigs would take the bait at any moment. The casino staff showed up just in time. The bald man approached our hero and said that this place was not suitable for someone of his caliber. Would the guest like to join the big game? Raymond said he was just getting bored. The offer sounded pretty good. The young people went up to the penthouse. Our hero didn't expect to find something like this on the top floor. It must be for special guests. Manager Dalton greeted the young man and introduced himself. He said he was impressed by his game and had personally invited him there. Raymond wondered if he had won too much by local standards. Dalton said that was not the case. He had simply suggested that the young man celebrate his victory here. Maya whispered to her companion that the manager's smile annoyed her. Could they get rid of him? Raymond reminded the girl of her promise. Dalton offered cold drinks. He told his assistant to bring the most expensive ones they had. Maya said that if this drink was the most expensive, she would drink it all. Immediately after that, Moya threw up. Russell said they could have waited. Our hero declared that the drink had been poisoned. Dalton said it was a pity the young man hadn't drunk the drink. He would have lost only his money. Armed thugs appeared in the room. Raymond thought, did they really only want their money? The bald man was surprised. Why weren't these people begging for mercy? Didn't they understand the situation they were in? Dalton told everyone to step back. The bald man didn't understand why the manager was behaving this way. Dalton repeated the order. Everyone back. The manager thought, could this guest be showing his aura only to him? He may be old now, but he must have trained his aura in the past. His years of experience were evident. These two had long since surpassed the limits of humanity. Dalton apologized for his rudeness and asked what had brought these people to him. Raymond said that as a manager, this man was quite intelligent. He had something to do for them. The manager noticed that the guest had activated a sound blocking spell. Dalton said he was ready to listen to everything. Raymond stated that they were interested in perfect fake documents. They needed to be prepared by tomorrow. Saying goodbye to the manager, the young people thanked him for the fun and reminded him that they would meet again tomorrow. The bald man was outraged. They couldn't be let go just like that, because their reputation could suffer. The manager remarked that there were things in this world more valuable than reputation. The bald employee thought that even the fiercest fighting dog could grow old. Dalton tucked his tail between his legs without even trying to fight. The bald man decided that it was for the best. He would destroy this boy and prove that Dalton had grown old. Then the manager's position would be his. The bald man ordered his fighters to find the scoundrels who had cleaned out the casino. They couldn't have gone too far. Watching from the sidelines, our hero said that it wasn't surprising. He had guessed that something would go wrong. Moya admitted that Russell was quite clever. Raymond said they needed to stay a little longer so as not to leave a mess behind. Moya, with sweets in her hand, remarked that there were many interesting things in the human world. At the fair, Moya looked at a music box and said that the monkey looked like a beastman. At that moment, our hero noticed their pursuers. He had expected them to be followed. Raymond pointed the way to his companion. They were heading for a secluded spot. In a dark alley, our hero said that their enemies might show up at any moment. The bald man came out from around the corner and said that the young man wasn't so cowardly after all. Or was he just choosing where he wanted to die? Moya saw the bald man and said that she wanted to beat this octopus head from the first glance. The gang leader said that the two of them didn't understand what was going on. He promised to torture them until they begged for mercy. Moya was delighted with this opportunity. She noted that this man talked too much. I wonder what he's really capable of. Raymond asked Moya to be careful with him. Even in a criminal city, it's not worth overdoing it. The bald man said that if they were afraid to fight, he would start first. Moya had been waiting for this moment since she got off the ship. She showed what beastmen were capable of. The casino security didn't like it. Watching what was happening, our hero thought that traveling with this queen had its advantages. Raymond had no doubt that he would easily obtain fake documents the next day. The travelers arrived in the imperial port city of Iga. This was the Empire of Britannia. The protagonist considered them enemies of his father and felt hatred toward them. Here, his heart was filled with emptiness. Before entering the city, the young people presented their documents to the guards. The guards asked what the couple from the frosty north were doing in the south. The young man replied that he had heard about the civil war in the Empire and had come because he was concerned about the fate of his parents. The guards acknowledged that the story was touching, but added that they did not let just anyone into the city. Raymond handed the guard a bag of money and said that it was not much, but it was from the bottom of his heart. The guard said that he was touched by the story about the parents and would let the young man through this time. Thus, Raymond and Moya were able to enter the city. Our hero noted that corruption was rampant here, despite the civil war. Raymond informed his companion that they were now heading for Mount Jallow. He understood that traveling under false names would take more time. They would arrive in 10 days, but if it became too difficult, Moya could tell him. The Queen of the Beast People said she would not tire of it. Suddenly, Moya stopped and said that something had happened ahead. The Queen said it smelled like dead bodies, and there were many of them. Raymond suggested that there was a cemetery or a battlefield nearby. However, Moya confidently stated that it was not the smell of a cemetery. It was thicker and heavier than that of ordinary bodies. Raymond admitted that he didn't want to get involved in trouble, but they still needed to check it out. It was important for them to know what was happening in the Empire. Straight ahead, the heroes saw an entire village of dead people. The young man knew that sometimes the undead appeared in cemeteries because of magic, but there were too many of them here. This was definitely not an accident. Our hero decided that this was the work of cultists. The system informed him of his task, to lay the cursed village to rest. It was a new mission. Raymond thought that since this was a quest, the story with the undead would continue. He declared that he would have gone to the village anyway, and now he would also be able to receive a reward. Russell said that although these people had become undead, none of them wanted such a fate. The protagonist activated his magic arrows and said that they must bring peace. Moya replied that she understood the task and was also ready for action. The queen transformed into her beast form and declared that all the undead would return to the earth. The task was completed. Moya noted that the undead didn't even have time to blink. Raymond remained silent. Moya told Raymond not to be upset. Now all those souls were sleeping peacefully. The queen became alert again. The smell had returned. Muja added that they had dealt with everyone here, but now she realized that the smell was coming from somewhere else. Raymond took out a map and asked where. After studying the area, they realized that the source was the barony. It had its own government, was larger in scale, and was home to at least 1,000 people. Raymond thought, if there were undead there too, it was only a matter of time before they took over the whole country. Russell hoped it wasn't too late. When they reached the barony, Raymond was stunned. Had it been destroyed here too? The undead roamed the streets. The young man thought that even with the chaos of the Civil War, the government couldn't have failed to notice this. So, just like during Duke Bismarck's rebellion, someone high up in the Empire had gotten involved with the heretics. Could this be the true darkness he had spoken of? Raymond received notification of a new mission. The inhabitants of the barony of Atron had been turned into undead creatures. The secret of the barony must be uncovered. He said that order must be restored first. Russell noted that they needed to be disposed of quickly and painlessly. The young man saw runes written backwards. They covered the entire village. He felt a strange magic, energy emanating from the ground itself. Moya asked if Russell understood anything. The young man replied that it was a magic circle. It transferred power from the undead to some kind of target. Maya was surprised. Who could receive this power? Raymond suggested that the source might be in the center of the village, in the Lord's estate. Maya said that in that case, they should just destroy everything. She would go ahead. Russell stopped her. The core of the circle was moving. The Knight of Doom said that an invasion had taken place, and these people must be destroyed. Raymond understood that the Knights of Doom were on a completely different level compared to ordinary undead. They should not be underestimated, although they did not pose a particular threat to a superhuman. Muja joined the battle and said that fighting them was more interesting. She hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Raymond activated a giant lightning bolt and helped Mua destroy the Knights of Doom. When the high-level undead were defeated, the hero asked the girl if she was all right. Mua replied that she was the one who was supposed to destroy these creatures. She wanted to prolong the fun. Why did Russell claim victory for himself? The hero realized that the people in the village had turned into undead because all their energy was being transferred to the Knights of Doom. Raymond thought that the cultists were willing to make any sacrifice to achieve their goal. Typical of them. This only confirmed the Empire's connection to the heretics. Upon returning to Endymion, this would have to be reported. Muja said that she felt weak, but had been sensing someone's gaze for some time. High in the sky, against the backdrop of the moon, someone was hovering. A man with wings said that the queen was a very observant woman. He continued that the Dragon King's heir had appeared in the city. He had grown stronger, but it was still not enough. The man added that there was very little time left to strengthen the heir. Moya said that he had suddenly disappeared. Raymond suggested that it might have been an illusion caused by the destruction of the magic circle. The young people approached the foot of Mount Jallow. Raymond thought that reading about it in books was not the same thing at all. It was truly the most dangerous and highest mountain on the continent. The next clue about the dragons must be here. Moya asked what Russell was looking for. She couldn't see anything. The map in the young man's hand suddenly burst into flames. Moya said she hadn't done anything. Raymond said he had a compass in his hand. It was pointing the way. Judging by the size of the needle, the hero realized that they were almost there. A huge dragon said that the young master had finally arrived. And also, a child with dragon blood. The girl with him was good. A man with wings appeared nearby. The dragon demanded that he disappear immediately. This was a sacred place for the young master. Monsters were not allowed here. The winged man said he couldn't come any closer. This old dragon won't let us get any closer. Moya looked up and said that it was an unusually high peak. Ahead was a wide plain and a forest on a rocky mountain. This peak seemed out of place here. Raymond noticed that there was fog at such a height. They had to find out what was going on. Moya screamed that the fog had caught her and was lifting her up. The queen was indignant. The fog must disappear immediately. How dare it do this to her? Moya landed on the ground and said that the fog had dissipated. Raymond suggested that the fog was enchanted. The peak would not let anyone in except him. The young man noted that the queen would have to wait here. There was nothing to be done about it. The deeper he went into the forest, the thicker the fog became. And it was clearly not normal. The magic of the fog began to change. It was a teleportation gate disguised as a trap. The young man noticed that the fog was beginning to change the very place itself. It became clear that a labyrinth lay before the hero. A voice announced that the young gentleman had entered the labyrinth. These trials had been prepared by the Divine Dragon King, especially for him. It remained to be hoped that the young gentleman would not give up. The young gentleman must show iron will.